Welcome back, everybody. We're joined with a special guest today. It's CoffeeZilla. I assume everyone is familiar with him. If not, please go check out his YouTube channel. He's been on top of just a ton of fraud and scams in general. But today, we're obviously going to talk about the $10 billion elephant in the room.
Let's do it.
FTX, SBF, Alameda Research. Let's get going. We got an arrest today, fellas. I don't know. I don't know what to say. I want to hear what you guys have to say about this.
Honestly, I'm surprised they got it done this fast. I know everyone was like, "Oh, well, why isn't he arrested yet?" These cases take time. It's complex, white-collar fraud. It just takes a while. And the problem is, if you arrest someone too early, they have a right to a speedy trial, so they can just rush you to court, and then if you don't have the goods, they get let go. So usually you see these cases take a while. So I was actually pretty surprised that they just hit him right off. And I think that mostly was due to the public outcry. I think if it was any other case, they probably would have taken their time. It was everyone's number one priority. So they got it done. What was interesting is they filed it December 9th. They just didn't say anything. Nobody said anything. Everyone's coordinating to drop the same day until he gets arrested. That was pretty great. I don't know if they intentionally did it. The supposedly supposed to testify. I thought it was pretty smart. I was like, wow, in a way, it ensures Sam would be somewhere with stable internet. So probably at his house, at a reliable place. They knew where he'd probably around that, so right ahead of that, I thought that was really smart. What did y'all think?
I don't think they said they weren't really planning on any specific time, that this was just how long it took for them to coordinate with the Bahamian authorities to pull off the arrest. And I think, barring other evidence, that's probably the best explanation. I think some of the conspiracy theories people have had that he was arrested so he could avoid testifying are a little hilarious. Yeah, you just file an 8-count criminal charge because you're worried they're going to say something. And it has been hilarious in this case because, like you mentioned, they filed this indictment last week under seal. And since then, he just hasn't been able to stop confessing in Twitter Spaces, in interviews recorded and elsewhere. And both of you at different times have had conversations with Sam that grew to get contentious, and where at different times he seemed to confess to fraud.
Well,
I didn't hear Cass's. Tell me what happened.
Yeah, well, I actually want to say that what I did, Coffee, was I brought up your previous interview with him where I had publicly asked Twitter, is he confessing to wire fraud when Coffee asked him these questions? So
tell the audience what the thing was.
Basically, you were asking him about the stub account, this magical stub account in Alameda Research, and he was essentially telling you that this money that was for FTX customers and was intended to go into FTX accounts was, from the very beginning it sounds like to the very end, was never being directed to FTX at all, and was simply being fed to this stub account. Now, to me, he's like, well, they were given instructions to do that and they agreed to those instructions, but it's like, it sounds like that's wire fraud. Like, you're not sending it to the FTX bank accounts. That's where it's supposed to go. That's where customers expect it to go, and you're not doing it. And to me, that sounded like wire fraud. So basically, I brought up your interview again, and I said, can you help me understand how this isn't wire fraud? And he was like, I'm done with your questions after this, which I think he said to you as well. I've heard him say it to other people too. And I also started out, thankfully, Molly White asked him point blank, are you playing video games right now? And he was like, I probably shouldn't answer this. Yeah, I'm playing video games. And then you could just hear throughout the rest of it, you could just hear click, 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 just desperate clicking the entire time. And so I started it out. Yeah, exactly. And so I started it out and I was like, Sam, I find it incredibly disrespectful that you're playing video games the entire time that you're talking to this panel and creditors and he was like, do you have a question for me?
He was getting really annoyed by the end of it. He was surprised that everyone wasn't bowing down to his transparency and honesty, which wasn't transparency or honesty, because the second you actually pushed him on hard questions, he would dance around the subject. I mean, we have to talk about the crazy revelations in some of these complaints. It was shocking. Actually, what I thought was the weakest, I think the FBI DOJ indictment I thought was interesting. There wasn't that much in there. But the SEC and CFTC laid out some bombshells in their complaint. So to get everyone up to speed, there were like 3 things that went out. The SEC said, okay, so we had talked about this account, right, where they lost $8 billion. The whole thing is this. The SEC says that, I don't know what their evidence for this is, but they must have it in the complaint. They said that he directed people to hide the account, concerned that creditors would find out about it and worry about it. Then said, not only did he do that, which it accounts for why it was so poorly labeled. He said it was poorly labeled. Well, it was poorly labeled by design to hide the account. Then he moved the account so they wouldn't be charged interest. Then he excluded them from the auto liquidation protocol, which we all knew, but it was nice to get confirmation on that. So it's like, from the beginning, he not only did he know about the $8 billion, that's like he thought a lot about where that money was going.
Well, and I just want to clarify for those who might have missed this, the stub account is not one single account. It's one single notation in FTX's internal accounting system. It is hundreds of accounts spread through dozens of entities across like several dozen different banking partners, payment processors, whatever. It's not just one account. And like, so Sam likes to treat it like it's one account. So you're like, oh, he just missed one thing. No. It was a deliberate attempt to use dozens of entities to set up hundreds of accounts to try to obscure their banking relationships and flows. We talked about this a little bit in our last episode with like Hivex and Goldfields and stuff like that, where they were purchasing these entities specifically so they would be able to use them for banking. And all of those were contributing to the so-called stub account, but it wasn't just one account. And so much of like this and like the stuff you're talking about in the SEC filing today just revealed how brazen what he was doing really was.
Yes, absolutely. It was unbelievable. You look at it, you go, because listen, nobody distrusts Sam more than me. But even I was reading this complaint and I was like, he really lied about it all. Like, of course I thought that, but like to actually read it and to see it, you go, wow, he went on interview after interview and lied to people's faces over and over. Did he not think this would come out?
I actually want to bring up, because we're talking about these charges. So we're talking about the SEC and the CFTC and all of this stuff. But I do think one of the interesting things here that I would like to hear both of you comment on is that we've got a money laundering charge. We're doing this in the Southern District of New York, which poses RICO issues here. Yeah, like what do we think about this money laundering charge? I think that's actually a pretty big deal.
I think a lot of people were really skeptical a couple weeks ago when I said he was going to get indicted for money laundering, and I was right and they were wrong. We've talked about this in past episodes before, but money laundering is actually a relatively broad charge. Like, your general conception of it is narco cartels trying to launder cash proceeds into the banking system, right? But the crime itself encompasses a lot of activities that are just around hiding the source of funds. And so if you do something like commit wire fraud and then try to take the proceeds of committing wire fraud and get it into the banking system, there's a chance that ends up charged with money laundering. And so there is still kind of an outstanding question: is Sam Bankman-Fried being charged with money laundering in the sense that he was facilitating flows for organized crime, or is he getting charged with money laundering in the sense that he was committing bank fraud, wire fraud, and all these other things? So it was very easy to charge him with that as well.
Yeah, and even when he was spending it on venture capital. Is that is that money laundering? Because you're moving funds that should have been customers, you're putting it into investment vehicles. I don't know. It is a bit different than what you'd expect. You do expect kind of the narco thing, but I don't think that's what they're going for. I mean, ultimately, how many of these charges do you think will stick? I don't see a jury being very sympathetic to this guy.
No,
I think that these 8 are the beginning. There's going to be superseding indictments on him specifically. And I think they've basically said in the indictment that there are other unindicted co-conspirators. And so I expect we're going to see more indictments for other members of the executive team soon.
That's right.
And I feel that even more strongly after seeing Reuters report that they got the part of the code base where Singh, the CTO, was describing setting up the no liquidation parameters for Alameda. I feel pretty confident we're going to see more indictments and more charges. And I expect these 8 will stick and more if he doesn't work out a good deal.
This is, you bring up the next topic that I think is really important. Another thing that happened today, which is John Ray III appeared in front of Congress. And wow. I mean, first of all, I'm going to say, to me, it seems pretty clear. Oh, absolutely. Yeah. Congratulations to him. What a performance. It was fantastic. And it's clear to me that he is sharing everything with every 3-letter and 4-letter agency that they need to see. And perhaps this is part of why we saw the expediency of these charges and this push to get him extradited as quickly as possible. Like, let's talk about his appearance today in general.
Yeah, I'll start. I mean, I knew from the way he wrote that he was a very careful professional. He wasn't new to this. And I think he put on a masterclass. I mean, simultaneously, he said some pretty damning things about Sam while giving off the total appearance of objectivity, not bias. He could have come in ham-fisted and like banging the gavel on this guy's guilty. That he doesn't do any of that. Instead, he lays out a very cold view of what FTX was. In terms of they didn't have this, they didn't have an accounting department, they were using QuickBooks. No, I don't think he could have possibly not known about this thing. And by doing that, instead of coming in, like, I honestly thought a lot of the Congress, the congressmen and women did not do such a good job, either because they were trying to beat their like constituent point, one little thing that they have to talk about, or because they just really didn't grasp the subject, or they were looking for this like slam dunk moment of, do you think he committed fraud? Yes or no? But I think what John Ray did was great because he sets up himself as the responsible person in the room who's going to get to the bottom of it all. He gives you confidence in him as like an executor of this whole thing. And I think he also gave some pretty good evidence.
Well, and he specifically accused Sam of embezzlement. Like,
yeah, that was a good, right. Yeah. Go ahead.
Didn't even like mince words or anything on that. Just outright said like, this was a case of embezzlement. They took billions of dollars of customer funds that they were never supposed to.
Embezzlement. Plain old embezzlement. I loved
Get
that
him!
moment. I loved that moment. I think I also really appreciated that he, at some point, I think one of the other people, going back to your point, Coffee, about some of them maybe were uninformed. Maybe some of them were trying to drive home some point that they thought was important. But I remember one of them being like, do you think this is common with these other exchanges? And it's like, how could John Ray possibly know what's going on at any other exchange? Like, sure, I guess anything's possible. I don't know. It was such a weird question.
I mean, he's been in the crypto industry for 4 weeks. How could he not know everything?
Yeah, more like creepy dough. We need to start calling crypto creepy dough.
Yeah,
you just look at, like, and then there was, I don't know if he was expecting everyone to laugh, like it was because you just don't laugh in that setting. So everyone just, it's dead silence, and he goes, "I'll follow up with my colleagues," and it's like, what? What are you doing? You're wasting everyone's time.
He opened his time with like reading off of Sam Bankman-Fried's prepared testimony that I think Forbes had published that morning, and is like, Sam was going to start by saying fuck. He didn't respect this thing at all. And then he ends his time by trying to make this joke about creepy dough currency. And that was kind of my frustration in the same vein with a lot of these representatives, is it felt like they wanted it to look serious but didn't actually want to be serious. And so they wasted their time treading ground that they had already gotten very direct answers on, like from questions from John Ray. And it seemed like many of them didn't actually understand it well enough to kind of adapt and progress the hearing, and were just reading off the few sets of questions they had prepared.
I think that's fair, but I do want to make 2 points. One, AOC, who I'm generally not a huge fan of, I thought she did a pretty good job with her question. Her question was about the timeline of all of this and about the Bahamian attempts to make it a liquidation in the Bahamas, and how that could play a role. And I think she also specifically asked if they should go forward with Chapter 15 bankruptcy, which, if anyone doesn't know, there's Chapter 7, Chapter 11, Chapter 15. There's probably other chapters. And Chapter 15 is a foreign entity going into bankruptcy. And I believe he said that they should pause Chapter 15 bankruptcy if they could, which I thought was good and a good question. And I also remember that two Congress people asked about Moonstone and Farmington and FBH, which was just an absolute pleasure to hear them specifically ask him about, and that he was also troubled by this investment in a small Washington state bank.
Yeah, do you think that maybe like part of where this whole money laundering charge is even coming from?
I'm curious. I'm curious about it. I'm curious about I would, you know, there's some strict regulations about talking about banks in America. So I'm not going to really say anything, but it doesn't look great. I think that's objectively the case here. Like getting in investment, some of the statements by the Congress people I thought were really important, where they said like you gave them like, I think it was 20 times book value for this small bank. Like that's really effing weird. Sorry.
Well, and sorry, in that same vein, yesterday there was a report from, I think it was yesterday, time has lost a lot of meaning over the last month. Let's go with yesterday. Reuters ran a report about some disagreement between prosecutors over whether or not to indict CZ and Binance for money laundering. And one of the interesting things about that case is that it was being held up by Malars, money laundering asset recoveries service for the Department of Justice, and that the prosecutors who were ready to indict were the National Cryptocurrency Enforcement Task Force, and then the prosecutors were the ones out of Seattle, which was surprising to me because a lot of white-collar crime prosecutions end up in Southern District of New York. And so seeing that the CZ case was being handled out of Washington when we had this other nexus to Washington, and knowing that the CZ indictment was being delayed by Department of Justice officials in the money laundering wing, was an interesting thing I noted in the last couple days.
Worth mentioning, Protego Trust is another Washington-based kind of, it's not a bank, it's a trust, but they provide a lot of services for cryptocurrency businesses. I think they were also partnered with FTX in some sense. So yeah, there's got to be a lot of questions for these banks that did have, by the way, these are two, one bank and some trusts in Washington had access to the Federal Reserve, which again, like these are where you start getting into questions about, wow, that seems like something that is uncouth, like at least uncouth. Who knows the legality of what's going on, what it means for the bank itself. But I think if Congress is going, this seems fishy, and John Ray III is saying, I agree, yeah, there's probably something that's going to come of that. I'm wondering what else is sticking out for you, Coffee, in terms of the past few days, like stuff that is gonna, you think, come up again in the coming months, weeks?
I think the CFTC had a huge revelation in their piece. Have y'all read it's like a 40-page deal.
Mm-hmm.
I thought it was I think page 23 where it talks about wrote a blog post and never published it. This was insane to me. He wrote a blog post basically saying, I need to wrap up Alameda. The cost of capital isn't worth it. But then he says something like, the implication was where he says, I didn't hedge, and because I didn't hedge enough, the expected value was lower than Alameda, the money that Alameda has made and will ever make. What does that mean? It means I lost more money with Alameda than I made or ever will make. It means there's no coming back from this. That like said it, plain and simple. I probably should shut it down because we lost all the money and we'll never make it. That's literally what he said. So, or translating his kind of weird expected value, effective altruist talk, right? So I thought that was absolutely stunning because that finally places us before November, before his whole talk of it all got screwy in November. No. He knew things were messed up before in September. And if that's the case, and in that post, he goes, I should have wrapped it up a year ago, which means the problem started way back. That has huge implications to what his motivations were and his culpability in this whole thing, because now he can't, the excuse of I found in November that we were in trouble has totally gone out of the window.
Yeah, absolutely. And in like that same post you're talking about, there's a line where he suggests that like as much as he should be shutting down Alameda Research because of the things it's engaged in, I don't know if it really can be shut down. And then of course they end up not shutting it down because they can't. One of the other things that was really interesting to me that also challenges the timeline he's been trying to spread is in that same CFTC thing, they talk about how in May of 2022, a whole bunch of lenders start calling in their loans they had extended to Alameda Research. And that at this point, in order to preserve Alameda Research, Sam Bankman-Fried personally directs billions of more dollars over to Alameda Research to allow them to stay functional. But the CFTC specifically noted that before this point, Alameda Research already had billions of dollars of FTX assets. And so this had started like even before the lenders called the loans in May of 2022. And so like it had been going on for this entire time. And a lot of the filings emphasize that. The SEC one used the language, Bankman-Fried was orchestrating a massive years-long fraud, diverting billions of dollars of the trading platform's customer funds for his own personal benefit and to help grow his crypto empire. CFTC said FTX, through their sister company Alameda, had been surreptitiously siphoning off customer funds for its own use, and over $8 billion in customer deposits were now missing. All of these things lay out like behaviors that have been going on for years and that were part of like this broad orchestrated and deliberate fraud.
I want to actually say something that Bennett and I, not to say that there's no hard evidence of this, but I think something both of us have kind of agreed on is this idea that there was that SBF was seen as this wonderkind who was like able to do this magical Japanese arbitrage with Alameda Research back in the day. By the way, Alameda Research founded in Berkeley, California, and then moved to Hong Kong. So we're talking about like clear connections to the U.S. banking system, clear connections to U.S. regulators and law enforcement agencies right from the very beginning. But for some reason, somehow, this 25-year-old, like really just fresh out of finance, is able to do a Japanese arbitrage trade that no one else in the world is able to accomplish. It's insane to me. Not only is it insane, but I don't believe it. And I think what we're talking about here actually is probably just money laundering. Is probably just money laundering from the very beginning. Like I think there's no reality to this ever being at face value a reasonable, fair company that was making a bunch of money. I don't believe it.
What do you mean by money laundering? Like, well, let's drill down on that a little bit, because we're back to Bennett's whole thing of money laundering thing, right? Any kind of, you have money, you use it for this without trying to not let anyone know. So what do you think that is?
Well, I think what we're talking about, no one knows who funded him, who gave him all this money to make this arbitrage trade apparently worth it. Everyone I've spoken to who's in Japan has said there's no way that banks, any bank, regional or large, would allow this trade to happen, period. Like, the only way they would allow it to happen is if you bribed somebody, or if you if you just paid a bunch of mules to move this money out for you. Both of these, like, one of these is structuring, more or less, and one of them is, bribery, which is completely illegal. All of it would be illegally moving money into and out of a country to make an arbitrage trade. It's regulatory arbitrage, not actual arbitrage. And I think that's what I'm talking about here. This guy never made money legally. It was always, at best, hard gray.
Sorry, go ahead, Bennett.
I wanted to talk a little bit about the other kind of money laundering, which we of course do not know that Sam was implicated in, but there are some strange dynamics that have been reported that we can talk about, like the connection between Alameda Research and Genesis Block in Hong Kong, where the Financial Times reported people were lining up in long lines with bags full of cash in order to convert them into cryptocurrencies, right? We've talked about some of their other activities, like across the rest of the banking sector, in terms of buying these shell companies and stuff to get set up and to access the banking rails. The other part that gets challenging and is going to make me sound somewhat conspiratorial, so I'm going to try the best I can to stick to well-reported facts here, is there are other money launderers we've seen in the cryptocurrency ecosystem. One of the famous sets were the executives of Crypto Capital Corp, which was a payments processor that served a whole bunch of cryptocurrency companies: Bitfinex, Tether, Kraken, Quadriga, BitMEX, and a couple of others. Their principals ended up, specifically I'm talking about Eva Manuel Molina Lee, was arrested in Greece and extradited to Poland on charges of money laundering for the Colombian cartels, right? We know for a long time, one of the large drivers of demand for Tether was the Chinese over-the-counter trading market and capital flight out of China. And CoinDesk reported back in 2019 that even back then, there were millions of dollars crossing the border every day from China to Russia in Tethers. A Tether and Bitfinex shareholder, Zhao Dong, who ran Renrenbit, one of the large over-the-counter trading desks in China, eventually ended up arrested in China for money laundering.
And he started the Leo token, for what it's worth. Like, he
Yeah.
was responsible for the Leo token, and he is sitting in a Chinese prison cell right now.
And he was their specific partner for the offshore Wang token that Tether had and doesn't talk about very often anymore for some reason. And then we get into now Sam Bankman-Fried. And so we've talked about some of this strangeness, bags of cash being traded at these Hong Kong over-the-counter trading desks, these Australian over-the-counter trading desks being purchased, the weird combination of hundreds of different bank accounts around the world, and the fact that the government was confident enough to include a money laundering conspiracy charge in this initial indictment rather than going for just the wire fraud or things that would be sufficient for extradition. There is, of course, no evidence that Sam Bankman-Fried is part of any kind of like global money laundering operation meant to like move funds for organized crime or something like that. But other people associated with a lot of these companies were doing exactly that.
I just was dying. Yeah, I was waiting for the but. There is no evidence that he's. Yeah, agree. Can we talk about one thing that I think is so weird that nobody talks about is and it's this weird effect where like if a fraud happens before the thing we're all talking about, we're like, oh, that's not a big deal. But it is a big deal. So the whole thing about skipping regulatory guardrails and having people wire money to Alameda place is the most insane thing that I feel like everyone's just like kind of like, well, we don't care about that. Basically, Sam's excuse is a crime. His excuse is, oh, we had everyone wire to get money on FTX. You had to go wire money to Silvergate, and the wiring instructions said Alameda. Oh, really? Oh, really? Isn't that illegal? You can't. The bank account wasn't for customer funds.
This has been normalized for years in cryptocurrency, right? And the reason is that before, and this is, and I assume now it's about to get real tough again, but before it was really hard to get banking for these cryptocurrency companies, and the Federal Reserve and the FDIC wanted nothing to do with them. And, well, you know, you had Signature figure it out, you had Silvergate figure it out, you had Moonstone figure it out, but not a lot of banks were able to figure it out. Well, suddenly, I think, what is Silvergate trading at? $18 now, or something like that? Like, it's down 90% or something from its all-time highs. These guys, and then this is crazy to me, because this is not something I hear happening unless we're talking about a bank that's in deep, deep shit. Is Signature trying to sell $10 billion worth of its customers' deposits. Like distressed banks do that. That is, it's odd. It's just an odd thing that they're suddenly selling their customer deposits related to cryptocurrency assets. Like, troubling. All of it is incredibly troubling. I would be worried. I would be really worried, because I think what you just said is true. Like, cryptocurrency absolutely normalized wire fraud. Like, it was just a part of doing business for them. And I think a lot of them probably did this. A lot of them.
Well, I think but it's a crazy thing to confess to because, listen, I don't think they're going to go for this, but really every customer transaction is a wire fraud. And every wire fraud carries a maximum sentence of 20 years. So you're looking at just outrageous, like they'll never go for it, but you could probably get them on like tens of thousands of counts of wire fraud just from that thing, which is his excuse. That's like the most mind-blowing part. You would think that the thing that could put you away for several lifetimes would be the thing you're trying to hide from. But somehow that's the thing he's like, no, that's what I did. I'm not a fraud because I did that.
Well, or he thinks that's the more excusable form of fraud because, like, what Cass is talking about is right. Tons of these exchanges have at times used desks or shell corporations or whatever to receive and send deposits. Bitfinex and Tether described using bank accounts of friends of Bitfinex, as it was described, to both take in money and send it. Jesse Powell of Kraken talked about renting employee PayPal accounts early on in order to service withdrawals from Kraken.
That's
like,
insane.
and these are things that these people admit to in public. And for years, people have been like posting on Reddit or on Twitter, like with their wire instructions for FTX and having it say Alameda Research. Like, that's been a known thing. That was not a secret, like in the cryptocurrency industry. And everyone just kind of accepted it because it's how it had always worked for so many of these exchanges.
And because no one ever gets, right? Nobody ever goes down. So this might be the first time that someone actually goes down for something like this. Although I think they're going to be able to get them on everything else. I mean, honestly, I think it's going to be pick and choose your crime that you want to stick them with. And I think it's going to be, I think it's going to be like shooting fish in a barrel. What else? Oh, there was something in the SEC about them using not only like Alameda, but they used shell companies of Alameda that they pretended were associated with it. Like they didn't have the name of Alameda anywhere on their website. And that's where you sent money. Can you guys dive into that a little bit?
Yeah, so that would be like North Dimension Inc., which was a Delaware-based corporation that was owned by Alameda Research, but was not, it wasn't called Alameda Research. And like the SEC makes it very clear that it was deliberately not called Alameda Research. Like that was, which makes me think they've got documentation of people making that decision to not have it say Alameda Research. And so with that, they were accepting these wires for FTX through an Alameda-owned subsidiary that they were trying to hide the fact was an Alameda-owned subsidiary, which again is very similar to the story with Hivex that we've talked about in Australia. And North Dimension Inc. may be weirder even than it looks, at least as of a couple weeks ago when I first looked into it. If you Googled it, you came up with a weird electronics retailer that seemed to be trying to claim it was doing import-export of electronics under the name North Dimension Inc. And I'm mentioning that fact not because I've 100% confirmed that website is tied to the North Dimension Inc. that SBF was using, but because in like the case of Crypto Capital Core and things like that, some of the shell corporations which were set up for them to get bank accounts, one of the common things they would say they were doing was import-export to try to explain why they were getting relatively frequent wires in and out of their accounts to the banks. And that's broadly one of the common tactics for money launderers, because you can mark your products to whatever you want, you invoice it to someone across, and you've got a justification for the flow coming back into your account. And so when I saw that North Dimension Inc. was set, like when you search that name, the website you found was this electronics importer-exporter, that was a little notable to me.
Well, I guess
that's super interesting.
I guess we've also, Bennett and I, we've also seen other industries that could be incredibly useful and easy to money launder in, supporting cryptocurrency conferences in the Bahamas and all of this other stuff. But I guess my question is, if we know all of this and we know that these charges are now being brought against Sam Bankman-Fried, this is similar to the question that we spoke about last time, which is like contagion. We're all talking about contagion risk, but I think now we have a new aspect of this contagion risk, which some people are already discussing, but this idea of like, is SBF going to sing? Like, are a bunch of people about to get in trouble because SBF opens up and tries to somehow get out of, let's say, whatever he could face, 100 years in prison? Like, what is going to happen right now? What do you guys think?
That's a great question. It all depends. Does he have the skill? Is it sufficient that he could roll like that and be actually get him time off? The other thing that I find dubious is that he's so much the boss that they want to take down that the odds of them cutting a deal, like a good deal with him, is to me so low. I think they probably, if they have cut deals with other FTX top brass to, as they already know, okay, how many of these guys do we really want to go after? Okay, we'll give you some easy plea deal. And that might be where they get the really good information from. But it's a really good question. I mean, I think there's questions about what their connection is to like Genesis. I mean, I think Genesis is a fascinating case. If they've been lying to people, saying they're solvent, they're fine, until they're not fine. And they have some connection to. This is like kind of like another thing I'd love clarification on. So this is kind of like off topic, but it goes back to your thing about like Contagion, like what was going on. One thing I don't understand is Sequoia invested in FTX, right? Or Alameda.
FTX.
Then they invest with a subsidiary, they invest back in Sequoia to the effect that I think they only actually got something like $10 million, but the was like $210 million. So there's this huge pressy headline, but there was this really strange reinvestment back into their fund that seemed extremely quid pro quo. What do you make of that? And this is supposedly the legit guys, right?
Yeah, that was quite suspicious. They did get the investment from Sequoia, and then the round trip investment back did come from Alameda. Alameda was the one who then invested to become an LP back in Sequoia, which did look quite strange because you would assume that they had better uses for that money than investing in VCs when they're also VCs themselves. Yeah, that was quite a strange little bit there. I do kind of want to go back, sorry, before we move on the potential of like Sam flipping or exposing other things.
Yeah.
Is in his prepared testimony, one of the things he submitted was screenshots of the supposed exchange coordination chat, where a bunch of different exchange executives were discussing what they should do to help stabilize the industry. That's an interesting document that I imagine many people would be interested in, including a variety of federal prosecutors and investigators. And other documents in that same kind of vein involving communications between executives of these firms and what they should all collectively do to stabilize the industry. I imagine those could be useful. And the other thing, I think there's a chance that they negotiate an overly generous plea deal with Sam is like, I'm reminded of the Paul LaVou case, where once they got the head guy, they basically used him, flipped him upside down, and used that to try to take down the rest of the network. Their effectiveness doing that is quite debatable, but that was kind of broadly their goal with that. And I think in SBF, there might be kind of a case where they could possibly go both up and down, right? If you can potentially get enough information to get an indictment for Binance or for CZ or someone who operates a many billion-dollar pseudo money market fund or something like that, that might be valuable enough that you take a 3 lifetime sentence and make it 20 years with a chance for good behavior or something, right? And so I think there might be a chance that Sam's got some play on the table there.
Don't you think he would have given it up with CZ? It had it already. I mean, I get the feeling from everything Sam has been saying that he hidden, like he knows he can't do this from an optics perspective, but he blames CZ 100%. You can tell just from how he writes, like, oh, you won the game. Then in his Senate testimony, he's like, yeah, he blames Caroline too, right? It was all Caroline's fault. But that's like what he says for optics, because if it's not Caroline, it's him, right? But I think he blames CZ in the sense of, I think deep down when he's talking to his friends, he's mumbling about CZ screwing him over.
Oh yeah, he even had that one tweet like about glass houses or something referencing CZ being like, "Oh yeah, sure you won, but it could have been the other way if I had played an entirely different set of cards in an entirely different game under an entirely different set of rules." Um, yep.
I do want to go back to what Coffee was saying about Sequoia, because I think this is something that people like us who aren't centimillionaires or billionaires aren't super familiar with. But I bet you anything that this is not the most uncommon thing in the world when it comes to venture capital, and especially when it comes to cryptocurrency in general, is this kind of like backwater. Okay, so on one hand, we're going to make a big, loud investment in you so that everyone values your company at whatever. And then we're going to get that money back, though, through whatever back channel that we need to figure out. We're going to get that money back from you for the most part. It's actually a minimal investment. And ultimately, we can't lose much money because, look, now your value is hyperinflated. I don't think this is as uncommon as we'd hope so. But it also so vividly reminds me of the It's Always Sunny scene where they make their own currency and they're like, they think they're getting all the people to pay and make them a bunch of money, but it turns out they were just passing their own dumb currency around. Like, that is definitely how this feels.
And now they're out of beer.
Yeah, and now they're out of beer. Exactly. That is how this feels. But
only if it was in the case of high finance with actual millions also being passed around with using your crappy current collateral. Then they would actually square. Oh, it's so crazy. Yeah, that's really interesting. I saw a bunch of speaking of that, there's so many lenders who took FTT as collateral. But I think a lot of them actually pulled it back. I think that's actually why I was kind of surprised when I looked at their filings. I thought I'd see more lenders with huge claims, but a lot of them really did pull back. And I think that is where the problem appeared. I think they had lost the money kind of throughout maybe 2021, maybe part of 2022. And that when they really pulled the money out, it was like, oh no, we have no cash.
I think that is exactly right. And like, in that vein, we have described, like in May of 2022, when a bunch of the lenders called in the loans, Bankman-Fried directing them to send billions of dollars over to Alameda to keep it viable. And one of the most interesting pieces kind of connected to this, in my mind, at least in the CFTC filing, was when they talked about Sam Bankman-Fried's little acquisition spree he tried to go on a few months ago when he was buying up many of these same lenders. And one of the things the CFTC specifically said is that his goal was to fill the hole in customer funds that had been created. His goal with buying up all of these different bankrupt companies and whatever was to use their assets to try to cover his own liquidity hole. It was just
crazy.
A brazen gambit.
Crazy.
It's crazy, but it's also like, how obvious in hindsight, right? Like, how obvious is this in hindsight? Like, oh, who's going to buy BlockFi? Why would you buy BlockFi? It's a business that doesn't work, that went out of business because they were offering something that was completely unsustainable. Ultimately, you're buying it because there's still customer funds there that you can access and use to trade with. Like, wow, that is exactly what this guy did. Surprise, but no, not. It's the same as like, oh, of course he's lying about everything. But then every time he lies again, you're like, I can't believe he lied about that. So yeah, it's infuriating and frustrating, all of this. Sorry, Coffee, go ahead.
Well, especially if you just remember what that summer was like and the praise that he got, the hero worship that happened. He's the Jamie Dimon of crypto. He's saving the world. The buck stops with Sam Bankman-Fried. That was what everyone was saying, and it was all a crock. I mean, turns out he was paying off people at the block. He was paying off all the journalists. It's crazy. It's outrageous, actually, is what it is.
I will say that it is wild that the former CEO of the block, accepted. I think he got a loan
majority shareholder,
and currently still the majority shareholder.
Got a $16 million loan from FTX to buy some real estate.
The clawbacks on this are going to be impossible. It's going to be so brutal.
That's what I was I was actually about to say this is I wonder, so once he's extradited, do we think that the Bahamas just takes these assets and makes them their own?
Great question. I mean, this is the problem with jurisdictional like battles. I mean, it's very tough to say. I don't know, Bennett, do you have any insight here?
The Enron or the it's the Madoff clawbacks that are still going on, where they just got another part of the funds and were able to release it like a couple months ago or something, right? And so like, yeah, these clawbacks are going to be ongoing for a decade, maybe more, as they try to fight across the global court system. And like, even in the testimony today, John Ray specifically said that like part of the problem is some of these accounts are not in the name of FTX or Alameda Research or whatever, and that may make it more challenging for them to exercise their claim on the funds.
That's very interesting. I wanted to quickly bring up, because I got to go in 5 minutes, but I got to quickly bring up Binance. They got $1 billion out of this whole deal. I think they initially got 100 million in, and they got $2 billion out, but I think they didn't cash. I think they said they had some amount in FTT, which is now worthless. So let's just say they got an even $1 billion. I don't actually know. What happens to that? Does that get clawed back? From the start, this was a fraud, and this is a huge chunk of your funds. You have billions of dollars missing. This seems like funds that Binance got through fraud, basically. What do you guys think?
I think that that's going to be a little bit challenging. Protos reported on the Series B1 documents a little bit about that acquisition, and it was done, again, using Alameda Research to repurchase the FTX equity, not FTX itself. And a large portion of that was done in the FTT token, with the remainder being done in BUSD. There's still some things I'm struggling with, because like the filings today suggested that when FTX started, Binance was a 20% owner. By the time they were repurchasing the shares from Alameda Research, Binance was less than 10% owner, so they must have changed the share structure at some point between when they were founded and the Series B1 that ended up diluting Binance without them buying back the equity. And then there was this equity, and I imagine there could be potential clawbacks, but it's again one of those kind of challenging cases, because what documentation is actually going to exist for this transaction? Which entities, like corporations, were actually involved in it? Do those corporations still exist? Binance has switched like its nominal like corporation like what 4 times in the last 5 years. Like it's going to be a challenging thing for a lot of lawyers.
Regardless, I will say that CZ has absolutely painted a target on his back, and they're gonna try to figure out a way to bring charges.
He should have kept his mouth shut when he said, absolutely. "Oh, I got all this money from." You shouldn't have said that, buddy. You should have not have made that super public, because now, yeah, you're absolutely right. He's a target on his back completely. It's an interesting.
The last thing I want to bring up before you head off, Coffee, I know you got to go, but here's the last thing I would like to bring up is, while all of this has been going on, a few other former scammers have been nice and loud and boisterous and making these beautiful comebacks. I'm specifically talking about Suzu, Kyle Davies, and our boy Do Kwon, and how, one, Do Kwon is in Serbia, which is located right next to Kosovo, which is one of, I think, 5 countries that aren't on the Interpol, part of Interpol. So he doesn't get picked up via Interpol, clearly. But we also have Suzu and Kyle Davies in the United Arab Emirates blaming a credit bubble, essentially. Do you think these guys can make a comeback? What's next for them, and what are they doing?
I think it's okay. So first of all, I think it's so funny that basically everyone got super mad at them, so they left the room, and then somebody makes a bigger mess at the party, and they kind of like peek their head back in. They're like, "Hey guys, we're not that bad, right? We're just kidding, right?" No, I mean, listen. Obviously, with me, they're never gonna make a comeback. But I mean, with other people, who knows? It's really weird. It actually, the history. Collar fraud prosecution is kind of pathetic, and you get these anti-heroes that, because they never go down, they're all valorized, they're glorified. I saw in Matt Levine, who I actually really like him and respect him as a journalist, but in this write-up about Sam Bankman-Fried, he's like, oh, maybe he'll be like Adam Newman, haha, like he burned billions of dollars in Now he just raised another $1 billion. Like, could be Sam Bankman-Fried's future. And it's like weird to me. I'm like, but though, like, why are we letting these guys in the back door? So I don't know. I mean, I think obviously there will be big asterisks next to anything Suzu or any of these guys do if they do it. But at the same time, there's always going to be scumbags like Kevin O'Leary who they don't actually care that you're fraudulent. What they care about is you might make money for them. And so you ran up a company to, billions of dollars. That works for me. As long as I'm not the one you backstab in the end or you default on. So I don't know. It's a good question, though.
Well, thank you very much for joining us today, Coffee. If you got any passing thoughts, leave them on your way out, and everyone make sure to check out Coffee's work.
No passing thoughts. Obviously, you guys know I'm a big fan, and all the stuff you guys do. So keep it up, and yeah, see y'all later.
Thanks for joining us.
All right, sweet.
Okay.
Cool.
Cass, do you have any other thoughts on the wildness that's been going on?
There's just a lot. There's a lot that we need to be cognizant of. I think this is the World Cup for cryptocurrency journalists right now. There's a lot of news. There's too much news for any one team to possibly cover. There is just an entire enormous big pile. And it's going to just get weirder. I've said that before, but it's just going to get weirder. It's just going to get stranger. And I think it's one of these, anything that could go wrong will go wrong. And we have yet, it hasn't yet. We're still in contagion and scary mode. Not that I don't think there's a lot of fear left. It's kind of just like, well, here we go. What about you, man? What about you? Final thoughts?
Oh, I still feel like there's a lot of contagion that has not yet been shaken out yet. Like Genesis going to all of their investors, we're going to talk to you in January. Yeah, January things are going to be better. We're going to find the money in January. See y'all then. That doesn't leave me with a great feeling. The other piece that's always an outstanding issue is, of course, our favorite stablecoin, which Alameda was the single largest customer. And the CFTC settlement today, specifically talked about how Alameda was authorized, by FTX to use FTX customer funds to issue and redeem stablecoins and things like that. And so some portion of the 36.1 billion tethers that had been issued by Alameda as of November 2021 were quite likely customer deposits, which I think could potentially embroil Tether in some interesting aspects of this bankruptcy and this ongoing case here. Broadly, I'm also kind of just interested, as I keep mentioning, in that kind of flow of funds that's been going on there, where you had $36.1 billion supposedly pass from Alameda research accounts into Tether accounts and then had these Tether issued. And that is just an interesting dynamic that I'm very curious to see how it ends up proved out as these cases are ongoing.
Yeah. I don't know. Eyes are glued on all of this. It's going to be wacky and wild.
Well, at least people don't need to worry about Cascoin or Cascoin Exchange.
Cascoin is fine. Cascoin Exchange is fine.
Okay. With that, thank you everyone for joining us for this live stream. It's been a wild month. Hopefully at some point in the next several months, we'll be allowed to sleep. That would be nice.
Doubt it. Welcome back, everyone. I am Cass Pianci, and I'm joined as usual by my partner in crime, not of the criminal sort, Bennett Tomlin. How are you today?
I'm doing well. How are you, Cass?
I'm doing good. It's been busy. It's been a very busy week for both of us. But today's episode is going to be about SBF's parents, the Bankmans and the Frieds, and their what appears to be increasingly important role that they each played in the criminal elements of FTX and Alameda research. They called it a family business. They accepted incredibly large salaries. His father was getting $1 million after requesting it because he was only getting $250,000 before. Mom pushed and tried to ensure that any money getting sent to the charity arm of the company had, 2 steps of separation, 2 degrees of separation. Just really shady, weird stuff going on over there with the Bankmans and the Frieds. But those are kind of vague descriptions of what's going on. Bennett, why don't you walk us through some of the seriously criminal elements and what is happening?
There's a decent amount of allegations contained in this lawsuit from the FTX debtors in possession against Joseph Bankman and Barbara Fried that at a high level alleges that they were involved in specific aspects of the business and were closely connected to various alleged criminal acts and criminal acts people have pled guilty to. Starting with Joseph Bankman, he was involved with Alameda Research as early as 2018, which is when it was founded, and stayed involved throughout the entire time. The first several years, this appears to have been relatively informal. He directed FTX towards their first law firm, suggested their first accounting firm, was involved in consultations for hiring of certain executives and things like that. But none of this was documented in any kind of formal way. Eventually, in January 2021, he decides that there should be some kind of piece of paper that describes his relationship with these entities. And so he creates a document that describes his work for Alameda Research and FTX US, saying he's doing a variety of pro bono legal work and consulting work for these entities. What's interesting, of course, is that he was the signatory for the FTX entities and for himself on this entity. Really has kind of vibes of that loan agreement between Bitfinex and Tether years ago, where JLVDV and Juan Carlo were signing for both entities. And so that was one moment that really struck me as I was going through that, is that he felt the need to, after providing advice for several years, finally in 2021 documents it and says he's providing this pro bono legal advice. This did not stay pro bono for very long. Later in 2021, he would take a leave of absence from Stanford University. And after he took this leave of absence, he allegedly told an FTX US employee, "I'm no longer getting paid by Stanford because I'm on leave, so you should have me on salary starting December 1st. In December 2021, this is when he finally entered into a formal employment agreement with FTX US, where his nominal title was senior advisor to the FTX Foundation. You said it was $250,000. It was actually $200,000 a year, plus bonuses he was supposed to be getting paid. And this is where we get to the fun part that you made an allusion to before. He went to FTX's head of administration after signing this employment agreement that clearly said $200K, told this person that he was supposed to be getting $1 million a year starting in December, and then he sends an email over to Sam Bankman-Fried, his son, that says, and I quote, "Gee, Sam, I don't know what to say here. This is the first I've heard of the $200,000 a year salary. Putting Barbara on this," meaning he CC'd in Sam Bankman-Fried's mother and his domestic partner to help him deal with this contract negotiations that happened after he signed that contract. And it worked. It worked. Within 2 weeks, Bankman and Fried were gifted $10 million in funds originating from Alameda. Within 3 months, they ended up getting their $16 million mansion in the Bahamas, funded entirely by FTX. And over the period after they got that mansion, they were able to expense something like $90,000 in various other expenses. And before he signed that contract agreement in December 2021, I do want to make clear he was also provided with an option to purchase shares of FTX US and FTX Trading in November 2021. Before he was even employed with FTX, he was getting large options of shares. So yeah, I think that kind of is a good initial overview, and we can get into some of the details he was also involved in, but they were receiving a lot of this type of monetary compensation.
Yeah, well, I want to specifically bring up here some things that really made a red flag go off for me were, for instance, how they were keen to keep the residencies, the properties that they were acquiring with these gifted funds and all of this money that they were essentially taking from customers. Let's be clear on that. That they wanted to ensure that that money and those properties would be shielded from a bankruptcy. And I'm just wondering, like, why? If they're so confident in this business, if they're so confident in their son, if they're so sure this is the future of finance, and I get it, you want to shield your personal property from a bankruptcy, but you just got gifted $10 million. You have to know this isn't exactly personal property, right? Like, you have to know your son is giving this to you. Your son is making money from the company. How is he making all of this money? You haven't really nailed that down yet. And you still are just letting this all transpire. Nobody was asking any questions is kind of what I'm getting to. But the questions they were asking were about, like, ensuring that they were shielded from any problems in the future.
Yeah, and we should clarify the timeline a little bit here. There's a 2021 email exchange where FTX's general counsel wants to set up a meeting with their law firm to discuss how assets, including primary residence, can be structured to be bankruptcy remote. And Bankman quickly kind of responds in this email chain the next day and says, it would be great, all else equal, if we could have the founders put money into property in the Bahamas, and sent them a link to a description of an offshore trust structure in the Bahamas. He then discusses this with a lawyer in the Bahamas, another Stanford law professor, and his brother-in-law, and then ends up saying something we might use when we buy property in the Bahamas. And the reason I'm belaboring this point is because it happens, I think, about a year before they actually end up getting the house. And then 5 months before they get the house, there's another thing that happens, and that's that they apply for residency in the Bahamas, permanent residency in the Bahamas. In order for them to get that, there's a $15,000 fee. That's also paid by FTX. And so I think what that kind of shows is this kind of series of planning that went into them eventually getting this mansion. They started discussing how to structure this about a year before, and I don't think they ended up using those trusts, at least not at the time of bankruptcy. They had already gotten their residency months before they got the property, and then they got the property. They wanted to benefit from this.
There's no doubt about that. I mean, there is no doubt. I just want to be clear, and we're going to link to the very thorough Protos article that goes over all of this. But it is very obvious. I think before we get to the crux of this, I first want to delve into this a little bit more. So Stanford yesterday decided that they were going to return all of the donated funds from this family, which amounted to $5.5 million, which is a lot. I mean, I know that they get a metric shit ton of cash every year, but the idea that they're getting $5.5 million in a single year from one family, one company, essentially one family. That's how you get your name on a building and stuff like that. So they were donating a ton of money to this educational institution. All I want to say is that I think Stanford is disgusting. I think we see this in a bunch of these higher education, these private institutions, probably equally common in great great public universities as well. But the ones that we hear about are like MIT or Harvard or Stanford accepting money from Jeffrey Epstein or accepting money from these guys. And then, okay, you're returning it. Great. Well, you know why you're returning it? Because you got caught. That's why you're returning it. You're not returning it because you thought it was the right thing to do. Now that it's all coming out in these court documents, Stanford's giving the money back. They didn't do it 1 minute before that happened, though. Isn't that interesting? And I think you should get into kind of the details of those donations, which there were many over this period. But what a nasty way for a university to operate.
I think the elite private colleges are at a special risk for kind of this because so much of their existing structure is based around taking in cash and converting it to some vague elite authority. Speaking specifically about the donations from FTX to Stanford that appear to have been directed by Joseph Bankman, there was one that came from Paperbird directly to Stanford University. And this one was interesting because there was a lot of discussion about which entity to use. And what Bankman ends up saying is that he thought it should come from Paperbird, which was one of the entities that Sam Bankman-Fried owned that held most of the stock for FTX that investors were buying into. The corporate structure of FTX is a mindfuck. But this shows Bankman was aware of parts of the mindfuck. He says Paperbird can use the deduction. And when he discusses alternatives, he says we can have another entity loan Paperbird money, but that requires some paperwork. Eventually, they get it all sorted out. FTX transfers money to Paperbird into a newly set up bank account, which immediately sends that money on to Stanford. There was another $4 million donation to a Stanford fund for pandemic preparedness that he described as pretty much a no-brainer. Bitcoin were transferred from Alameda Research's FTX account eventually. There was another series of donations where it was proposed that they give $1.5 million from the FTX Foundation to Stanford College. However, the initial $500,000 for this came from an Alameda Research bank account, and the second $500,000 came from an FTX US bank account. There was another donation they did for a Stanford blockchain conference so they could sponsor it. That one was only $10K. But again, it kind of points towards how Bankman saw these entities as interchangeable. He said 10K is so little it doesn't really matter. So if we think that having FTX US is easier or safer for some reason, we should just do that. And what's most interesting is you talked about your name on a building, and there was a Stanford University employee who provided comment as part of this lawsuit. And this Stanford University employee apparently says that internally in Stanford, these donations were categorized as directed by the Bankman-Frieds. And like when they specifically got the big $4 million pandemic preparedness donation from Alameda, this person even reached out, should this one be categorized like the rest as from you all, or is this one somehow different? And so, yeah, I think that those donations kind of point towards how they were specifically using these commingled customer and client funds from across all these different entities in this self-promotional activity of giving these donations.
Yep. There's more to where this money went, how much was spent, why they were in control of this. But I think the question that everybody wants to ask and is wondering about is, how are they not being criminally charged with anything yet? And will they?
I think we should hold off on that question for just a moment, because I want to talk about how Joseph Bankman also made sure other people he was related to and friends with got paid while he was in this position, because I think that's kind of fun. They talk about one example where he got a Stanford law student a free trip to the French Grand Prix, tickets to the race so they could go and visit that. But I think the more interesting one was a hackathon that they had planned that was run by his sister, Bankman-Fried, Sam's aunt. They hired her at a rate of $14,000 a month to prepare the FTX $1 million hackathon and crypto summit held at the Miami Heat Arena, which was the one they put their name on briefly. They spent a total of $2.3 million on this event, which was attended by 1,200 people. They were spending crazy amounts. They said she was authorized to spend, like, without a budget, whatever it was needed to get this event done. There was so much of this kind of like self-enrichment here that we'll get to your question as to how are they not being criminally charged. That's just grift.
Yeah, obviously.
The other person we need to talk about, of course, is Barbara Fried, Sam Bankman-Fried's mother, and her specific role. She, as you alluded to at the very beginning of this episode, described herself as her son's partner in crime of the non-criminal sort. And Sam made sure to sing her praises to his team, making known to her that he intended to rely on her direction regarding who to give to, how much to give to, and how it should be disclosed, and told them that it would be good for them to follow her advice as well. And what seems really interesting is she seemed to have a great deal of control. The lawsuit even alleges she was able to unilaterally commit funds of Sam Bankman-Fried's to her political action committee, Mind the Gap. Meaning without Sam's authorization, she was able to take Sam's money donated in Sam's name to her political action committee, which is a great deal of trust. And even inside her own committee, when she had to talk about some of these donations, she would say things like, I don't know exactly what interconnected entity he sent the money from, but the business is real and revenue generating, which again, I think points towards kind of the interchangeability of these entities for these folks. What I think really gets interesting is Nishad Singh, who has already pled guilty for conspiracy to defraud the Federal Election Committee, as well as a variety of other conspiracy charges. He was one of the people who appears to have served as effectively a straw man donor for Sam Bankman-Fried, and was advised in this process by Barbara Fried, Sam's mother. At one point when they were discussing donations to her organization, Mind the Gap, and she suggested that now that my connection to Sam is publicly known, because we don't want to create the impression that funding MTG is a family affair, as opposed to a collective effort by many people, including some mystery guy Nishad Singh, which is when she was suggesting that on their end, they would prefer if his name was the one that was donating to Mind the Gap instead of Sam Bankman-Fried's. And similarly, she was worried about a lot of their political donations. There's a really telling one where she's warning him in an email. One of these days soon, some reporter is going to think to look more closely at FEC reports, do a search for donations by company, and just reframe this as the FTX juggernaut rather than the SBF juggernaut, or even worse, suggests you are using Nishad/Carolyn as fronts. And again, later, just the last one to really put kind of a cherry on top of her seeming knowledge of some of the criminal acts that Nishad Singh has pled guilty to. She said, I would counsel strongly against giving in a disclosed form under your own name. And continued further in that email, you could get Nishad or Carolyn to contribute to the PAC some of the total amount you are willing to give, but that has its own costs and risks. And I think this, as well as some of like the more specific tax advice that Bankman was giving FTX on their specific finances and stuff like that, point towards potential knowledge of criminal acts. I tweeted out shortly after I read through this lawsuit, or as I was about halfway through reading this lawsuit, if I'm being honest, Stanford law professors desperately Googling what to do if I'm an unindicted co-conspirator. And as you alluded to previously, that is kind of what this feels like. It feels like these two law professors who should have known better had high-level knowledge of things that people have already pled guilty to and were deeply involved in the business. Bankman specifically was even mentioned on an internal document as a member of the management of FTX US, along with only a few other names. They had knowledge, they were inside the organization, and they had some amount of presence. One last thing that I think really hammers that home. When we went to consensus, and we talked about this in our episode that we did after that, Anthony Scaramucci was talking about his experiences in the lead up to and aftermath of the FTX collapse. And one thing he said that seemed to be corroborated in the lawsuit is that Bankman was involved in them attempting to get the emergency funding. And as we said, and we shared the audio clip of Scaramucci saying it, Bankman apparently told Anthony Scaramucci, or intimated to him, that there was an asset liability mismatch at FTX.
What happened to me is I was actually speaking in Sarasota, Florida. There was rumblings that day. I think it was November the 6th or something like that, or 7th. The Monday was the 7th. And then I got back to New York and I spoke to Sam's dad about the problem, and it was intimated to me that it was an asset liability mismatch, that they were meeting redemptions and there were assets available, but they weren't necessarily liquid, and they needed time to get the liquidity, and they were looking for some rescue financing. And so at that time, I was a good citizen and a partner in the business. Effectively, they owned a piece of my business. I was certainly trying to help them on their fundraising round. And then I talked to his dad later in the day.
How much money were they?
Well, they were talking about, and I've said this before, they were talking about $1 billion,
Okay.
which seemed, a lot of money, but certainly would be manageable in the context of the size of the business. But later in the evening, that number went from $1 billion to $4.5 billion. And then I said, okay, there's obviously a problem, and it's a bigger problem than they want to admit to. And so I made the decision that evening. I got on my phone, I booked myself a JetBlue flight down to the Bahamas, and I wanted to see for myself what was going on. Listen, I put my name and reputation at stake. I introduced Sam to a lot of people. Brett and I, one short year ago, and I believe you were there with us, we had Crypto Bahamas at the Bahamar Hotel. Brett and I organized a dinner for the likes of Tony Blair and Bill Clinton and a whole host of luminaries one short year ago. You fast forward, it's sort of still hard to believe that we're where we are right now. And so I needed to see it for myself. And so I went down there, and I would say that the war room was despondent.
And this was an exchange that should have no duration issues. That means for at least several days before FTX declared bankruptcy, at least according to Scaramucci's version of the story, and the lawsuit also alleges he was down there and part of those talks to get emergency fundraising, he knew FTX was insolvent.
Yep. I don't know what's going to happen, right? I want to clarify, as usual, that we're not lawyers. We don't pretend to be. We aren't going to suggest that we would have any better idea of what's going to happen with any of this than anyone else. What's being described sounds like fraud. It sounds like a breach of fiduciary duties. It sounds like fraud. It sounds like criminal. And I don't know how that plays out. We're going to get an idea based on how the co-defendants in the FTX Alameda stuff who have already pled, what happens to them? I don't know yet. Nobody knows. I can presume they're going to get a lot less time than SBF. I really believe that. I don't know if it'll be true. We're going to find out. My belief is strongly that they will see a significantly less amount of time in prison if they get prison time at all. Outside of Sam Trabucco, who we still haven't heard from, I think when he does decide to appear, will be doing a lot of time in prison.
We should add, in the interest of journalistic fairness, that lawyers for Joseph Bankman and Barbara Fried issued a statement to several outlets where they say, these allegations are nonsense. That house we lived in and referred to as our house and that was paid by FTX funds was in no way criminal or fraudulent, yada, yada. And then they throw in some stuff about how John Ray is wasting all this money and this is a distraction. This is meant to inflame people right before our son goes on trial. And so some version of that is their statement, and that's the liberty I'll give it.
And we've talked about this before as well. They already put it down in writing. They can say whatever they want now. I don't really fucking care if they deny it. You sent the emails, guys. You sent the emails. You literally put it in writing. The one thing you shouldn't do.
Out of context, Cass.
Yeah, out of context. My fat ass, dude. We've said it before. I don't know. If you're going to do crime like this on this level, if you're going to be doing, moving tens of millions, hundreds of millions of dollars at a time in the name of, crime. I mean, sorry, not of the criminal sort. But if you're going to be doing this, don't write it down. It's super simple. Do a phone call. Why wouldn't you do a phone call instead? Idiots. You guys are law professors? Are you
What if the lines are tapped?
Right. I don't know, man. These guys are law professors. It's hard to believe, but it makes you question everything. And this is the last point I want to make. It makes you question everything. These guys had crazy reputations in Silicon Valley and the education world, right? Upper education world. They were well known for their essays and their statements about tax law and Fried particularly about criminals and treating them correctly and all this stuff. It didn't take that much money for them to completely give up their reputation and do the exact opposite of what they'd been teaching for decades. That's crazy. And it's not just them. And I hope people realize that. It just makes you question everything so much more because who are you going to rely on now? People are going to throw away their decades-long reputations in academia and everything that they once stood for some millions of dollars and some property. I mean, that says something. And I don't know if that's an American societal issue, if it's a global issue, I don't know, man, but it's troubling to me.
There's certainly issues with many of the elites in America. I think both Joseph Bankman and Barbara Fried spent a lot of time around people who were richer than them, who they thought they were smarter than, and had at some level a belief that this was finally their chance to be both smart and rich.
Warped and sad. And certainly a statement on the way academia, higher education in America works, especially at these private institutions. It's super sad and super corrupt. And if you want to stop that, if you want to do something about, if you want to do something to stop this kind of gross academia stuff, this fraud, donate to Castcoin, guys. It's super simple. Anyway, I think that's going to do it for this episode. Remember, hit the like and subscribe button and all that stuff. I hate it when people say it, but I know I have to. Thanks for listening. Welcome back, everyone. I am Cass Pianci. I'm joined as usual by my partner in crime, Mr. Bennett Tomlin. How are you today?
I'm doing well. How are you, Cass?
Good. It's been an exciting week. We are joined by a very special guest. Actually, fourth time appearing on the show in
Wait,
some way,
fourth
shape, or
time?
form. Yeah,
If you count
you've
the panel.
count the panel, which you were a part of. David Z. Morris, welcome back to Crypto Critics Corner.
Thank you.
And welcome.
Honor. Incredible.
He's been writing for Protos and kind of covering the SBF trial for Protos. So it's been wonderful having you on the Protos team, David. But actually, maybe we should start off there. How did you wind up writing for Protos? What's going on over at CoinDesk? Let's talk about it.
Yeah, I think some people will know and some people will not. There was a big round of layoffs from CoinDesk about 7 weeks ago. And unfortunately, I was impacted. There's a whole behind the scenes story that I can't go into too much, but as people know, CoinDesk is a subsidiary of Digital Currency Group, which was pretty significantly impacted by a lot of crypto crashes that we caused? ? So, I've been talking to some of my colleagues and saying that there needs to be some sort of equivalent to like the Silver Star or the Purple Heart for journalists who lose their jobs because they destroyed the organization that they were working for.
Well, and I've also been excited, just to add before we get any further, to have for you to have had more time to contribute to your personal newsletter, Flesh Markets, where you get to cover some of the more esoteric but interesting stuff that just can't get editorial approval at other outlets.
Yeah, thank you. And I guess right up front, I can say I would be really awesome to have more people sign up. It's just davidzmorris.substack.com, and you get a bi-weekly subscriber-only crypto news roundup, although right now it is mostly SBF trial. Lots of good stuff there. It's been really exciting to see it grow, and I have gotten a lot of great feedback, so it's nice.
And we're going to link to that Substack in the show notes, and if you're listening to this on a podcasting platform, I will be linking to it there as well. So it'll be easy enough to find David's Substack and also his coverage of the trial so far for Protos. So we'll be linking to all of that good stuff. But now let's get to the main course of our discussion, which is the trial and how hectic and wild this has been. Why don't you start us off, David? You've been there firsthand. Wherever you want to start, why don't you just go for it?
Yeah, so we just finished the first week. There was no trial on Monday, but Tuesday started with jury selection, which was interesting, but also I got a lot of reading done, which I think is actually going to be a theme for a good bit of the trial. And then we really went off to the races. The first witness was Adam Yedidia, who was one of the developers, fairly high ranking. He lived in the Bahamas penthouse with Sam Bankman-Fried and was a longtime friend. We'll go into more depth, but he's a little bit different from some of the other witnesses because he's not testifying under a plea deal. He hasn't pled guilty to any crimes. So the prosecution started off with a witness who's not implicated in anything that's going on particularly.
They did actually start off with a cocoa commodities trader, if I recall, right? Like everyone seems to have skirted over that.
You're right.
It's okay. I actually saw a bunch of videos say the same exact thing. But I know he wasn't a very impactful witness. He basically was just saying that he, as a professional commodities trader, cocoa trader, had fallen for the hype of what SBF had put out there and FTX. That he watched the Super Bowl ads and put his money on there. But
and that was actually kind of significant just as a thing for the prosecution to establish, which is that this was a customer, somebody who had used FTX, talked about the marketing, talked about why he, a professional, trusted the platform. And that sort of establishes the grounds for a lot of the fraud charges. So yeah, that was the first. Adam Yedidia second. Third witness was a guy, Matt Wang of Paradigm, which is a crypto venture fund, took the stand to talk about how they got robbed. And then, we wrapped up the week with Gary Wang, the co-founder of FTX and Alameda Research. And Gary's testimony was definitely the bombshell of the week. And we'll get into it, but I think the totality of the situation is that things are going very badly for Sam. And there was even some drama in the courtroom that seemed to reflect that people understood that, which I think we will also get to.
Yeah, so jumping back to that, I haven't been in the courtroom like you have, but I've been reviewing the coverage and the transcripts and some of that. And the opening statement for Sam Bankman-Fried's lawyers struck me when they were going over it because it made a variety of incredibly strange arguments, at least to me as a layperson. None of us on this call are a lawyer, just to be clear for anyone listening. But argued in the opening statement that Alameda Research had billions in profits, said Alameda Research was a totally legitimate payment agent for FTX that everyone was fully aware of, and then even tried to make the excuse that FTX was a bank and that a bank run is what occurred, which is surprising to me because I missed them getting that charter, but apparently their lawyer found it. Do you have any thoughts on kind of that opening?
Well, one notable thing about kind of being in the courtroom is that at this point, I'm not really yet looking back at anything. So I was there for the statements, and I found them. I found the defense statement quite weak. The bank run thing definitely jumped out at me, and of course, that is the side of the debate that Michael Lewis is on, which maybe we can talk a tiny bit about either here or elsewhere. And also, just more generally, I think that. The way to think about those arguments is not so much that they're actual arguments that the defense is going to be able to make over the course of the trial, for reasons that I'll get into, but they are means of sowing doubt. The defense's only real tactic so far has been to, and this is legitimate, right? In a criminal case, the standard is you have to establish beyond a reasonable doubt that somebody is guilty, and so the defense is focused on creating that reasonable doubt. It's pretty much failing to do so far, and I think the opening statement kind of previewed that they are kind of grasping at straws. For those who don't know, the defense witnesses were all denied. Basically, they submitted a list of witnesses that was almost exclusively, as far as I could tell, subject matter experts, finance professors, and other people who had no real specific knowledge of what was going on. And the judgment in that case was that, these witnesses are only going to confuse the issue because they're going to be talking in theoretical terms rather than speaking to any substance. And so that means the defense doesn't actually have any witnesses to call. There might be some opportunities for them to go back to that initial witness list and get some people in. But I think at most there were like 2 names that they were given the option to recall as responses to government witnesses. So they're really relying on their cross-examination to, again, almost exclusively to sow doubt about the witnesses. And that has included both with Adam Yedidia and Gary Wang talking about the deals under which they are testifying. And in Adam Yedidia's case, the first major witness, I would say, I think that fell really flat in a way that might wind up harming the entire defense. Because as I said, Yedidia did not plead guilty to anything, but he was testifying under an immunity agreement. That is, anything he said could not be used to charge him with a crime. He has not been charged with a crime, but the agreement just prevents him from being charged based on his testimony. However, and the prosecution has done this very effectively, both with Yedidia and with Gary Wang, they are actually bringing up these agreements first and emphasizing the fact that what nullifies the agreements is if the witnesses are found to have lied. So somebody like Adam Yedidia is now completely not charged with any crime. Anything he says cannot be used to charge him with a crime on the stand. But if he lies, that agreement is nullified. And the same goes for Gary Wang, who actually faces, decades in prison for the stuff that he's charged with. So, if you give the jury the benefit of the doubt that they're at least slightly thinking these things through, it really undermines the fundamental argument of the defense that is trying to imply basically that these people are just saying what the government wants them to say because they were offered a deal. And that's really one of, frankly, only 2 legs the defense is standing on right now.
And that's a really compelling point that you're making, and piggybacking off of that in a sense here. I think some of the more dramatic flubs that have been pointed to publicly, the one that I remember distinctly, and I don't know if this played out similarly in the courtroom, but the one I remember distinctly is he didn't buy a yacht, did he? Which right. was what the defense team essentially said to, I don't know if it was Yedidia. I think it was Yedidia, where they...
It was Yedidia, yeah.
where they were saying he owns a Toyota Corolla. He's not taking in all this wealth just to buy fancy crap for himself. He didn't buy a yacht, did he? And I think the other flub that everyone's been noticing, or that has been sticking out for everybody, is that the judge is basically not having any of this, that there's been a lot of repetition, that there's been some borderline hearsay attempts for witnesses and other stuff. And that the judge is saying, you guys better fucking cut this out right now. But can you talk about those?
Yeah,
those moments? So
there's actually three things, because I want to talk about the hearsay thing and see if I can pull out the details, because that was a pretty nuanced one. But the questioning of Yedidia about Sam's spending was honestly hilarious and really made the defense seem, I think I just have to say, like, not that competent. And it's surprising because this is the firm of Mark Cohen and a guy named Christian Everdell. And Everdell is handling most of the cross-examination so far. And it was Everdell who pursued this line of questioning with Yedidia and was asking, did he buy nice clothes? Did he buy a nice car? Did he buy a yacht? Right? And of course, Yedidia was saying, not that often. I think they also during this question, or Yedidia was saying, like, no, he just dressed in cargo shorts and a t-shirt. And I think the really incredible part that seems to show some real lack of comprehension by the defense is that the defense then pulled up a piece of evidence that was the infamous photo of Sam Bankman-Fried on stage with Bill Clinton and Tony Blair at Crypto Bahamas last year. Now, they pulled up this photo because Sam Bankman-Fried in that photo is sitting next to Bill Clinton in cargo shorts and a t-shirt. So the defense is doing this to try and show he's just a regular guy. He's not embezzling money. Look at him. He's looking, but he's next to Bill Clinton and Tony Blair, guys. How do you think he got on that stage in a t-shirt and cargo shorts? Do you think the jury is morons? Like, they know influence peddling when they see it. Do you not? And the other point at which this is a complete disaster is that there's what's known as redirect. So cross-examination is after the prosecution has asked questions, because these are all prosecution witnesses. So the prosecution goes first, asks questions, defense gets to cross-examine, and then the prosecution gets to come back for what's called redirect, which is they have to address issues that the defense raised in their cross-examination, and they can essentially rebut. Now, the rebuttal for this line of questioning that the prosecution came back with immediately was to ask Yedidia, have you heard of FTX Arena? And at this point, I was in the actual courtroom. Sometimes I'm in the overflow, but I was in the actual courtroom, and the actual courtroom burst out, all of it. I could not control myself. I laughed. Everybody laughed because we all knew where this was going, which is that Yedidia said, yes, I've heard of it. We paid $100 million for the naming rights for the former Miami Heat arena. And again, it seems like the defense's tactics are built on the assumption that the jury is stupid, which is to say that they think that this guy's personal spending is the full sum of what he did with $8 billion. And so that was pretty bad. The hearsay issue was interesting, and I'm not going to be able to pull the details back up from memory, but effectively, I think this was with, maybe we shouldn't go too deep into this because I'm not even remembering whether it was Yedidia or Wang. But essentially, the defense was looking at the transcript of testimony that one of the witnesses gave to, I believe, the FBI immediately after the shutdown in December, was asking them what they had said at the time. And then when they did not produce the response that the defense was hoping for, the defense began reading their past statements to them from the transcript and asking them, did you say this? And that is essentially putting words in the witness's mouth. The judge immediately cut this off very sternly, and it was part of a much larger pattern where the defense was getting constantly shut down on its lines of questioning, as whether they were leading the witnesses, and of course, Cass, as you point out, the big one was repetition, and it really feels like the defense is just killing time because a substantial portion of the cross-examination with the major witnesses so far has just been the defense re-asking the same questions as the prosecution with no apparent purpose at all, as far as I could tell. And
that's upsetting the judge. There was like a whole sidebar with Cohen about it on day 2, right?
Yes. He got it right from the start. And then, after that sidebar on day 2, It has continued to happen. The judge has continued to reprimand. This is Everdell who's really doing it. I mean, Cohen was brought up for the sidebar, but Everdell has been the one doing the cross-ex. It's, in fact, on Friday, it was to such an extent, I haven't looked back at the transcript, so I don't have the exact wording, but Everdell, as we had recess early on Friday because a juror had travel plans, so we were going to wrap up at 2 p.m., and it was 1:50, and Everdell started doing this. He started like repeating the prosecution questions, and the judge at this point just interrupted him and said, "Mr. Everdell, it appears you're just trying to kill time until 2 p.m. Why don't we just break?" And Everdell was like, "Okay, you got me. That's exactly what I was trying to do. Let's break." And so we left at 1:50. And the other thing to point out, and I think this is the right point to point it out, is that you can hear all of this, and maybe somebody in the audience is thinking, oh, but maybe they were making some legal point, making some argument that we don't quite understand yet. And that is possible, but also irrelevant. One of the nice parts of being in the courtroom is that I'm there with a bunch of other even far more experienced court reporters who have watched a lot of trials. And one fella who I have found very knowledgeable told me that a jury trial is a lot like a presidential election. The winner is often the person who the jury wants to have a beer with. In some ways, it might seem like it's not real justice, but it is also because jurors are smarter natively than I think you might give them credit for. These interruptions, the judge reprimanding the defense counsel, all of this, I think, boils down to the jury having less reason to trust defense counsel, and in turn less reason to trust Sam Bankman-Fried. So I think it's all very bad for him.
I think one of the most impactful pieces of testimony so far, in my opinion, has been the testimony of Gary Wang. Can you talk a little bit about what he testified about, especially the relationship between FTX and Alameda Research?
I believe this is new information, but Gary testified that as early as late 2019, Alameda was already effectively tapping customer funds because Sam had personally authorized the use of FTT tokens held by Alameda as leverage for what amounted to margin loans on FTX. So there are various interpretations of this, but I think one very straightforward one is that FTX was a fraud from almost the very beginning. FTX was founded in the last few months of 2019, and within a couple of months, they were already having to use customer funds to underwrite Alameda. And this is staggering because what it means is that Alameda was very bad at trading crypto, even in the lead up to a real mega bull run. And well before, by the way, Carolyn Ellison was co-CEO with Sam Tabasco. So, we have a real pattern here. And I think, again, very devastating for Sam Bankman-Fried's defense.
Yeah, and I have some of this open in my notes right now because I covered the defense's opening statement in my newsletter for this week. And the comment, like I mentioned before, that stuck in my head was their billions of profits. So just to kind of help with the timeline a little bit here, Alameda Research was founded in 2017. They were initially funded by a large, like $110 million loan with a 40-ish% interest rate based on reporting from Semaphore. In early
Largely
2018,
from effective altruists, by the way.
Yes.
That's right.
Yes. This loan gets called in early 2018, which leads to some of the early members of Alameda Research quitting, including Tara McAlee, the co-founder, who eventually cites risk management and ethics issues. In 2018, the Wall Street Journal has reported that Alameda Research lost about 2/3 of their total assets on a bad XRP bet. Now we have the new testimony from Gary Wang saying that in late 2019 or early 2020, Alameda Research starts pulling from FTX customer assets by effectively putting FTT up as collateral at an unreasonable rate in terms of how it was calculated for the collateral. In 2021, we see the bad bet on MobileCoin, where they fat-fingered and ended up needing to have FTX step in, reportedly. 2021 tax returns for Alameda Research and FTX show billions of dollars in losses. 2022, we have the Luna and Terra collapse along with 3 Arrows Capital, resulting in all the loans being called in, which involved them taking more customer funds, allegedly, of course, to pay back those loans. And during this period, they're valuing the FTT they're using as collateral at more than the entire market cap for FTT. And like the reason I'm belaboring this timeline right now is because I think it's kind of important to emphasize that from 2018 through 2022, it's not clear there was ever a year where Alameda Research was actually making the billions in profits that their lawyers are claiming, that Sam is still claiming. It's not clear that at any point this was very much a legitimate, successful business. Points towards the creation of FTX being perhaps not motivated purely by a desire to create an effective cryptocurrency exchange.
That's right.
And let me jump in real quick and provide one other bit of clarity about the early days and kind of how Sam was thinking about this according to Gary's testimony, which is in itself staggering. So what Sam told him about Alameda's deficit, according to Gary, was that they could be allowed to run a deficit as long as it was not higher than the trading fees that FTX was making up to that point. This is insane. Basically, what Sam is saying is that as long as FTX is making a profit, those profits can be funneled directly into Alameda by way of a deficit. Like, this makes no sense, and I don't understand why he would even think it made sense. And it does speak to, well, I mean, I get in the bigger picture, but if you're actually running a business,
he plotted an exponential curve and then just plugged that into a bad expected value calculation and says, yeah, that number's positive, not negative, so we should do this. That's all that happened.
There's another point that's come out is the insurance fund has been questioned and how the insurance fund was calculated. And in case anyone is unfamiliar, in case anyone doesn't actively trade on any of these kind of bucket shops, the concept, including for BitMEX and other cryptocurrency exchanges, is that with these transactions, with all of these trades that are ongoing on your exchange, you take some of these fees that you're accumulating, you pile them into this big, like the Seifu fund over at Binance, and you basically do this so that you can tell customers, look, if there's ever a hack, if there's ever any kind of loss, if somebody freezes some token or something, we can cover losses up to a certain point. But it turned out that they were calculating this with just random numbers. There was no reality to the insurance fund numbers that they were coming up with. It was like times 7,500. I like ridiculous, just totally invented. But this brings me to, you mentioned Michael Lewis. Michael Lewis came out with his book, Going Infinite, which has been widely sort of lampooned within the financial industry. Outside of that, publicly, it seems like some people are into it, but that's fine. It depends on what you think. But regardless, two things here. You mentioned that, the defense is trying to sell a story, essentially. They want you to believe Sam is the guy that you want to go out and have a beer with, as opposed to whatever the prosecution is throwing out there to not establish that. Meanwhile, I think we have Michael Lewis saying, we've got this exchange. The exchange was always profitable. I was sitting there. I could see these books. I know that it was what it was. And yet everything that we're hearing says otherwise for all of this, whether we're talking about the story being painted of who SBF really was, or whether we're talking about what kind of risk profiles these executives were taking, how they conducted themselves, how they even determined what was acceptable levels of risk. It's all total fluff nonsense. Do you think there's any redemption arc here? What do you think the defense could do to push back on what we're all seeing? I don't know if it's obvious to the jurors, but...
Well, we have Carolyn coming up on Tuesday, probably. And it really seems likely that they are going to really work hard to throw her under the bus. And that, I think, is the only narrative Sam has offered, basically, is that Alameda losing all that money sent FTX into a tailspin. And then you just it's like the underpants gnomes. It's like Alameda lost all that money. No explanation for why Alameda had all the FTX money in the first place, but out of business. And that, I think, is the sleight of hand that the defense is going to rest on, is basically saying that FTX collapsed because Alameda was bad at trading. They've mentioned at least once that Sam recommended Carolyn put on a hedge at a certain point. and she didn't. And that, I think, whatever relevance that has, they're going to make a big deal out of it. Leaving aside the fact, by the way, that that also put Sam Bankman-Fried in the chain of command for an entity that he was not supposed to have any influence over, and in fact, whose lack of his influence over it was part of how they marketed and defended the entire arrangement that led to the creation of these two companies. So the defense is hung on its own petard, whichever way it turns, because their only way of claiming that that Carolyn was somehow the culprit was, that includes saying that Sam was actually in charge of Alameda. I do also want to speak to the Michael Lewis thing specifically. The quality of the book and the quality of the narrative is one thing, but it has been honestly shocking. And I idolize this man, to be clear. Like, he's one of my, one of the most people I hold in the highest regard, perhaps, in the world until about a week ago. But he is now saying in public that he intends his book to be a, quote, letter to the jury. And we already have a serious problem with jury trials in the US, which is that it's basically impossible for a jury to be sequestered from outside information. And here we have an influential finance writer who's saying he's actually trying to engage in what amounts to jury tampering from outside the courtroom. And that, I think, should be distressing. As far as the substance and the explanation of what's going on there, I think it's still a lot of Freudian psychology, frankly, with Michael Lewis and his self-conception. There's a lot more to be said about that, but it's a sub-issue. I think the real question is, like, buddy, you should not be trying to influence the jury. It's not what you're here for.
Some of the things he said about Zeke Fox, friend of the show and author of Number Go Up, a brilliant book that I recommend everybody check out. The stuff he said about Zeke, the stuff he's saying about O'Hare, the lad who's featured in The Blind Side. I hadn't heard
that, but boy, it's been a bad month for him.
Yeah, he basically said that dude has suffered. I mean, I want to say that this is hyperbole that I'm saying here, but he basically said that he's been hit in the head too many times and he's suffered a personality change, which I don't know why you're fucking saying that out loud, whether you believe it or not. I recommend shutting your fucking mouth and not talking about CT in that way. It's pretty despicable stuff. And like you said, somebody who I had a ton of respect for, even just as a storyteller, whether or not you believe every story that he's told, a lot of respect for that guy. And he wiped it out very quickly just by opening his mouth in these interviews, regardless of how I feel about his book, which I didn't like either. Sorry, tangent, my own vitriol coming out a little bit there. But so let's get back to the trial here. I agree with you that you shouldn't be writing letters to the jury unless you've been literally asked to do so by the prosecution or defense. And usually that comes in during sentencing and not during the actual trial itself. I'm curious what your thoughts are going forward here. As you said, we've got Caroline coming up, got a lot of other witnesses to go through as well. What do you expect to see in the next week?
Yeah, I think that, Carolyn's next. That's going to be the big day. I get to be at the courthouse at 4 a.m. to try and get into the actual courtroom so I can see all the action. I frankly don't have a great big picture view of the way things are going to go. Obviously, we still have Nishad Singh on the docket. He's the third guilty plea co-conspirator major figure. And because I mentioned Nishad, I'm backtracking a little bit, but it was very interesting listening to Gary Wang's testimony and describing, it was very boring in some ways. He was describing in huge detail how he and, Yedidia was involved in this to some extent too, how they, in the process of recoding certain payment APIs within FTX's code base, discovered how much money Alameda was extracting. And there were these series of meetings, like emergency executive meetings that Gary Wang described, and the attendees were Carolyn Ellison, Gary Wang, Nishad Singh, and Sam Bankman-Fried. None of those people is an accountant. It does not appear there were any accountants involved anywhere in the process of keeping track of how many billions of dollars FTX was in the hole to Alameda. Like we were seeing these, you remember the infamous SBF balance sheet that he posted that was like, maybe we have a few of these. I don't know how much this is worth, but it was like in an Excel spreadsheet so that it like sort of had some superficial form to it. A lot of those were taken from internal documents, we saw a bunch of internal documents during the trial that basically made it look like that was actually an accurate representation of how accounting was done at FTX. It was just spreadsheets, and you would even have, in a couple of cases, you had two different versions of a spreadsheet trying to calculate the same thing. Gary would do one, Nishad would do another, and they would arrive at a different number, and they would just kind of decide which number was actually correct. And that just seems to be the way things went. So Nishad is coming up. We'll get another viewpoint on some of those meetings. We will, I think, still get some testimony from Zach Prince, I believe his name is, the CEO of BlockFi. And so we'll get more from defrauded individual investors, defrauded equity investors, and people who, like BlockFi, I assume BlockFi lent money to Alameda for trading purposes, so they were defrauded in that way.
I think just to push back there for 1 second, I think what really happened with BlockFi is that FTX came in, Alameda came in as the rescue. They came in to rescue BlockFi because their lending product had blown up, and they were like, oh, we're going to take care of everything, we promise. And in reality, they were just desperately wanted to access those customer funds. And so then they started taking the customer funds and using them for whatever they wanted. Am I getting that right, Bennett?
I haven't been reading all the BlockFi bankruptcy filings like I have for FTX, but I think there was some detail about how when FTX came in with the rescue offer, Alameda Research still had some loan outstanding, and like the payoff of that loan was structured into the offer, combined with like some kind of performance standard that they were unlikely to meet, which made the total outlay from FTX like likely to actually be small. And like there was a bunch of weird structural issues in that deal that might come in. I have this feeling, but I can't remember the details, that BlockFi was one of the last loans Alameda still had not closed. They had successfully used the customer funds to close out most of their other loans from other lenders. So BlockFi might be being called as one of the defrauded lenders related to that conspiracy charge on Sam's list of charges.
It's all interrelated. It's all very incestuous, obviously. So as we wrap this up so we can keep it tight and get it out, I think that one other thing that people are going to be interested to hear about is that, during this frankly disastrous cross-examination of Adam Yedidia, which ultimately culminated in the prosecution getting a laugh line by mentioning FTX Arena, early in that cross-examination was really the first major moment of courtroom drama that I saw, which was Barbara Fried seems to have either broken down crying or come very close. I was sitting across the aisle from her, and she sort of lowered her head during the cross-examination, took her glasses off, balled up her fists, and like pushed her eye sockets into her fists like this. And she was kind of down in her own lap, curled over for, a few minutes, and did it a few times during the cross-examination. And at the same time, Joseph Bankman, Sam's father, kind of had his head down in his hand, whereas for most of the duration, they've both been very alert, very, upright. They're taking notes. And so my interpretation of that, whether she was crying or suppressing crying, she seemed very upset. And in the context, the conclusion that I had to draw was that she maybe was noticing that the defense was not doing great. And, it's one of those moments where, as we talk about the courtroom experience and the fact that I'm there, those are the moments that we're there to see. And it really raises a lot of sort of more complex questions on the human level, right? Because these are, people in their late 70s who are, I think, genuinely suffering, whatever they might or might not have allegedly done as part of this crime. And I think that I have to be even-handed here. I think that actually could have an impact on the jury, especially since the jury will not be allowed to learn any of the allegations now coming out around the parents themselves. And so, I think that that could be a factor. It could be a factor, even if she is not a manifestly terribly sympathetic person.
As a last statement from me, is that Liz Lopatto, who's covering this for The Verge, she mentioned in one of her articles, which again, I hope we can link to in show notes, she mentioned that a lot of it felt like the defense team was already preparing for the appeals. And I think that feels right. I don't know. I'm not there. You're there, David. But it feels right to me that like they know they're hobbled when it comes to actually providing a real defense for this stuff. And at this point, it's more like, fuck, can we figure out some way to get an appeal to actually work functionally? And they're just racking their minds trying to figure it out. It wouldn't surprise me if that's indeed the case.
She's a more sophisticated legal observer than I am, frankly. She covered the Elizabeth Holmes trial, so she knows this stuff a little better than I do. So I think the fact that she's thinking ahead to appeal is more than had occurred to me. To me, it just seems like they've given up already because they're just not trying anything. They don't have any witnesses to build an alternate narrative with. They really don't have, they have not been able to paint any clear picture in the jury's mind, as far as I can tell, of an alternate explanation for anything that happened besides the one that the prosecution has already painted very clearly. So all they can do is kind of chip around at the edges, frankly. And like, they haven't even been able to get any of the witnesses so far to talk about like charitable donations, which when people in the public sphere, that's where they go first. You know, you're like Michael Lewis, like, he wanted to solve pandemics. No, he didn't. But also, who gives a fuck? Yeah, I mean, that's where they are. They're just going back and getting the witnesses to say the same things they said to the prosecution. And that's really like half of the defense cross-examination so far.
It could be a matter of like, when they say someone's defending themselves, that they're a fine lawyer, but they've got an idiot for a client or something like that. But it could just be that trying to represent SBF is insanely difficult and if not impossible, right?
And there is a inconvenient fact here that I have to be careful about what conclusions people are invited to draw from this. But Cohen and Everdell is the law firm that represented Ghislaine Maxwell. And A, they lost that one too. But B, they could be considered perhaps a law firm of last resort for people who don't have any better option. And, there was a Wall Street Journal article about this connection, and they said that Cohen and Everdell have a reputation of, I'm going to paraphrase, but something like workman-like lawyers, right? They're not flashy. They don't have a lot of, I guess, juice, you might say. They're really just asking questions. And in some cases, that's very effective, apparently, according to this journal write-up. But in this case, you have to be able to paint a picture. You have to be able to tell a story that is convincing and that contrasts with the prosecution's theory of the case. And in this case, Everdell, again, is the cross-ex, and he's just, there's a lot of hesitations. There's a lot of ums and ahs, and there's a lot of, I'm sorry, judge, also. And so it's just not coming off. Yeah, so I am actually, because of my layoff from CoinDesk, I'm kind of doing a bunch of stuff. I've already mentioned my own newsletter, davidzmorris.substack.com. Check that out. I am also contributing occasional columns to Laura Shin over at Unchained. So go check out Unchained. And as we've mentioned at Protos, I don't have the address to all of my stuff, but I'll be filing hopefully every day or very close to it. So you'll get a granular view every day of what's going on inside the courtroom.
Awesome. Appreciate it. Thank you, David.
Follow me on Twitter at David Z. Morris also. Sorry.
Perfect. Nope.
And we'll link all that in the description and on the website for anyone listening.
Awesome. Obviously, I know that Castcoin was going through some issues last week, but I have provided myself a $65 billion credit line, and everything is good for now. So no need to worry, anyone out there. I know that it was troubling, but we're good. We're good.
We'll be bulletproof in 3 months to 10 years.
Welcome back, everyone. I am Cass Piancy. I'm joined as usual by my partner in crime, Mr. Bennett Tomlin. How are you doing today?
I'm doing well. How are you, Cass?
Mad because I've had to spend money on stuff, but other than that, I'm great. We're joined by a super special guest, one of my favorite reporters in the entire world, Nick Day, who works at CoinDesk and has been covering the Sam Bankman-Fried trial in person, like Mr. Morris, David Z. Morris, who we had on before. Thank you for joining us today. There's a lot we could start with here. I think we should start with kind of the beginning of the week. Gary Wang's still on the stand, and how it seemed to be not going great at the end of last week, and then at the end of this past week, it still seemed to be going bad. But what was the deal with Gary this week? What kind of questions was he answering?
Gary Wang, one of the FTX insiders, he was a co-founder, former chief technology officer, answered a lot of prosecution questions about how Alameda was able to access funds from FTX customers and have a negative balance on FTX, how it was able to, in his words, place trades slightly ahead of other parties on the platform. I assume you're asking about the cross-examination from the defense, where questions were somewhat, let's say, more repetitive and less insightful, I think is maybe a fair way to describe them, to the point where the judge was even asking the defense counsel to get a move on multiple times. Those questions were a lot more focused on just kind of the, certain details of what he was testifying about, details about his cooperation agreement with prosecutors.
Let me pause you right there. What was that cooperation agreement, just in case anyone is unfamiliar with what that was about and what that entails? Because I think the thought from a lot of people on Twitter or X, whatever, but the public in general, is that Gary and Caroline, who is the other star witness this week, but and Nishad for next week and some of these other executives, that they're going to do no prison time whatsoever. But that isn't right. Is it?
You're right. So Gary Wang, Nishad Singh, Carolyn Ellison, all pleaded guilty to charges between late last year and early this year, basically saying, admitting to, things like wire fraud and conspiracy charges, similar to what Sam Bankman-Fried has been charged with. And what they agreed to do is testify before the court in exchange for a letter from the DOJ to the judge overseeing their case, which I believe is the same judge overseeing Bankman-Fried's case, Judge Louis Kaplan at the moment, basically outlining their testimony, their crimes, and what has happened. And their hope is that the judge will take all of that into consideration and grant them a more lenient sentence. In Gary Wang's case, he was very upfront about hoping he does not get any prison time whatsoever. But it is up to the judge's discretion. The DOJ is not going to recommend a sentence. They're not going to recommend not a sentence. They're just going to say, okay, here's what happened and here's what he said. It's uncertain.
We don't know
what exactly they'll get. Right. We're not going to know until the judge, comes out and says, okay, here is what I think, and makes a ruling. That's, not happening until after this trial, of course. So it's going to take a while.
Well, and as we mentioned last week when David was on, the one thing that invalidates these agreements and makes them liable for full prosecution would be lying. So they can't do that.
And that actually extends beyond just, the three of them. We also have two witnesses, including former FTX developer Adam Yedidia last week, who are testifying under a grant of immunity. So they're not charged with anything yet, but what that means is the DOJ will not charge them for anything they say on the stand or that they admitted to in, the depositions or conversations prior to taking the stand, as long as, with that same caveat that Bennett just mentioned, if they lie about anything, gloves are off, the DOJ can do whatever they want, which is a point that the defense counsel really, really, really emphasized during the cross-examination of Mr. Yedidia for quite a while, leading everyone to think, oh, maybe they have something that they found him lying on. And that did not turn out to be the case, at least as of, right now.
They're saving it for later in the trial, I guess.
I know how silly that sounds, but I guess this is a good time to bridge into the other key witness of this past week, and the one that, man, everyone is talking about in one way or another. Caroline Ellison, the co-CEO, then CEO, but not really CEO of Alameda Research, took the stand this week, and it has been kind of crazy. I honestly have no idea where to start. Bennett, if you want to throw a question out there about it, it's been so wacky.
There was a lot of details revealed in Carolyn's testimony. And Nick, you've been there. What struck you the most from her testimony so far?
She was testifying for, across 3 days, but roughly it was about 2 days worth of testimony. Throughout the entire thing, she just really gave off this impression of someone who had, unwittingly fallen into this kind of emotionally manipulative, somewhat abusive relationship with someone who was able to take advantage of her and, have her, in her words, do crimes. Whether that was having Alameda take funds from FTX customers, whether that was lying about Alameda's balances and, the assets and liabilities to, documents that they sent to lenders and to, other parties, investors, or whether it's just, the whole collapse of everything. she really kind of, emphasized over and over again that she was doing these things at the direction of Sam Bankman-Fried, and prosecutors did bring up her relationship a little bit. The defense mentioned it briefly, and she was talking about how, in her view, Bankman-Fried was not particularly emotionally available for her or give her, any attention. There were some weird details about things like, FTX potentially working with Modulo, which was run by a different individual that Bankman-Fried had been in a relationship with prior. That seemed to be kind of the impression she was going for, and I think she did convey that. The other thing that really struck me is DOJ walked her through a number of issues, and they spent quite a lot of time on things like balance sheets, which are kind of dull, but also I think substantially more significant than some of the other things that she mentioned. It was a very clear narrative. They had a very clear case that they were presenting to the jury, not just from kind of like the emotional aspect, but also just kind of the fact-based, here's what happened next, and here's how we got to today.
I was actually going to chime in really quick and say, I wonder did it seem like the jury understood how important balance sheets are in a case like this, or did everyone's eyes kind of gloss over?
I actually have not been in the courtroom itself for that part of the testimony. Basically, there's an overflow room a couple floors below the main courtroom where most people are able to watch the trial. So there's only about, I think, 20 or so reporters and members of the public who are in the actual courtroom. According to one of my colleagues who was in the courtroom, the jury was, let's call it, split. Some folks were asleep, some folks were paying attention, some folks were really looking for things that stood out as being different from the rest of the monotony of people saying things and answering questions. In my view, the balance sheet stuff was some of the more significant and detailed stuff. So I imagine those who were taking notes are probably going to be filling in those who weren't when they break for deliberations in a couple of weeks.
One of the most interesting things for me was what she revealed about FTX Ventures, which was basically that it was Alameda Research in a poorly fitting trench coat, where Sam Bankman-Fried had come to Carolyn Ellison and Alameda Research with this idea to do about $3 billion of additional venture investing, but he was worried that Alameda's brand was no longer any good, and so he was going to do it under the FTX brand with FTX Ventures. But what Carolyn testified to was twofold. One, the money for those investments was coming from Alameda Research and therefore indirectly from FTX customers, and that what was more interesting is that Sam Bankman-Fried first approached her to discuss how this investment would, or these series of investments, would change the riskiness of Alameda Research. Can you talk a little bit about that part she testified about?
Yeah, and I actually thought this was a really clever approach from the DOJ as well. So a quick bit of background. In his opening statement, defense counsel Mark Cohen said that FTX and Alameda were, in his words, a plane being built in flight. And so, in his opening statement, he pretty explicitly, laid the blame at Carolyn Ellison's feet, saying that she did not hedge Alameda's risks when she was told to by Sam Bankman-Fried. So fast forward to her on the stand, the DOJ prosecutors walking her through this, and, this was an assistant U.S. attorney who's been leading the case for, the last 9 months or 10 months or whatever, first talked her through the analysis that Ellison did about whether or not those investments were safe. And Ellison testified that, in her view, based on the analysis, it would not have been wise to put those further $3 billion into venture investments. And we spent a lot of time on that, talking about, what the risks were, what exactly the possible failure scenarios were. There was talk about whether or not things like asset prices collapsing, crypto asset prices collapsing might have an impact. And at the end of all of that, the prosecutor asked, okay, so what happened then? And Ellison testified that Bankman-Fried basically ignored her, went ahead with FTX Ventures a couple of months later, and fast forward to November, and all of the failure scenarios presented came to fruition. So, first off, obviously, the obvious is that yes, these were some bad investments and some bad decision making that led to this collapse, but also it really kind of undermined a key point of the defense argument that she had not hedged risks, because Ellison testified that they couldn't. There was no money left to hedge the risks with because it was all going into this venture investing. And I thought it was a very clever, slightly subtle, but very clever way for the DOJ to approach that, because if the argument is, oh, Ellison ignored Bankman-Fried, they kind of said, well, yeah, that's not actually true.
What I kind of appreciated about it is Sam Bankman-Fried, in a series of public statements and by passing certain frames to certain people, has tried to portray, since the collapse of FTX, Carolyn as at least in large part responsible, and her ability as a trader in part driving that. And there have even been specific claims made, like you mentioned there, about the risk management of Alameda and who was responsible for it. And so what I thought made it particularly powerful is that this was a point where you see her, or at least her testimony suggests, she laid out these series of risks, and we see some of the signal chats to support that. And Sam Bankman-Fried took that, which ended up being the actual thing that happened, and said, no, we're going to do my trade instead, in this case, $3 billion additional dollars into illiquid venture. And that, in a significant fact, contributed to the immediate crisis in November when FTX and Alameda Research collapsed. The broader criminality existed regardless of that specific moment, but it illustrates that Sam Bankman-Fried was in control and is not as good as he wants people to believe.
Right, exactly. That was, I think a key point in that, the argument that the DOJ is making. I mean, the DOJ's case at the heart of it is Bankman-Fried took money from his customers. But, having all of these other details come out, and it's for the jury, right? And the question is, how's a jury going to take, oh, well, Bankman-Fried is saying that Ellison is responsible for all of this, but also he was ignoring her recommendations on how to, be more careful with the money, while also telling her to do X, Y, Z. And, I'm sure, if you look at the exhibits, besides the signal chats, there's these documents that Ellison put together where literally it's, a list of issues and concerns, and pretty stark visual, because again, these are from when she was making these documents back in 2021, 2022. They're contemporary documents that are illustrating what she was saying, not just a recollection from 2 years later.
We've made mention of balance sheets already. Could you speak to the 8 specific balance sheets that Carolyn was asked to prepare?
Yeah, so this was a really wild document, and I had a field day with this one personally, as a personal individual, not as a reporter covering this case. So 2022, some of Alameda's lenders, and specifically Genesis, which is a subsidiary of my employer's parent company, Digital Currency Group, for any viewers who are unaware, was asking for some kind of confirmation of Alameda's balances, which is, seems to me a fairly straightforward request. So at the time, Alameda had we've been talking about this, a lot of money tied up in things that they weren't really supposed to have money tied up in, or that weren't really paying off, and had already at that point borrowed billions of dollars from FTX customers. And Ellison testified that, first off, she made a balance sheet that acknowledged that Alameda was borrowing billions of dollars from FTX customers, but she didn't want to say that Alameda was borrowing billions of dollars of FTX customer money funds in the balance sheet. So, they used euphemisms like exchange borrows or FTX borrows, FTX loans, things like that, which are, supposed to hide kind of what exactly it was. Even that was not enough. She said she was talking with Bankman-Fried about this, but she created 7 alternate documents or versions of this balance sheet that all appeared on this one, what looked like an Excel document that basically phrased things slightly differently, kind of moved numbers around to try and hide that there was a $14 billion liability on Alameda's balance sheet, to make it look like it was in a much stronger financial position than it was. So, the key thing here is, first off, they wanted to hide that they were borrowing billions of dollars from customers, but also that they owed billions of dollars to anybody. So they created these 7 alternate documents, and this was for mid-June 2022. So, they only presented with Ellison the one document with the one primary thing and 7 alternates, and said that eventually they went with alternative 7, which was sent to Genesis and reassured them to the point that, they were able to continue, doing whatever. One thing that didn't come up with Ellison, but that did start coming up later with, witnesses like BlockFi, Zach Prince, they kept doing this. They kept making these balance sheets that they kept sending out, like the ones sent to Genesis. These balance sheets were also modified somewhat to try and hide the full exposure that Alameda had, the full liabilities on their balance sheets. Because again, if you're telling your lender, oh yeah, we owe tens of billions of dollars of funds to our sister company, probably, it wasn't a good idea. What they were trying to do is prevent the lenders from recalling their loans and saying, all right, well, we want all our money back, which worked for a time until it didn't.
You know what I find pretty interesting about this, and I wonder if maybe this is the defense's only mechanism here. I know that there were these 8 balance sheets, but then last week when we had David Morris on, we talked to him about how there were different internal balance sheets as well. So like the balance sheets that were supposed to be the real numbers, nobody even knew what those were. So like the 8 different balance sheets for everyone else. I mean, you don't even have one for yourself. So is there like a level of insane incompetence here? Negligence, criminal negligence, and is that the position they're trying to give themselves as opposed to like intentional fraud, intentional money laundering? Like, we're just a bunch of stupid idiots. Is that the goal here?
I mean, again, Mark Cohen's opening argument, this was a company that, in his words, made mistakes, where the phrase he used multiple times, I think, was they were building a plane while flying it. Which, as an aviation enthusiast, is not quite how planes work. This is a personal opinion. He's explicitly called out. Like, they had no.
It's a personal opinion that you don't build airplanes while you're flying them. I don't know if that's
just
a personal opinion.
Yeah,
that might just be fact, Nick.
I'm also laughing because I made a joke about that line from the opening argument in my newsletter too, where I was joking about like if their defense is that they're overconfident and stupid enough to jump from a mountain and try to build a plane before smacking into the ground, then yeah, sure, that's what FTX was. But as you said, that's not conventionally how most of aviation has been done.
Yeah, it's like, it's there. He was like saying like, oh, well, they don't have a chief risk officer. They, Bankman-Fried was, present until he was, stepping away to do other stuff, namely FTX versus Alameda. That is their argument, is that, all of this is like a, horrifically tragic mistake caused by, whatever, building too fast, moving too quickly, getting too big. Yeah, whatever. What is it that Facebook had? Move fast, break things.
Yeah.
That's kind of the impression that, Mr. Cohen is trying to present. And I will say, and Judge Kaplan has repeatedly expressed his admiration and respect for the defense counsel, but it is, based on what we've seen so far, a tough case that they're going to have to defend. And we'll see what the defense actually says, but so far, yes, their argument seems to be it was not deliberate. FTX funds just happened to get loaned to Alameda, and then things collapsed, because of attacks from crypto media and, whatever, attacks from rivals of FTX. Yeah, these are all things he mentioned in his opening statement that they've, we've seen, again, Google documents from Bankman-Fried and his team. It kind of suggests, yes, that is a narrative they've been trying to figure out since November of 2022.
Attacks from the crypto media is also funny to me because they're referring to, I think, your organization's work, Nick, if I had to take a guess. And Business Insider recently published a recording of the all hands at Alameda that Carolyn Ellison held, like, as the collapse was happening. And one of the things she said during it that struck me was she's like, honestly, I'm amazed this balance sheet didn't leak sooner. We've been sending these around to lots of people. What would have been particularly bad for her is if different versions of that started leaking, because they were making a lot of versions, as we've now thoroughly established.
This is the part where I lost my mind in court. Like, is obviously, CoinDesk had this moment in November 2022 where we published a balance sheet and the details of a balance sheet, which ultimately led to everything. What we realize is that, first off, the insinuations that the balance sheet was leaked by specific parties to CoinDesk, those are, as far as I understand it, not accurate regarding how my colleague Ian Ellison was able to source this document. We did the whole authentication thing. We verified it in ways that we were very comfortable with. And then now I'm wondering, like, hang on, did a doctored balance sheet meant to make FTX and Alameda look healthier than they were still manage to collapse this entire thing?
Yes.
Yes, that's
because the balance sheet from that you guys reported on accurately reported on some of their FTT holdings, but did not include any of the like inter-party loans or the loans to executives.
Right. Exactly.
again, there's no way for them to ever have provided an actual balance sheet to anyone. You know,
Yeah.
like
Right, yeah,
there is no real fucking balance sheet. There, it's all just made up bullshit in their minds. I don't know. It is wild. But yes, you're right. Yeah, it collapsed. It still collapsed it, even though it was a more positive take on FTX
Right.
and Alameda Research, which is
And like Ellison was
absolutely
testifying, like, you know, they were looking for accountants and auditors, and they were having a little bit of difficulty there. So that's why she, as a trader, she's my age, so someone who went from being a trader to being a co-CEO to being a CEO of this company, was putting together balance sheets, taking over the role from a fellow former FTX executive, Ryan Salem, who was the CEO or co-CEO of the Bahamas entity. And yeah, that seems to have been their internal accounting. We haven't heard anything so far suggesting they had something more sophisticated than, you know, Miss Ellison putting numbers into a Excel document or a Google sheet.
not that this is going to play a role in any juror's mind or anything, but I will say that when I heard what she was getting paid and that she had almost no equity in anything, I know she got that big fat $20 million bonus or whatever, but to have pretty much no equity in a multi-billion dollar business, in air quotes for anyone not watching, it just seemed like he was being a real piece of shit towards her. You know, I don't know what that says. That's if everyone would be in prison if you could go there for doing one bad thing. But yeah, it just seems like Liz Lopatto, who I brought up before, did an article which I don't know the exact line from it, but it was something like Sam Bankman-Fried was a shitty boyfriend, which I don't know. It doesn't say anything that's criminal, but gosh, he just was a jerk.
Yeah, look, I love Liz, and going back to what I said at the beginning of this, that was kind of what Ellison was saying throughout her testimony, is that, you know, she was in the situation where Bankman-Fried was, you know, paying her base salary was like $200,000 per year. She had the bonuses, you know, $20 million bonus, which is nice, quite nice, but she didn't have equity in Alameda. She asked for equity in Alameda, you know, when she was named CEO, and that did not happen. You know, Bankman-Fried denied it ultimately, and she still did all of these things that led to her pleading guilty to multiple federal criminal charges in December, and then testifying this past week before a jury and like 100 reporters and members of the public. So yeah, I don't know what that says, but it is a little wild.
So we've talked about some of Carolyn's notes. Nick, do you have any thoughts on $150 million for the thing?
That was... I will say that was part of one of my favorite lines said. So, you know, the back and forth here, you know, you may have read parts of the transcript or you may have seen the quotes quoted, but it's hard to convey in text just the kind of the intonation, right? So you have the assistant U.S. attorneys asking Ellison, you know, okay, did you ever speak in coded language about crimes that you committed or that crimes were being committed? And Ellison said yes. And the prosecutor asked for an example. And Ellison said, well, there was a time we might have, what was it? We bribed the Chinese government or government officials with $100 million. And the prosecutor, complete deadpan. Well, let's break that down. And again, some of us were in the overflow room. The overflow room kind of burst out laughing. It was such a surreal kind of moment that, you know, to answer your question about what that actually was, you know, Ellison testified that, you know, Alameda funds on Hobie, now known as HTX, and OKX were frozen, tied to investigation about a user of the exchange, not an investigation into Alameda itself, but into a user who's, I guess, using Alameda funds or an Alameda account. And they had a couple different things that they tried to get those funds unlocked. First, they hired a lawyer to try and unlock the funds, and that did not work. So then they hired, and this is where things get really weird. They used identity cards or identities from prostitutes to try and engage in a trading, plan to basically move the funds, not like directly off of, you know, the exchanges from Alameda's account to whatever, but to try and lose the funds and then make the funds back. And I'm explaining this poorly, but regardless, that didn't work. So then they tried bribing government officials, which apparently did work. And she testified that it was $100 million, but then later she created a document where, they were talking about recent expenses and assets and whatnot. And they had, a line item saying 150M for the thing, which is code for, we think we might have bribed the Chinese government.
Yeah, so just for a little color on that scheme that Nick mentioned, funds had been frozen for withdrawal, but their accounts were still allowed to trade on these exchanges. So they had a scheme where they were going to open new accounts using stolen identity documents from these people. And then they were going to engage in a series of losing, wash trades with these accounts that they would also control. And these accounts were still allowed to withdraw. And in doing so, they'd be able to get the funds off the exchange. As Nick mentioned, that was unsuccessful, and thus began the process of transferring somewhere in the range of $100 million in cryptocurrency to what is now believed to be Chinese government officials. Just for that added color. Cass, you were going to say something?
Oh, I will say, this is what is interesting to me. I don't know if you guys remember, there was a rumor or a screenshot going around that there was a wire fraud chat between all of these people. And I would assume that would be submitted as evidence, no? I haven't heard about that getting submitted at all. That maybe isn't going to come up.
Yeah.
Not that specific chat. We've seen other signal chats. You're right.
Right. Yeah, we've seen the small group chat, which was FTX insiders. And interestingly enough, I'm not sure if this has been, talked about much, but Bankman-Fried's father, Joe Bankman, was in that chat too. So we've seen that chat. We've seen a couple other chats that were mostly just, Ellison and Bankman-Fried, or Bankman-Fried and Singh and Wang. But yeah, we have not seen wire fraud pop up yet.
I wanted to mention one of my favorite lines that Nick and his co-author and friend, who we're also hoping to have on the show soon, Danny Nelson, reported that the judge was getting frustrated with the line of questioning that they were going through about SBF kind of being in charge. And one of the attorneys said that it would take 10 minutes to ask these questions. And the judge retorted, quote, "Some people don't have 10 minutes left to live."
I will say this judge has some of the best lines. He's got such a dry sense of humor, but
that's incredible to me that that clearly the repetition and the questioning from these lawyers, I don't know if it's on both sides or if it's mostly just the defense, but he is not having it.
He's taking zero nonsense. And I will say, I haven't taken a formal tally or anything, but it does seem to be a lot more against the defense than the prosecution, to the point where, he's even at points dismissed the jury for a break and then held, the lawyers back to say, stop doing this to the defense attorneys. And that was, I think that was last week.
It was. The first sidebar with Cohen to tell him to stop being repetitive was on the first day of actual questioning after jury selection ended.
That sounds right. It's all blending together. You mentioned my colleague, Danny Nelson. We had a moment the other day where we were like, oh, this thing happened last week. No, it didn't happen Tuesday. So time is doing a thing. But yeah, he's said that, without the jury, he said that in front of the jury. And, one of the things that kind of gets me is if, the jury is 12 random people plus 6 alternates. It's, 18 random New Yorkers plucked from their day jobs who are already, some of them are clearly not happy about being on the jury. Some of them, have already complained about having to move plans around and losing money and things like that. And so they're going to probably be looking at the judge to, kind of explain, oh, well, these people are all talking. Should we be listening to that? Should we be paying attention to that? And they're seeing this judge snap at the defense attorney saying stop repeating these things, move on, move forward. And, the line that, Cass cited, that was during a sidebar, so the jury did not hear it, but they've heard a lot of parts where the judge has been very just visibly and audibly annoyed at the defense attorneys, and to a lesser extent, some prosecutors, but primarily at the defense attorneys, which is a real, I'm curious to see how that factors in when they get to deliberations.
I know everything I've been reading, and I've been reading a lot of articles about this trial. Yeah, I get my point being, even though most of them say pretty much the same thing, which is, what the hell is the defense team doing? They're really blowing this case. It's not looking good for them. Are we all in for a crazy moment in the next few weeks where we all go, that's what they were doing? There has to be a bombshell here, right? It just seems like the defense team, everyone is just they're doing a really bad job.
This is the thing that I'm wondering too. First off, so we haven't actually seen the defense really kick in yet, right? All we've seen so far is an opening statement and the cross-examination of the first set of witnesses. And it's really just cross-examination we're all going off of, because the cross-examinations, the assumption I think a lot of us were making coming into this is if you're a defense attorney and you know that your client's, best friends, ex-girlfriend, key business partners are testifying, part of your goal might be to try and undermine their credibility, to, demonstrate, oh, well, this person is only saying what the prosecutors want them to say because otherwise, whatever, they're going to go to jail. So, you want to get that impression out, or, that these people were not, competent. They were not doing what they were supposed to be doing. And that's why, things fell apart. We didn't really see that happen during the cross-examination of, Gary Wang or Carolyn Ellison. We saw a lot of repetition. We saw a lot of confusion where, Ellison finished up her direct testimony to the prosecutors on, I want to say it was Wednesday. I'm pretty sure it was Wednesday. So we had a couple minutes where the defense had an opportunity to start. The first question was about in internal accounting, or how they labeled an account for internal, tracking purposes. And it took them like 4 tries to get the name of the account correct, to the point where Ellison was confused, the judge was confused, the jury was, I assume, very confused. And the judge just said, all right, you know what? We're just going to cut it early here and, move on. Or like, we'll start again tomorrow. It's been a long day. So I think that's where a lot of these questions are coming from about what the defense's strategy is. And we're seeing other hints about this from, filings and stuff, but we'll see for real when the defense starts, probably in the next 2 weeks, to make their case and try and present their defense. But so far the impression has been one mostly of confusion.
I think we may all have to grapple with the possibility that this is on the order of magnitude of the best possible defense Sam Bankman-Fried can get, just rooted in the things he did and the way they're documented and who has already agreed to testify against him. At a certain point, defense attorneys can only do so much, When you have 6 people sitting there all going, it was that guy who told me to do this thing, and here's the chat where he told me to do it. You run out of options in terms of what alternative set of facts you can try to present to create a compelling narrative for the jury. You get kind of boxed in by your own behavior when you're Sam Bankman-Fried.
That is absolutely a possibility here. And this is another line that the judge said that, was kind of funny, is like right after Ellison finished her cross-examination, the judge was like, okay, yeah, you're going to try and, impugn her character, and that's your job. I'm not criticizing. I know that's your job. Even the judge is acknowledging, okay, here's the one possible strategy, or here's a possible strategy that you can get into, and you're doing it, or whatever you're trying. So yeah, it's definitely, based on what we've seen so far, I think a difficult case. And again, going back to what I was saying about the DOJ having a narrative, they have a narrative. Their narrative is Sam Bankman-Fried wanted to take FTX customer funds for personal purposes, and here's all the people he told to, change things or do things that would allow him to do so. And the defense has so far not had an opportunity, or, not even tried, I would argue, to present a competing narrative that bolsters their argument that it was all, just a mistake, or, an inevitable collapse caused by, they didn't say incompetence, but it's a little implied there.
It's funny because I keep reflecting on, I didn't initially think this would even go to trial, to be quite honest. I thought Sam Bankman-Fried would have the wherewithal to plead guilty. Then I thought, even up until a couple weeks ago or a week ago or so, maybe he'll still plead out because, things aren't looking good. And then I realized at some point, he's far past the point of no return. And it all goes back to his effective altruism kind of gambling ideas, where it's okay, if I do plead guilty, there's no I cannot return from that. I'm going to go to jail for whatever, 25 years, let's say, or something, with maybe a chance for a little bit less if he pled out right away, maybe 20 or something. But that is a significantly long time for a 30-year-old man who wants to change the world, right? So he goes, okay, well then I would prefer, even if there's a small chance, to get no time at all. So he's going to go for that. And then when that fails and he gets way more time than he initially could have, let's say 30 to life, then he still has appeals that he can do, all the way up until the Supreme Court. And for each one of those bets, he's well, I have some chance, I have odds that I can possibly effectively do an appeal, effectively do something to get out of this prolonged period. And that's where I'm like, oh, he's not gonna, there is no pleading. There is no like, this is gonna go all the way to the end. He's gonna get sentenced. He's gonna appeal. He'll appeal to the damn Supreme Court if he has to. Like, he wants to get off on whatever he can. And I'm like, I'm fully understanding it now. I'm just like, oh, okay. I had Boy Genius wrong. Like, he's a grown man who doesn't understand like actual risk versus reward in any sense.
There was a telling moment early on in the trial. One of the prosecutors told the judge, they had, it sounded like just one single early conversation about whether or not a plea deal should be discussed. And there was no interest from the defense, and so that was it. They did not have any other discussions. And adding to your point, obviously they're not going to say this, but my guess is prosecutors are also kind of in this viewpoint of they got everyone else to flip and plead guilty, so now they have one person who they can. This is a pretty high profile case. They're gonna, I assume, try and make an example out of him, and if they win this, then it's a nice feather in their cap to end the year with. I assume they're not going to say this, and we'll deny it fast. Probably.
So next week, are we supposed to see Nishad soon? Is that who's next? Nishad Singh?
So we don't have the exact order of the witnesses, but we know that he is among the next 7 or so to be called.
Okay.
And on a logistical point, so there's no trial on October 20th. That's the Friday after we're recording this, or the Monday, Tuesday, and Wednesday after that. And prosecutors expect to wrap up halfway through the first day back from that break. So, yeah, I think chances are good we will probably start to hear from, Nishad Singh, who is another, inner circle, another, former fellow executive. We should hear from this week.
Okay. And then we just have the defense after that, right? And closing arguments?
Yeah. So defense expects to take about a week and a half by their estimates, which takes us to, if they start on midway through October 26th, then that'll probably take us to like the second week of November, and then closing arguments, which I assume are probably not going to be super long. So by the end of the second week of November, we might be well into jury deliberation / verdict areas.
It's going to be exciting. It has been wild, and like I have noticed significant uptick in everything for all cryptocurrency related stuff while this trial has been going on. Great to have you on, Nick. If there's any other color you want to present for the courtroom and we should link to one of your sketches. You've been doing a number of sketches in the courtroom that really do a great job of expressing how it feels to be there and to be a witness, I guess.
I'm so happy that people are. I literally just started as like a joke. I was like, oh well, whatever. We're waiting for things to happen. Let me just sketch, things happening. And I send it into like the CoinDesk Slack, and then next thing I know, they're like on Twitter and in articles, and like everyone else is doing it. It's a very fun / cool moment, but also like it's very funny.
I want to say, by the way, freaking Bennett got put into he's exhibit 849 of this trial, which good for you, Bennett. I'm very proud that you are a piece of evidence in this, and I've heard that other reporters that were there noticed and enjoyed that evidence getting submitted.
Turns out Sam Bankman-Fried does control Alameda research. I was right and he was wrong. Oh, well, thank you very much for joining us, Nick.
Thanks for having me. Yep. This was fun as always, and great to see you too, as always.
Welcome back, everyone. I am Cass Pianci. I'm joined as usual by my partner in crime, Mr. Bennett Tomlin. How are you today?
I'm doing pretty well. How are you, Cass?
I'm doing good. We're joined by a very special guest, Mr. Danny Nelson, reporter for CoinDesk. First-time guest. It's a pleasure to have you on today, man. How are you?
I'm doing well. Great to be here.
Danny has been at the courtroom for the SBF trial along with his compatriots, Nick Day, who we had on last week, and Sam Kessler, who we're hoping to have on at some point as well. But yeah, Danny, I would love to hear some of your insights. I know you weren't there for the first day with Nishad, but we can still go over it. We all read the summaries, and you have other friends in the courtroom. So yeah, what was the takeaway from Nishad Singh?
For Nishad, I mean, he was, of course, one of the 3 insiders one of 4 insiders along with Sam, who really knew what was going on inside that inside FTX, which is to say, knew that everything wasn't what it seemed to be. He was on the FTX side of things, and the testimony that he brought to the courtroom really had this, from what I heard from my colleagues, this cinematic flair. He was really talented in coloring the scene, like talking about the discussion when everything went to shit. It wasn't just a discussion, it was at night on a balcony. People were talking it through, and that kind of stuff makes for really compelling testimony. All those elements started to fall away on day 2 of his testimony during cross-examination, when the defense attorneys, they didn't really discredit him, but they started to poke holes in this picture that he was painting of a guy who maybe sort of knew what was going on, but really felt morally torn by it. I mean, on one hand, he's saying, well, I learned in, let's say, early fall, late summer 2022, that there was this hole and that we were using customer funds. But oh, by the way, in October 2022, I used a loan that I took from Alameda FTX to buy a house in Washington State. It was $3.7 million. So it's like, well, which is it, buddy? Do you feel bad that you're stealing customer money, or are you looking forward to your house, which, by the way, we looked into it, has a hot tub? Not that hot tub is any more or less nefarious, but it is actually, I looked at it as, it is more nefarious, usually.
So your point here is that they were discrediting him by him pretending he has empathy and sympathy and cares, while his actions were perceived differently.
It's little pieces, right? And I mean, I have to say, I'm starting to really think Sam did it. I'm just kidding there. Of course he did it, allegedly. But I'm there for the entertainment and for the information. And I find myself rooting for the defense. Like, the case is pretty cut and dry. I think he's going to get convicted. I still want the defense to put up a good fight. I want them to throw some good punches, because it's much more interesting that way. And otherwise, you're just sitting in a courtroom all day. So you want you don't want just the prosecution to be doing well, because they are doing well. So the defense, the strategy that they're taking during their cross-examinations is just, how do we chip away at people's credibility, which is a cornerstone of being a good defense lawyer. And for Nishad, one of the ways they were doing that, and something they've tried with all of the witnesses, is taking statements that the witnesses made to prosecutors in their extensive interviews pre-trial and bringing them up and seeing if their memories match. And for most of the witnesses, the major ones anyway, their memories match up pretty good. For Nishad, there were a whole bunch of moments where he wasn't quite remembering the very specific jarring things he had been telling prosecutors months before. Now, that doesn't mean that everything he says is bull. It does, I think, serve the purpose of making the jury think, well, maybe this guy who really had a wonderful, very clear of mind story to tell about how everything went down. Well, he remembers it was night on the balcony and, like, I don't know, there was a Big Dipper up or something. He didn't say that part, but would have been a nice little flair. He remembers all those things really well, but he can't remember this other thing he told prosecutors. So little bits like that made me think, and I think made other people in the courtroom too also think, this guy might be a little too polished in some areas.
I have open on my computer right now an article that you co-wrote with Nick and Sam about this period of the trial where we see kind of the cross-examination. And I thought some of the things you highlighted that came up in that cross were particularly funny. Like, at one point they were discussing the penthouse apartment at the Orchid that they were living in. And apparently what the defense attorney tried to ask was this penthouse really that extraordinary for you all? I mean, you were all rich, right? So shouldn't you live in a penthouse? Which I thought was an interesting little detail when you consider the nature and source of their wealth. Did you have thoughts on that particular moment?
Before I get to Nishad's response, I will go back to Yedidia, Adam Yedidia. He worked at FTX. I don't think he knew of things going the way they went until they went to shit, which is to say, I don't think he knowingly committed crimes, unlike some of the people that are appearing in the courtroom. Yedidia was asked to compare the co-living $30 million apartment to a dorm room. He was like, it was just like a dorm room, but more luxurious, which was quite a telling line. For Nishad, I mean, I think it's kind of a fair point. Like, we actually used our customer funds to buy this thing, notwithstanding. If you think you have $1 billion, you probably shouldn't be living in, like, a ranch home. Now, Warren Buffett still lives in a ranch home, so maybe that's not true, but most of the billionaires don't. They live in big, big, big places. His response, which was basically, I don't know billionaires. I don't really know what's right and what's wrong. I don't know. I don't know about that, because he also lived in, by his words, the nicest room in the house. So he just got a lot of mixed messaging from that guy.
Well, and at a fundamental level, in a very real sense, none of them were billionaires.
Oh, no,
I mean, they
none of them were
were on a
billionaires.
certain sense in paper. But
Oh, yes.
that all depended on a certain fiction being maintained.
Exactly. That they, even if the money wasn't stolen, they were at best paper billionaires. They did not have the liquid capital, and of course, they weren't even actual billionaires in that respect, because it wasn't their money.
I guess this was the first time anyone has seen the defense kind of wake up. I've been mentioning Liz a lot. She wrote an article entitled Sam Bankman-Fried's Defense Finally Woke Up in The Verge. And it seemed like even Joe Bankman and Barbara Fried seemed to kind of agree, or like at least their outward emotions were that they were pleased with this cross-examination. But the week didn't end with Nishad Singh, right? I mean, we had more witnesses after this. Can you clue me into some of the other witnesses?
Probably the best witness of the week was the expert witness, Peter Easton. Now, he is an accounting professor at Notre Dame. He's served as an editor of many of the top accounting journals. I'm going to have to take his word for it because I don't read the accounting journals. And he came out guns blazing with really, really telling charts that illustrated where the money was coming from. Let's say we have the customer funds, and the way that we now understand FTX to have been set up was, if you wanted to get your money into FTX, your cash, like your dollars, you wired those dollars to a bank account called North Dimension, or some smaller accounts, but mostly North Dimension, and they were controlled, the beneficiary of Alameda. And then once your money's in there, you have access on the FTX side to use that money, but the money never actually always completed the transfer from North Dimension to FTX. Instead, they just did some really bad bookkeeping. And the result of this setup was they could then take the money out of those bank accounts and move that money into all the other different things that they were really spending the money on, like real estate, political donations, the charities like Guardian
Venture
Against
capital,
Pandemics.
specifically
Venture, yes,
$500
venture
million
capital
to
too.
Anthropic.
I don't even remember what point of the trial this was, but there was this whole argument in court about, well, look, they made this bet on Anthropic and it did well, and so he was using the money responsibly. But then Judge Kaplan said, look, you can't, if I rob the Federal Reserve and I take $1 million and I buy a lot of Powerball tickets and one of them hits, well, I still robbed the Federal Reserve, so it doesn't mean that I shouldn't, that I was okay to have robbed the bank. I still robbed the bank. You can't say, well, everyone got their money back because the stolen money was used in a way that made more money. No, that's not valid. So yes, they got lucky with their ill-gotten gains on Anthropic. But all that notwithstanding, Peter Easton, the accounting professor, used these charts to show there's not enough other money to possibly in any way pay for many of the things that they paid for, whether it was paying back lenders. I don't think they spoke specifically about Anthropic in the charts, but buying the Genesis Digital Assets, the Bitcoin mining company in Kazakhstan. That was, I think, $1 billion investment.
1.1.
Yeah, 1.1 billion, thanks. I don't remember the exact breakdown, but hundreds of millions of those dollars could have only come from customer deposits. There was just no other money. And so that was really compelling testimony, because we've heard people say, we used the money in ways that weren't for the customers. We've heard them say that, but we haven't seen how it actually happened until then. And so for me, that was a very powerful moment where I actually got to piece together these statement allegations over here with the outcome. Well, now I see how the money flowed, and it's a really important part, right? Because otherwise it's just he said, she said to an extent.
This is exhibit, I'm looking at it right now in front of me, exhibit 1041. And this exhibit shows customer funds from customer bank accounts and other inflows amounting to a little over $500 million. And they go to Alameda Research, like you just described. And then those deposits are sent to Silvergate. And then those deposits then get meased out to Silvergate and Signature and Signet, which is Signet, for anyone who's unaware, was like the internal distribution ledger for cryptocurrency companies within Signature Bank, and then it goes to Signet, and then it goes to Prime Trust, and then it goes to Prime Trust, and then it goes to Anthropic. And yeah, that's just bank fraud, right? This is it's show what they're showing is bank fraud. And there's really, I don't know what else you could possibly call this. I don't know how the defense can in any way suggest this isn't bank fraud. I guess the suggestion is that it's bad bookkeeping and Sam wasn't necessarily the one doing it. Am I getting that right? I don't know what I have no idea what the argument is against this.
Well, I'll give it to them there. It was definitely bad bookkeeping, but bad bookkeeping is an essential element of bank fraud, at least in this case. So no, Sam may not have been the one always pushing the button to execute the bank transaction, but he doesn't need to have been. This is a conspiracy case as well. It's not just a bank, it's not just a wire fraud case. It's a conspiracy to commit wire fraud. So sometimes that would have been Nishad. Maybe that was Ryan Salem. The point is, well, the CEO of these companies, according to the witnesses, knew about this all happened. It was just a fraud all the way down. I think on cross-examination, the defense tried to discredit Peter Easton. I mean, I don't quite remember how they went about it because they didn't really do a successful job. And it's interesting because the defense did score some points on other witnesses brought by the prosecutors that were trying to illustrate how the bank fraud aspect of this went down. Like one of the last witnesses of the day on Wednesday or Thursday was a forensic accountant from the FBI. She was talking about the different methods that accountants use to track money, because if a bank account has more than one inflow, then it's hard to say with certainty that the outflow came from more than one inflow, because money is fungible, right? If I have a painting and I send you the painting and you send the painting to someone else, well, there's only one painting. We don't need to talk about JPEGs. There's only one painting. If I have $2 and I send Cass those $2, but Barrett, you send him $3, and then Cass sends Burrito $1, well, who's to say which pot of money it came from? So the accountant was saying, well, I used LIFO, last in, first out, that method. But there's another method called FIFO, first in, first out. I'll just summarize this by saying the defense actually caught her, it seemed like, saying that she used this one method, but she seemed to have screwed up. And that wasn't actually the right conclusion to have been made from whatever method she used. I'm sorry I got a little boring on this tangent, but I just want to say the defense hasn't been feckless on these points, and they have been able to score some hits. But on Peter Easton, I described him as Australian Santa Claus, and then I used the very illustrative image of Santa Claus beating Sam Bankman-Fried with a sock full of coal in my newsletters, which was a little much, but I stand by it. They did not succeed in discrediting him.
I thought some of the most interesting testimony of this past week came from one of FTX's former lawyers, Can's son. Can you speak to some of the things that they were testifying about and what that reveals about Sam Bankman-Fried and the alleged crimes he committed?
Can's son was the general counsel of FTX. He had worked with FTX prior to joining it when he was at Fenwick & West, which is a law firm that works with crypto companies. I guess that's the description that I'll use. He was their in-house counsel, and he came in to finish up the terms of service in, I think, late 2021 or early 2022. He did that. By his telling, he was not aware of any of this, and ultimately, when he found out, or when he said he found out about it all, which was, I think, November 9th or whenever the big reveal was, he quit the next day. But the most compelling part of his testimony was that day when he found out from Nishad and from Sam what had happened, because there were all these calls with, I think it was Apollo. Sam was trying to raise money because the customers were having trouble getting money out of FTX. He was going to the venture investors trying to plug the hole. Now, the hole, how big is the hole? No one was really, no one outside of the inner circle at FTX at that point knew really how big the hole was. And Canson says he didn't either. He knew bits before, like that Alameda had special access, and he had said, this is terrible. Well, he said to Sam at the time, this is terrible. We need to get rid of this weird allow negative feature. And he, on his side, he said he wrote up all the legal stuff to take care of it. On the business side, he later learned they never actually took care of it, even though they told him they had. On the day it all went down, he found out that there was this hole. He found out how big the hole was. And then Sam went to him saying, Apollo has come to me. They want a justification for why we've used like billions of dollars of customer deposits. Can you make me a justification? And first Can-san said, like, this is not, no. And then he like looked, I guess he's the lawyer, right? So he looked into it and he came up with some theoretical explanations, but he said he told Sam, like, none of these actually hold any water, right? We can't say that the money came from the spot margin account, in which customers of FTX could put their money in to loan it out, because there just wasn't enough money in that account. Hundreds of millions of dollars for $1 billion hole. So that doesn't work. And then he told Sam a couple of different theoretical explanations, none of which would actually work. And then Sam sort of said, yep. That's actually the quote from Can-san. Sam's response to your time was, yep, got it. It's really compelling stuff. And then Can-san quit the very next day. He resigned because he was like, this is illegal and we're all going to jail. He didn't say we're all going to jail in the courtroom, but I bet he was thinking it.
It's subtext.
Yes,
That was
definitely.
the subtext of all of his testimony. I thought this testimony was so interesting because it was this lawyer for FTX who apparently was not aware of these things, which kind of explains why Sam Bankman-Fried's defense have not gone for like a formal advice of counsel defense, which is when you're charged with criminal defenses, one of your defenses you have could be to say that you talked with a lawyer, you asked them, is this illegal? The lawyer said, no, this is not illegal, and you believe that in good faith. And that is an actual defense for crimes, and it involves a certain set of requirements. And at times, SBF's defense lawyers have been asked if that's what they intend to do, because they keep mentioning FTX's lawyers and who saw certain loans and things like that. So I think Can-san's testimony is really important because it shows that Sam Bankman-Fried was not asking his lawyers, can we take these customer funds to do this? It was much more of after the fact, hey, we took customer funds. Do you have any lawyer tricks that can get me out of this? I've got some interviews I need to do and some tweets to make. What's the best combination of words I can say that'll, make it all go away? And so I thought that was the really powerful thing about Can-san's testimony is it kind of stripped away the vestiges of that kind of defense that his lawyers have been hinting at this whole time.
And they have been hinting at it a little bit in the crosses, I guess, but in the opening statements, they were actually barred from referencing the advice of counsel defense by Judge Kaplan. He said, like, in pre-trial, he said, you just can't do this. In a way, Sam actually did take the advice of counsel ultimately because Can-san told him, look, there's this theoretical explanation, this borrow-lend program we have that could explain the whole. And then Can-san said, but it doesn't actually work because it was hundreds of millions of dollars versus billions of dollars. Well, after it all went down, and in that month before Sam was arrested in the Bahamas, he went on his media tour, and he went on Good Morning America with George Stephanopoulos. They played this in the courtroom, this clip, where George asks Sam, like, what happened to the money? And Sam is very halting, doesn't sound very convincing, searching for words. And ultimately, one of the things he says is, well, we have this borrow-lend program, and people were consenting to their money being loaned out, and that's how the whole happened.
But as you know, the FTX terms of service tell the people who signed up, none of the digital assets in your account are the property of or shall be or may be loaned to FTX trading. But you're saying that happened.
My understanding is a few things happen. The first is there is a margin trading facility on FTX by which users can lend out funds, by which other users borrow funds. And so there are explicit cases where there is, margin extended, where there is borrow lending.
If Alameda is borrowing the money that belongs to FTX depositors, that's a bright red line, isn't it?
There are a lot of cases where that's actually explicitly part of the programs and that are
but
happening.
Not here. Here it says that the digital assets may not be loaned to FTX trading.
Well, that's true to a very limited respect, and it's also just not at all the reality of the situation. But his lawyer did say it, so maybe that was advice of counsel.
Anything you hear any lawyer say in any context is advice, right? Like
I
when
guess so.
I talk to a friend of mine who's a lawyer and he says, do you want a beer? That's advice to have another beer, I think.
Absolutely.
Yeah. I'm pretty sure that's the way it works. I want to give a little bit of extra context on Can Sun because we've actually talked about him on this show before. He's not a super important character in cryptocurrency, but he does show up in episode 122. Can Sun previously worked at Fenwick & West with Daniel Friedberg, as Danny mentioned, before eventually coming over to FTX. What's interesting is the former CEO of Trust Labs, which used to be behind some of the Trustcoin tokens, Daniel Zhayong An, in his pro se lawsuit against Archblock, the company that is now what was once Trust Token, alleged that Can Sun was representing Justin Sun and Tron in their attempted acquisition of TrueUSD. And so I just wanted to make sure everyone was aware that Can Sun's connections apparently bridge from Sam Bankman-Fried, FTX, Alameda Research, Justin Sun, Tron, TrueUSD, Daniel Friedberg, Fenwick & West, just that cluster. I want to make sure everyone sees that cluster before we move on.
The exhibit has been entered into the record.
Yeah, that's right.
I'm going to have some witnesses on the stand just to read some blog posts and piss off the judge.
Oh, that was so painful. Actually, it was great because I love when the judge gets fiery. But
He's been amazing.
Those witnesses.
And hey, listen, this was him getting angry at the prosecution for once, Danny. It was giving the defense a fighting chance, keeping your underdog story alive.
Oh, absolutely. Gotta love a good underdog story.
Bad underdog story. It doesn't have to be a good underdog.
Well, it's a yes. I want the story to be good, even if it's about bad people.
If this court case doesn't get any more exciting, all the many movies they're going to make about Sam Bankman-Fried are all going to end in November 2022.
No. So we know it's going to get more exciting in some sense, right? Because we're going to be taking a break in terms of the trial next week for most of the week. Does trial start again on Friday? Thursday?
Trial starts on Thursday. The judge is going to a conference, so he has given us, in his words, an intermission.
So most of the week is going to be off, but what we're being told, and there's been some craziness around this, but what we're being told is that Sam Bankman-Fried has been given his extended release Adderall, so they believe he's good to go when it comes to taking the stand, which I'm not sure his lawyers actually want him to do, but it sounds like he wants to do that, and so it's gonna happen. Is that supposed to happen next week or the week after that?
The defense has been coy about whether they're even going to bring a case at all, because they don't need to bring a case. The way that I'm thinking about this, though, is, well, first off, if you're a criminal defendant, the starting point in your mental model is, it should be, I should not take the stand, because one, you get to tell your side of the story, which is great for you, but then prosecutors get to cross-examine you and ask you, like, Sam, so in this testimony that you wrote for Congress, that you never got to give, you start out with, I fucked up. What did you mean by I fucked up, right? So that's what they get to do. And that's not very good, because you did fuck up. In your words, you fucked up. And they get to figure out why you did, and that will make you look not good. But the trial's been going so poorly for him. In my opinion, it's not like he's going to nuke the whole thing by testifying. He can only go up from here. So he may as well do it.
I don't know about that. I think it is absolutely.
Right, it's a binary. It's a binary, right? It's not a binary because there could be a hung jury, but maybe on the sentencing side of things, it can get worse. But
yeah, he can definitely make himself look worse here, is what I'm saying. Like, everyone keeps saying, might as well Hail Mary it. And I'm like, I don't know about that as a legal methodology. Maybe don't just, Hail Mary it. I don't know.
Well, I hope he does. And I think he will. And if he does, the scheduling side of things, the defense is going to have its opportunity to bring a case starting on Thursday after lunch. If they do bring a case, which I believe they will, they'll probably have a couple of witnesses, and then it would be Sam. I don't know why they would have Sam as anyone but the last person. It doesn't make any sense to have him as anyone but the last person. In fact, the way that this trial is working, Judge Kaplan said to Sam at the very beginning, look, it is ultimately your decision to testify or not. You can take the advice of your counsel on this matter, at least. But if, let's say, they don't let you testify and you want to anyway, you could just stand up. That's what he said. He said, stand up and I'll send the jury out of the room and I'll ask you why you're standing up. And then you'll say, if this is why, I want to testify. And then even if it's after the defense has rested its case, Judge Kaplan will let him take the stand. Sam is the kind of guy who wants to say his piece. I think that his lawyers are smart enough to manage the situation well enough that if he's going to just do it anyway, they're going to bring it about themselves instead of letting him just stand up after they rested their case. So he could testify as early, if he is to testify, as early as Thursday, maybe Friday, or the week following that, which is a Monday through Thursday week, which should be the last week of the trial.
The best scenario for those of us with newsletters to write, though, is that he does the choice where the defense rests and then he stays standing. That's the best case scenario for those of us with newsletters to write.
Yes, that would be very juicy.
I think you're right, though, that they are trying to manage it to the best case scenario. That's why they're spending the time writing letters about the specific formulation of Adderall they hope to make available to him for his testimony, because they want to make this as least damaging as possible.
That also gave them a nice, cute way to at least appeal the sentencing and stuff, is to be like, well, he was medicated incorrectly. They even said in the memo, the writ for medication, they said specifically, like, we want him to have extended release so that it covers the whole trial. But we're not sure if it's going to work, which I'm just like, oh, okay. I mean, I see what you're doing here. All of that being said, it sure sounds like he's going to take the stand. And it sounds like the defense is going to have a relatively short case if they have one at all. Is sentencing directly after that? Is that how this is going to work?
That's a good question. I don't think so. I've covered a lot of criminal cases at CoinDesk. It doesn't usually go to a jury trial. And so often when it doesn't and there's a plea or something else, I don't know, there's a sentencing hearing that's scheduled months later. So I don't know what happens when you get a conviction. I believe that it doesn't happen right away, though. We'll have to see about that. I think it probably wouldn't be right away because I think that when there's a sentencing hearing, you actually get to hear from a lot of victims who say what happened to them. That might just be in the movies. But this is very cinematic, so it might apply here too.
Yeah, fair enough. All right, awesome. Thank you for joining us, Danny. For anyone who's interested, we're going to be having Katie Baker on from The Ringer next week, and then we're going to be having some more guests after that. So continue to check us out because we're getting to have all the cool journalists who are sitting in the courtroom on with us.
Are you guys gonna come in for any of it? You
I'm in.
should. It's a lot of fun.
I'm in Cali, so there's just no way it's going to happen.
It's a whole experience. In fact, everyone should sign up for my newsletter. Please do. It's a great newsletter. I get to be very spicy in it, not like in our normal, more straightforward press coverage. I get to write things like, counting Santa Claus beat Sam Bankman-Fried's lawyers with a sock full of coal.
I want to add, yes, there's a bunch. What I've been really enjoying is I've actually been taking in different perspectives from as many different media outlets as I can. And each one is a little bit different. And I get a really great feeling for what it's like, even being in line to go into the courtroom.
But
like,
only
I feel
one of them has accounting Santa Claus beating Sam Bankman-Fried
That's
with a
right.
sock full of coal.
Well, actually, a few of them have accounting Santa Claus, but only one of them is he violent with a sock full of coal.
Welcome back, everyone. I am Cass Piancy. I'm joined as usual by my partner in crime, Mr. Bennett Tomlin. How are you today?
I'm doing pretty well. How are you, Cass?
I'm doing good. We're joined by a super special guest today, Katie Baker from The Ringer. She's been covering the Sam Bankman-Fried trial. Katie, welcome. It's a pleasure to have you on the podcast.
Thanks for having me. I was just talking about how I'm very happy to be here. I've been a fan of you guys for a while, so this is exciting.
It's exciting for me too, because we'll put it in the show notes, but you did an article very recently. Well, I guess it was a week ago now, but it's called Caroline Ellison was supposed to shock the SBF trial. Instead, the defense team has. I think this is like the best article I've read about the Sam Bankman-Fried trial. It makes you feel like you're in the courtroom. So I just recommend everyone go read the article because you feel like you're there, and your like social media awareness, which Bennett and I haven't gone into this in depth a lot, but like I think social media actually played a really significant role in this, and you seem to have the pulse on that. And I'm just,
I'd love to pick your brain on that. I don't know where you'd want to start, but just like maybe just your delve into Caroline's social media, reading the books that she's read and like all of that stuff. I'd love to hear your thoughts about that stuff.
It's funny. It's like I'm thinking about it as you're talking, and I'm like, I've always had a little bit of the degenerate in me. So I've always, kind of followed like what's going on whatever the kind of latest social media is. But like in the context of this case, I mean, I write for The Ringer, which is, I've been sitting in the courtroom and people say, "Oh, who are you here with?" And I say The Ringer. And they either know it or they don't. And if they don't know it, I have to then say it's a sports and culture site. And here I am in a courtroom for a fraud, a crypto fraud case. But to me, it is like a sports and a culture and a finance and a politics and a tech story. And I'm kind of trying to cover it in that way. And to me, it's all those things. And, and I've always been someone who's been like extremely online, terminally online, ever since I was a teenager, moderating IRC chats in the 90s. And before I was a journalist, I worked in finance and did that kind of during the rise and fall of the pre and post global financial crisis. So I love fraud. I love charlatans, but like I do, I'm not to say that, but it's been, in my kind of career, which has changed here and there, it's been interesting just to see, whether it's sports or entertainment or whatever I'm covering, like to see the characters and the people who convince people to give them a lot of money. And, just when you think like there can't possibly be like a new weird fraud character that supersedes this last one, like there's always someone, and this is the latest someone. And so that's how I'm kind of approaching this.
There always being another fraud someone is, I think,
there's
what keeps this
fraud
podcast going.
I mean, like, honestly, you guys have so many of these like micro characters, and I say micro, and it's like to the tune of like, imagined and real and sometimes invested upon billions in this space, which has been so funny about covering this trial. The ease with which they're switching between little m's and double m's and b's and big b's and talking about sums of money. Like they always have to explain to the jury, like, this looks like it says $1,000, but that means $1 billion. Just like the way they keep these spreadsheets are very round numbers. And so that's been kind of funny to see, like not just funny, but like very telling like, of the case.
It feels apt that you're covering it as like a cultural, event, because as you said, it is like a new fraud, but it's also a huge, massive fraud. It's gambling. It's international. It's like it's all of these things at once, and it's crazy to me how much of this is like on Twitter or like you guys you were like going through her Tumblr. I guess we're into a new time, like this didn't happen with Bernie Madoff. This didn't happen in the 2008 crisis. People were not hunting on Twitter to find what someone said about, I don't know, mortgage-backed securities. That wasn't happening.
Cass, there's a scoop in there if you find Ben Bernanke's Tumblr.
I feel like we got a fabulous fab email here or two, but no, I totally know what you mean. Like, I mean, that's what it has always been so interesting. I mean, about all of this, Sam in particular, but in the article I wrote about Caroline, like you look at Caroline's social media presence and you can just kind of trace her, her trajectory. You can kind of see her as the person that she became and was, and who she met and who she like was crushing on, and and what weird and also to her like compelling theories she was like getting excited about. And so that was interesting to read. And also, honestly, I went back and read, she quoted from this book called, Reminiscences of a Stock Operator, that was written in like, I want to say 1923, 100 years ago. So it's a century old, but when you read it, it's like reading Liar's Poker by Michael Lewis, who's another character in all of this. It's very contemporary feeling.
What has been like most telling moment or most impactful takeaway from your time in the courtroom so far?
I think it's honestly been seeing the way the prosecution has crafted a very elegant narrative, which it's actually been kind of inspiring as a writer. I'm not someone that thinks a lot about, like, tries not to think too much about like that the bricks and bones of things, because I'll go crazier than I already go when I'm writing. But it's actually been kind of motivating to see the way that they kind of drop things in early on, don't really beat anyone over the head with it, and then return to it later. And you're like, oh, I remember hearing about that guy or that entity or whatever it is. And I think like a good example of that is this is a crypto story, and a lot of the jurors aren't exactly people that are well versed in crypto, but they've kind of like shown how this isn't just a crypto crime. Like, this is just a tale as old as time, kind of old school. Money's coming in on one side and going out the other side, and it's not supposed to. And they've just done a good job of like showing that while not like speaking down to the jury, and still incorporating a lot of the complicated aspects and stopping to explain those things to them, but also stopping to explain simple concepts. And I think they really just like honored the jury in a way that I'm sure the jury feels that they have gotten a lot of the important information. So, but yeah, I mean, so I know you had Danny on, and he was talking about the Australian Santa Claus forensic auditor, professor guy, the expert witness they had. Going into it, I thought to myself, like, this might be kind of a tedious bit of testimony. It's a lot of like when you hear forensic accounting, but it was like a very simple PowerPoint with arrows. And we had already heard about all these entities and all these payments that we saw had already come up. Like, we already knew K5. So then you see the volume of transactions going to K5. And I just think about the jurors seeing that, and they can have a little light bulb moment in their head the same way I did, sitting there like, that same guy, the Kim Kardashian relationship broker, they're giving him like increasing to $1 billion. But that's what's really stuck out to me, is how they've like woven things in very expertly.
I think you're right, because I've mentioned, I think in a review I did of Zeke Fox's book, Number Go Up, I mentioned how he does a really good job of explaining it. He's mostly explaining scams and frauds and stuff like that. He doesn't delve into like, here's how Bitcoin works or something, right? Like, he doesn't bother doing that. That's not the point of his book. So like on cryptocurrency Twitter, there's so many people who are like, why aren't they talking about Tether? Or why aren't they talking about this exchange or this person or this? And I'm like, well, they don't have to. There's no need to bring in like a bunch of complicated shit. Bennett and I started this podcast, and it took us 3 hours to try to explain Tether to no one. Like, that's not even to a jury. Like, so I think you're right that it's not even dumbing it down. It's just being respectful and saying like, okay, we're focusing on the fraud part of this. And that has nothing to do with decentralization or immutable ledgers or whatever.
Exactly. I could like imagine the prosecution that confuses the jury so much by being like, and then the blockchain is, and it's like, no, it doesn't. You know what? Like, it's very simple. It's very old. It's very something you've seen before, something we all know. And the judge has been kind of the proxy of that. Like, I noticed that sometimes he asks questions in terms of like, oh, so it's like a car loan. And, so he like, he puts it into terms where it's like, it doesn't matter that this is Genesis lending to, like, you don't worry about that. It's a car loan. It's a depreciating asset. It's whatever it is. And so that's been like kind of my biggest takeaway, that I think prosecution's been very effective on that front.
You mentioned K5 there. Could you talk a little bit about what K5 is and what Sam Bankman-Fried's relationship with this firm was?
I think it was in Nishad's testimony. I could be wrong about when it was first introduced, but it was the importance to Sam of these kind of relationship brokers. And, something that I've noticed the prosecution doing throughout is that they never miss an opportunity to show the extent to which FTX and Sam were in like the popular imagination and sightlines. They show him on Good Morning America. They always have to put things in the record. So they want to introduce the fact that Shaquille O'Neal tweeted in terms of FTX. And so you've got this prosecutor standing there saying, who is Shaq? And then it's kind of, Shaquille O'Neal is an NBA player. But Sam was very excited about this new relationship he had with K5 and the relationship brokers behind it, who were these kind of Hollywood power players. And he had been to an event and he wrote an email very excited about, I think, Kim Kardashian. It was funny reading the list of things and seeing who he was like excited about. He was like, I bet if I gave him, 12 hours, I could get a dinner with, it was like Elon Musk, Kim Kardashian. It was like his, or Rihanna was on it. It was like Elon Musk, Rihanna, and like 2 other people. It was like his idea of like the hardest
power.
to get 4 people in the world. So to him, he was then wanting to invest to the tune of like $1 billion, and was kind of in the process of ramping up in that investment, this sort of joint venture. I was looking at some of the SPVs that K5 had, and it's kind of a murderer's row of a lot of the, the hot tech companies of that era that he wanted to be involved with. And so it was just, to the jury, it was just another story about how he was trying to become like a power player beyond just the crypto sphere.
And Kate, you mentioned Shaq there. K5 also introduced him, I believe, to Larry David, who is obviously in their famous Super Bowl ad, and I believe Tom Brady as well. So several of like these key figures who are out there like putting FTX in the minds of people who aren't hosting cryptocurrency podcasts. K5 was important. Oh, and Bill Clinton and Tony Blair, I think, came through K5
I was going to say
eventually
the
too.
Clintons were definitely adjacent to all this too. Yeah.
Yeah, and Clinton and Blair eventually came down to Scaramucci and Bankman-Fried's Crypto Bahamas conference where they were speakers.
Yeah, and Scaramucci. So like what I started saying earlier and interrupted my own self as usual, but like even when they were doing like phone records and they had to kind of do the nitty gritty of like asking this FBI phone analysis, like what was he doing on this date? And the reason they were doing that is basically to establish jurisdiction for why the Southern District of New York is trying this case. So it's, it's kind of just the procedural kind of thing, but they don't miss an opportunity to tie each location to an email or a Slack message or a DM about like a social engagement that Sam had. And it was so funny how they did it, because I noticed it was like started with like business associates we've heard of. Then suddenly it was like, I forget, like a celebrity. And then it was like Eric, like the mayor, Eric Adams, of course. Then it was the governor. Then it was former President Clinton. And, and then it's like a, some kind of minister of Saudi investment asking about an internship for his son. Like it was ever thus. Like no matter how high you get, no matter what circles you're in, like someone's son needs an internship. So that was, they've kind of done that same thing throughout. Like that's kind of how they even got, the Kelsey Piper conversation into the evidence, was like kind of in a similar way. It was in the context of like, how does Twitter work? And then they sort of built into that.
The moment that I ended up reaching out to you to come on the show was you were replying. There's no need to name names. You were replying to someone, an acquaintance and friend of Bennett and I. He had a tweet that was entered into evidence, and you were letting him know, like, hey, you were entered into evidence today in the in the trial. And he was like, which tweet? And it was something about it. He was being sarcastic and trolling and saying something about adding more funds into his FTX account as everything was collapsing. And tell me if I'm getting this wrong, but I believe it was entered into evidence because Sam liked that tweet.
So yeah, long story short, I was sitting in the courtroom and I see someone I know on Twitter to be a shit poster, and it's a tweet that's kind of like playing into it's during the collapse, and he's like, I'm paraphrasing, but it's very like, steady lads, like I'm adding more funds, you know what I mean? Like I know I'm mixing metaphors.
It was
here,
basically re-quoting Do Kwon. Yes, you're right.
Yeah,
yes, that's exactly what it was.
That was the gist of it, and the SBF liked it, and in the context of why it was entered into evidence, they were sort of using it as an example of, what does it look like when SBF likes a tweet? What does it mean to like a tweet? Like they were interviewing, I think, like I can't remember if it was a Twitter. I think it was a Southern District of New York employee who is on the social media team who, extracts the forensic analysis. It's like, I'm like, same, you know, you and me both got like, mister. Yeah. So that was why the tweet was in evidence, but they never miss an opportunity to show something that the jury is going to see. And maybe they'll remember that in their mind, someone opened an account, but it's not like they had to prove that this was like, as they always
Real.
say, like, it's not entered for the truth. It's entered for the state of mind, which, you know, my first day in court, I had to turn to someone to be like, what does it mean when they say this all the time? You know, I'm a novice in court, just like anyone. And I've gotten very familiar with that, but it's interesting, like kind of to see how that works and what can and can't go into evidence. But yeah, so that tweet kind of was, an example of that. And it was very funny when the tweeter found out he was now, you know, entered into the record.
Bennett's been entered into, and like, you know, a bunch of...
I was excited when I saw you come up. Was that during Caroline's testimony? I can't remember.
Yes, I believe that.
so.
Yes. It's interesting to me how it's like this trial spans both the celebrity world and this like exclusive, you know, billionaires club and all this crazy shit that we think is real and I guess is real, you know, that kind of stuff. And then meanwhile, it's also just Twitter that we're all on and interacting with and seeing the same stupid posts, and it's getting entered into evidence. It's wildly weird. It just is such a weird sensation. And then reading your article, it just feels like it's really weird to be in the courtroom too. Like the energy feels weird. It sounds like everything is odd all the time and a little off. Like, can you give me a sense of the courtroom? I appreciated your description.
Sometimes I wonder, like, am I reading too much into, I think the jury yawned at this moment. But to me, like, and when I was pitching this to my editors and kind of explaining how I would want to cover this, I was like, to me, this is like covering like a sporting event. And I don't say that to diminish it, but like, it's kind of like, you know, you're capturing like the swings of emotion and the people involved and the fact that it's humans. And just when you think that you can like bet on what's going to happen, like someone comes out of the woodwork and does something strange. And so I think like I've felt it most when two of the cross-examinations. So like I thought Caroline's cross-examination, they just like weren't landing anything. And you could just look around and look at the jury. And it just was easy to see that even when they would sort of try, like there was a few times when they tried to sort of bring up you wanted to crush the competition, and they're implicitly referencing like another of Sam's like one-time girlfriends, but the jury doesn't know that, and they didn't like ever say that. So you could like watch those things just sort of wither on the vine, and you could just feel it. You could just watch the jurors like looking around, and then there's other times when you can see them looking back and forth. And I thought Nishad's cross testimony was a time when the defense actually was, you know, doing a good job of like, I don't know, just, you know, nudging him like in a way that I thought they were going to do to Caroline Moore, just getting under his skin, kind of making him look a little squirmy. He's obviously, of the three kind of inner circle people that testified, to me was the most emotional guy. And that was clear through all of his testimony, direct and otherwise. But they dug into that a little bit. And I don't think they undermined anything that he said, but I think you could just see the difference in like what was successful just in watching the jury kind of be enlivened by it and going back and forth, like the volley of it versus just being like, what are they talking about? FTX fiat account, like nomenclature. Like, I mean, that's like what the Caroline cross was. It was very strange.
There's a moment in your article that you described, and no one else, I don't remember anyone else describing this, especially the way you did, which was they first go, can you point to Sam Bankman-Fried? And she's like, yes. And then she starts looking for him and can't find him. And they're like, you can stand up if you can't see him. And so she stands up and she still can't see him. I know you didn't say this in the article, but in my mind, I'm just like, I'm thinking like a juror or maybe just a normal human being and going like, why can't you find him? And I get in your article, you mentioned like he was in a weird spot in the courtroom and stuff, but like, and he had a new haircut, but still you're like, how familiar are you with this guy? If you can't spot him, like he was your boss for over a year, like why can't you find this guy in the court? And you're just like, find him, you know, like what is going on, you know, like in those moments, I'm just wondering if you have any other moments like that to like, where you're just like, on pins and needles or frustrated, or like you can just sense it in the courtroom.
Well, I was kind of like looking forward to that moment because I was asking I was like, wait, do they really have to like, you see that there's things you see on TV. And that was one of them, like, wow, you really do stand and point. And yeah, she couldn't find him. And then right after that, which I actually think settled the tension in the room, they were like, what's he wearing? Like, they have to say what he's wearing. And you could tell she didn't know like how, like, that's the other thing. So many of these people testifying are such literal people. And it's been very funny to like hear their answers to things. But she's a suit. And you can see the jurors chuckling and you're like, okay, here we go. And now we begin on that note, which is probably actually the right note. I mean, a lot of the very like major moments in the court have been judge related. He's been very vocal, and I'd say on both sides, he's definitely kind of, he nips at the prosecution from time to time, but he really wrecks the defense, and to a point where sometimes you can see the jurors feel like they're almost in on the joke, like, oh, this defense, am I right? Like these guys again. And he's kind of cultivated this mood in the courtroom that's sort of like, these chuckleheads need to get their act together a little bit. And I feel like that's true to say. Like, I don't want to accuse him of being like one-sided, because I don't think he is. I think he's just reacting to different calibers of preparation for the case, and different calibers of like what they have to prepare the case with. Sometimes I think to myself, like, the defense only has so much.
Well, they have 1 million pages of discovery or whatever. But your point's taken, and it's interesting to me because Bennett's too young for this, and I'll assume you're too young for this too. But as a child, I'm going to date myself here, but as a child, I do recall my mom was obsessed with the OJ trial. And so constantly I would hear it, like, and it was played live. I don't even understand exactly, like, it wasn't, I guess it was a state case, right? So it wasn't a federal case. So they were playing it live, and it was this huge media event. And I actually distinctly remember everyone talking about his name was Judge Ito, and him being
Lance
this
Ito,
like,
I want to say. Yeah.
Lance Ito, exactly. And he was like a huge personality in this trial, and for like all the wrong reasons. Like, everyone hated that he was a spectacle because he knew that it was being broadcast across the world and stuff. And I think what's really refreshing to me about Judge Kaplan is that it's like, this isn't being broadcast. It might be a big trial and the media is there or whatever, but like, this guy's not saying this stuff because he wants the whole public to see it and he can get a TV show out of it or something. Like, you know that this is him being like, what are you guys doing? Or what? Like, he's like an old cranky man that doesn't like what these lawyers are doing with their repetition and their the one, I don't know if I mentioned this in the Danny episode. I think I did, but he said something about like, some people won't be alive in 10 minutes. And I'm just like,
yeah, the other day, like, he was getting mad about, they brought this guy from Texas who was like worked at Google, basically to establish that this is the metadata and it shows Caroline Ellison accessed the document and Sam Bankman-Fried accessed the document. And that was it. That was like the whole reason he was there. And the judge was like, why wasn't this just like a fact that was agreed upon as like, why did we have to testify to this? And at one point he said, and he sends the jury out of the room when he was doing this kind of admonishment, but he said at one point, this is a crime. And then he was like, not as big as the crime in question, but like a crime nevertheless. He's been a very big factor in the case. And I mean, I think early on, like in the very, very first stages, the case was assigned to a different judge who recused herself because her husband worked for a firm that had worked with FTX, or I forget the exact connection, but just to think about how different of a case it might have been, or not to make another sports analogy, but in the same way where when I first covered a basketball game and team, I remember being very like, wow, the agents kind of run all this shit, like in a way that I guess I knew, but I didn't really know. It's all about the agents. And like when you meet the beat writers, all they care about is talking to the agents and what the agents said. And I feel like it's kind of like that with the judge. Like, of course, I I know that a judge runs the courtroom, but like to really see it in action, to see how much they are the liaison to the jury and they can shut things down so fast, or they can allow things. And that's been really interesting in this case. And, and also he's going to be the guy that sentences, I think, Caroline and Gary and Nishad. So it's been interesting to think about how he's reacted to those three people.
I'm interested to hear your take on this. I keep bringing up Liz Lopatto in every single
As
episode.
you should, like the best, like read her stuff at The Verge. It's so good.
I also recommend every single article that she's written about the trial. It's been very, very, very good and usually quite interesting in terms of she has a take that people aren't necessarily aware of until she writes it down, which I think is really cool. But she mentioned that one of the prosecutors, I believe it's Danielle Sassoon. So she said she's like super intimidating and that she's very interested in SBF taking the stand because she's interested in how these prosecutors are going to deal with him and how he's going to react to that. I'm wondering what you're thinking about that. Like, I know everybody's like, oh, fireworks, but I'm like, what do you, like, okay, fireworks, but like, what do you actually expect here?
They have a multitude of prosecutors who have been kind of taking turns, but I'd say there's sort of two lead ones, Nicholas Roos and then Danielle Sassoon. They've gotten sort of the biggest assignments. Danielle did Caroline Ellison, which I thought was just obviously like, this is a jury with, I think the jury itself is 9 women and 3 men. And then they have 6 alternates who are probably a little bit more like 3 more men and 3 women, maybe, give or take. But we were thinking about if Sam testifies, who would do the cross-examination. And I think it could be smart to have Danielle do it because she's very quick, but she's also she was able to remain really calm. I feel like Roos gets a little sarcastic, like not in a bad way, but I could see if it was him and Sam, it could get a little bit like testy. I think just even seeing the way that Danielle Sassoon handles objections and, Mark Cohen is kind of always, trying to trip her up and she's just very cool and collected. I feel like she's got a good little winking rapport with the jury, like when I think it was Can Sun was saying he was telling Sam all these options, or kind of that he didn't have that many options, and they said, what did Sam say? And he said, yep, and she said, when you say yep, are you saying that's what he said? And the jury all laughed. Like, it's one of those things that in the transcript probably wouldn't like read as much, but it was this very, I don't know, it was this moment in the courtroom where you just felt like the jury was locked into what she was saying and she had this connection with them, and it was illustrative of Sam's kind of demeanor. But yeah, so I'm interested to see who they would choose to cross Sam. I think she could be effective because I could see him, if he were to be condescending to anyone, it might play worse if he's condescending to her versus I could see him and Roos kind of almost being at too much of like the same wavelength. You know what I'm saying?
I had the opportunity to interview Sam about 3 hours before he got arrested in the Bahamas. And I will say that I was not calm and collected and like, and fair and balanced and like, oh, I'll just undermine his argument with a smart little witty thing or something. Like, it was straight up like, hey, no. Explain to me how this isn't bank fraud, okay? Explain how this isn't wire fraud. It is wire fraud, Sam. No, he's not answering any question. Like, I definitely lost my temper.
Where you described having customer funds sent to Alameda as opposed to FTX, and that these were being wired through all of these banks. Essentially, your suggestion was that these customer funds were being sent to Alameda Research, and these customers who were customers of FTX. Can you help me understand how that's not wire fraud?
Sorry. To be clear, and I'm done answering questions from you after this. This is not a constructive approach, but I will answer.
None of it has been, Sam. You don't answer questions.
I understand. So I'm going to answer this question.
No, you're not.
All right, I won't if you don't want me to. Like, you just
I'd love for you to actually answer any question.
So let's just real quick. I do want to keep things as civil as possible. I understand the positions, and I understand the the sentiment behind some of this, but I do want to hear the answer here, if possible, Sam.
Yeah, totally. So what you were referencing there was a different like I said, there are many, many payment routes. This is an example of, there being many different payment routes. If you rewind back to 2019, 2020, at that point, which is different from what I described just now, at that point, FTX mostly did not have its own bank accounts. And so instead, when customers wanted to wire money, they could reach out to Alameda, get wire instructions there, and choose to wire money straight to Alameda Research, and then have Alameda transfer them, do a ledger transfer effectively on FTX to them. That was, I believe, roughly speaking, the route that some people used especially in the early days of FTX, in order to get a wire transfer to result in them being able to access FTX. To my knowledge, they were aware of that relationship, and they were aware of why it was the way it was, and of who they were sending funds to. I think generally, like, the name on the account was Alameda Research. Although I don't know all the details here. And so that was a separate pathway that, over time we decommissioned as we got access to, basically as FTX was able to get access to its own set of bank accounts.
I call it the Jewish mother nagging methodology of interview, and I definitely actually did get under his skin, and ultimately he admitted that, like, his excuse for the bank fraud was like, well, yeah, it was bank fraud before, but then, and I was just like, okay, so it's bank fraud. Good.
Speaking of not just Jewish mothers, all mothers everywhere, myself included. It's a very like the diet starts tomorrow, like methodology of accounting. It's like, don't worry, like the money's good. I got it all under control. Like, just give me a few more days. Like I'm just gonna have one more donut. And then it's all, just check back with me in a week. I'm going to be a new woman, and I feel like that's the same thing that he was doing. Like, it's, they showed the, one of the things that I think really hit in the courtroom was they showed the Good Morning America, George Stephanopoulos interview that was like, and then we keep hearing the date, like November 2022, that's kind of when everything really fell to pieces. And it was just funny. They were like, December 1st. 2022. And so it's just, you realize, well, this is after all that. And then you see him, and that was this great interview where, he's reading the loan documents and SBF is whispering, can't be loaned out. Can't be loaned out.
That are
but
happening.
Not here. Here it says that the digital assets may not be loaned to FTX trading. They can't be loaned out.
That was just a very telling piece of evidence, and I do think also if Sam chooses to testify, we've now seen him on camera speaking and seeing that it's bullshit. And so if he does testify, like, I think you lose a little bit of the resonance of like what he's saying if you're the defense, I mean.
Yeah, but they have absolutely no control over that guy. I mean, he just wants to do it. I understand, though, if he doesn't do it, if they don't put up any defense at all, his odds are pretty much zero that he's going to get off on any of these charges. So you have to put up some sort of defense. And then you think to yourself, especially if you're Sam Bankman-Fried, you think, I can explain this. And that gives me 0.01. Yeah. And that gives me 0.0.
That's how he felt toward the balance sheet. He's like, I can fix this. Like, just like, give me some time.
You say, just give me some time. But like, even up until like literally the day before his arrest, he was going to speak to Congress. He was getting ready to go do that. He literally still believed up until the moment the cuffs were on him, I need just one more chance to put my face in front of the right people, say the right words, and my problems will go away. And just to be clear, to give you some idea on what Sam Bankman-Fried thinks the right words are when you committed criminal acts, allegedly committed criminal acts, of course I mean, is to just go out there and say, I fucked up. That's how you should open your under oath testimony when you
Congress.
committed criminal acts.
To Congress.
Like, who can resist? They're still trying to do it, right? They're still trying to argue for the current valuation of Anthropic, as if like the latest investment extrapolated to a valuation. It's like the same thing that they've already been talking about. They're like, no, but look, in this case, look at this multiple. And so, they've sort of, they haven't really done, in my mind, a like example of doing this, but they've started to kind of talk about the fungibility of a dollar. And, so the road they're trying to go down, like, oh, it's all the same pool of money. But yeah, they're still kind of going down that road, like when they're trying to get Anthropic and the judge isn't having it. And I think Danny talked about this, he said, if I rob you and win the lottery, like I still robbed you.
Yeah.
But you can see how if Sam takes a stand, how he's starting to say, well, these were all these incredibly next level ideas that I had. And I just thought my state of mind was that if I could just, and maybe hoping that someone thinks that means it's not fraud.
Criminal negligence, right? Like I that's all I keep repeating in my mind is they really need them to believe this is criminal negligence, not intentional fraud.
You would have to think a lot of people were straight up lying whose entire deals with the government are contingent upon them not lying to think that that's the case. And yeah, maybe someone is able to make those mental gymnastics, but like, I don't, I've also been thinking about how would this be different if it was in California versus New York and you had a different jury, and maybe in California you would capture a couple, people in your pool who would be more easily willing to
hippie
go down those mental roads. And I think in New York, it's a lot of guys that are, or not guys, but, guys and gals that are like, they have a really good bullshit detector and are just seeing someone who's not even a particularly artful bullshit artist. I think that's kind of my take on but yeah, it'd be interesting to see if you like did the same thing over again with a Silicon Valley pool, like what you might pull.
Are you going to be attending the rest of the trial and trying to get in? Are you trying to get into the actual courtroom?
I think they said 2 days before the defense begins, they have to file who their witnesses, or if they're having a defense, or as I talk now, I still don't know whether Sam's testifying. If he is testifying, I am hoping to be there for it, and if I'm there for it, I'm hoping to be there for it. So yeah, wish me luck. We'll see. It's been really cool to cover it the past few weeks, and I'm really, glad that my editors let me go on this wild ride. I think they heard the passion in my voice as I was pitching it, and they let me go. And then we've kind of seen that it's been just a really interesting case, even though it doesn't seem like a close case, but there's still a lot of interesting things that are still being that are coming to light in the course of it. So, but we'll see. Who knows? I mean, I don't want to sound like I'm very one-sided, even though I have come to, when you interpret what you've seen, it has tilted to one side. But I'm willing to be convinced and swayed, and yeah, we'll see. Game on.
It feels increasingly unlikely that Sam Bankman-Fried was the only FTX executive not to commit felonies. Everyone else around him was committing felonies, and he didn't even know they were happening. I mean, come on.
I think maybe we brought this up with David Z. Morris. I know that the defense team or the law firm that's representing Sam Bankman-Fried is the same one that represented Ghislaine Maxwell. For anyone who's unfamiliar, she was the partner in crime for Jeffrey Epstein. I guess I'm just reflecting on that and going has anyone thought about how did they perform in that trial? She got 20 years, I believe, in federal prison. She wasn't expected to get off either. Maybe she had better odds of getting away with it than Sam Bankman-Fried did at the beginning of this trial. So I'm just kind of curious if it doesn't seem like you bet on this defense team to completely get you off of criminal charges, which is maybe why this is a little bit puzzling for everybody. If Sam really thinks that he's going to somehow escape any charges whatsoever, I can't imagine. He can't believe that,
No, I know. Well, I always think that. I think about what's Sam thinking right now, especially so like two things. So the lawyers, like you said, have, a lot of high profile defense cases under their belt. They're also like former prosecutors back in the day, which I think is kind of somewhat of a standard trajectory for a lot of people. I think to some extent it's like, well, they can navigate the system. Maybe they can, knock off years. But you would think if you're looking to knock off years, there's a better way to do it, which would be to not go to trial. Because you hear stats about when you go to trial, I guess SDNY, it's like 90% of the time they win or something like that.
96.
So with all that in mind and knowing Sam, and I just keep thinking, like, what is he thinking when the sort of third string lawyer on his team is fumbling around cross-examination? He must just think, this idiot, whether or not he's right, whether or not he could ever do this kind of work. I offered not for the truth of it, but for the effect on the listener, Your Honor. I'm not saying he's an idiot, but like, I just always wonder, what must Sam be thinking? And you can sometimes get a proxy into what he might be thinking by looking over at his parents, and they're scribbling on a notepad, and sometimes they're more animated than other times. But I think the same thing. What are they thinking? They or some of their associates are spending all this money. What are they trying to get out of the money? They're not naive.
That's an amazing question, right? It's like, what is the goal here? Is it to get a possible solid appeal? Like, I'm genuinely confused as to what they're attempting to do.
I don't know much, but like, I would think to get an appeal, you'd have to have like grossly incompetent lawyers, and it doesn't seem like they're grossly incompetent. It's like, if you're trying to tank for the number one draft pick, you got to do a better job than that. But, but yeah, I sometimes don't know what they're looking to do. If this was really your swing for the fences, then why is your cross-examination of Caroline like kind of falling on such a dud?
Obviously, Sam is convinced that he's the soothsayer here and the truth teller, right? Like, he's convinced of that. Fine. And based on some of the interviews with Sam at his home that I've read, it pretty much sounds like his mom is very clearly convinced that he can't tell a lie. So she's on board with whatever that is. But then I haven't heard that from Joe. And I'm just like, you guys are wagering your home and your entire everything, your reputation, everything. You're putting it all on the line for what? For what? Like, and I can't wrap my head around that, because they're the ones. Sam doesn't have money to put up. They have money to put up. And I'm just, what is happening? What is this?
Honestly, to me, that continues to be like the unanswerable maybe question of just, what are they trying to accomplish? What do they, and in light of that, like, how do they think it's going? And, and they're there every day, and increasingly they're sort of being entered into evidence. I had read the FTX bankruptcy suit against them, and there's a lot of details in that about the involvement they had on the charitable side and on the real estate side and on the operational side. And a lot of that stuff actually came up in the forensic accountant guy. He was showing flows of money to their $16 million condo in the Bahamas, and showing them signing off on things. And I think, and stuff with Nishad, with his testimony, they were coming up in the guise of directing money to be kind of channeled through him. So you would think that they would not want to go to court either, because all these things are coming out in the record about them in multiple fronts. So yeah, that remains fascinating. I don't have like any answers. I'm just always looking to see their reactions to things, and they can be pretty reactive sometimes.
We talked a little bit about K5 and how it was a relationship kind of super connector for Sam Bankman-Fried that let him access all these celebrities and all these athletes. Anthony Scaramucci, by his own sometimes boisterous description, was one of Sam Bankman-Fried's political super connectors, where he described opening his Rolodex of political contacts to Sam Bankman-Fried. We could argue about the quality and quantity of those contacts later, but do you think there's ever going to be any kind of reckoning culturally or socially with how easy it was for Sam Bankman-Fried to access like a couple of these nodes and get so close to power so quickly.
That's interesting. And Scaramucci's come up with a tiny bit. They've sort of inserted a couple of emails and tweets from him in there. In my dreams, he would testify of it. But yeah, I think it's been interesting to see when some of the political Nishad straw man donor type stuff came up. You see people saying, "Well, this is just how it is. This is not shocking at all." And then other people saying, "What the hell is this?" But I think the story they told the jury, they did a good job of finding the kind of cinematic elements of it, which were, a staffer of Sam's brother flying to the Bahamas with a case of blank checks to be signed and then flying away. And, they haven't really gotten into the effective altruism thing that Sam's involved in very much at all. They've sort of spoke to it in Caroline's testimony about how he's a utilitarian and how he felt like it was okay to lie and steal. Quoted Will McCaskill, but they haven't said who Will McCaskill really was or what he represented. So they've that's one of the things that they've just been doesn't matter in this case for the jury. We all know that was this huge thing around it. And I do think that that is kind of been almost the collateral damage of the case has been to that movement in some ways, even though it's not within the trial.
Collateral damage almost makes it sound like a bad thing, though. And I just want to say that
I mean.
I'm pro that collateral damage for what it's worth.
Yeah, no, I just mean in terms of if there's people that are shocked by something or what. Yeah, but I know I was trying to think of how you would even explain.
It's the right phrase. I just want to clarify that.
No, I agree. But that's not been something that's been inside the courtroom at all, really. I mean, a little bit of it, but not. They haven't explained earn to give or anything.
Right. This is the same as USDC or TUSD or USDT. They're not going to explain that shit. They're not going to explain stable coins to a jury of your peers. They don't. No one cares about fucking stable coins. They did explain
stable coins
to
the jury.
Yeah, they said there was a definition of stable coin. But yeah, they kind of say it and move on. They don't belabor it. They just
they're not well, Tether is supposed to be. It's not. That is not what they're going to do. I need
saying they're trying to prove a criminal case and not satisfy a couple of weirdos on Twitter.
We haven't gotten and I don't mean to say this right after you said weirdos on Twitter, because I interviewed him for the same article that I interviewed Kaz for, but we haven't gotten a bit for next tweet, I don't think.
It's been wacky. I'm really looking forward to your next article, so much. I'm super excited. I hope it's coming out this week or next week. I have no idea. I'm not your editor, so I'm not going to...
What are you, my editor? What is this? Slack? Any update? No, yeah, I will. My plan is to have something this week coming out of what the judge called the intermission. Even it was he's at a judges conference, which I just think is so funny to imagine them all in their robes, doing the Macarena or something. But yeah, coming out of intermission, I'm hoping to have just kind of something speaking to what, all the things that we've seen and learned. And then, if we'll see if Sam testifies, I will do my very best to be there for it.
Fingers crossed.
Yeah.
Awesome. Well, thanks for coming on, Katie. That was fantastic.
Thanks for having me. It was so fun to talk to you guys. Like I said, I've been a fan for a long time.
Welcome back, everyone. I am Cass Pianci, and I'm joined, as usual, by my partner in crime, Mr. Bennett Tomlin. How are you today?
I'm doing well. How are you, Cass?
Fine. We're joined by a special guest who has been at the courthouse in some way, shape, or form the past week, going and watching the Sam Bankman-Fried trial. Sam Kessler from CoinDesk. How are you?
Hello. Long time, first time. This is pretty cool. Thanks, Cass and Bennett.
We haven't recorded since any of the defense's witnesses have taken the stand. So I wanted to get us kicked off with those individuals, if we could, and what they were supposed to accomplish for the defense. We were talking about the I guess it was the data scientist guy.
Joseph Pimbley. So there was him and Crystal Roll, who's a Bahamian attorney who works for Sam.
Yeah, well, let's start with Pimbley, because it sounds boring in terms of what he was sent there to accomplish. Actually, can you explain what his
goal was for the defense?
Sounds boring, and it was boring, remarkably, compared to the rest of this trial. But essentially, Pimbley is a data analyst who was hired on the behalf of Sam's team to kind of come in and assemble some documents that show. It's hard to know exactly how they plan to use these documents or these data, but essentially charts showing that Alameda liquidity and FTX liquidity was at a certain level over the course of 2021 through 2022, the fall of the exchange, that makes it look like there was more money on hand than what prosecutors would probably allege.
Yeah, and we were all just kind of stunned at the prices this guy was able to get from essentially the Bankman-Fried family. I would assume that's who's ultimately paying this man's bills. He did 73 hours of work or something and got paid $50,000, which is, I think all of us are kind of just wishing we had rates like that. Unfortunately, it sounds like he didn't help win any hearts or minds in terms of people there or the jury, I would presume.
Yeah, it's hard to get into the mind of the jury, but the way that this went was essentially he presented these documents, and then the prosecution came up, and the main, I guess, thrust of the prosecution's questions, or if you want to call it argument, to the jury with their questions to Pimbley was essentially, hey, where did these numbers come from? Oh, they came from Sam and his lawyers. So the database that you based all of your analysis on came directly from the client. And then there were, several more questions after that. And I think they actually belabored that too much and might have actually lost some sway with the jury as a result of that, extensive questioning.
Yikes. I know the second one was, you mentioned Christina Roll.
No, so it's funny. You said
Roll.
Christina Roll. It is there is a Christina Roll, and there is no relation, and there was a point made.
Please, yeah, go ahead. What was that point? Because that was what I was going to say too. What was the point that was made in court?
So, Christina Roll is a very important Bahamian regulator, kind of behind the country's embrace of crypto, and Crystal Roll is a unrelated, which she made very clear because Roll in her telling is a very common name there. She's an unrelated lawyer who works for Sam and accompanied him when he talked to the Securities Commission of the Bahamas. I think, if I'm getting the name of the agency correctly.
Yeah, and just to add some color to what you just said is that from what I heard, Roll is actually the most common Bahamian surname out there, like the first or second most common Bahamian surname, and which I don't know, that's just all of these weird little things that I'm fascinated by.
There were 3 roles in her testimony alone that she had to distinguish.
So I heard that also was a pretty unsuccessful defense tactic insofar as her role in all of this was only post-collapse, which kind of negates a bit of what she's saying and why it matters. Can you expand on that for me?
With a lot of this stuff, they're asking a lot of questions that are, they being lawyers from both sides, that can seem disjointed. And sometimes it's because they want to enter things into the record. Sometimes it's because they want to tee up other questions that they're going to ask Sam during his testimony, which we'll talk about in a little bit. And I think that her main goal was to corroborate the timeline and substance of his meetings with Bahamian regulators. One kind of contentious thing is just that, Sam essentially froze a bunch of money, or took a bunch of frozen money and gave it to, the Bahamas, to, in a very, bad summary of how that worked. But, it can seem like a sort of cynical thing that he was willing to kind of kowtow to the Bahamians in order to, in the view of prosecutors, I'm sure, get preferential treatment there. But I think part of her goal, Crystal Roll's goal with her testimony, was to kind of communicate, hey, if he didn't do these things that the Bahamas wanted him to do, he would have gone to prison or faced severe penalties.
That gets us through the first expert witnesses. Do you have any more questions about them, Bennett?
No, my first questions start on Bankman-Fried.
Then let's jump into the weird circumstances of you called it a mock trial. I guess I don't really. It's all on record still, but it is without a jury present, and everyone seemed a little stunned by that.
Essentially, without going into the legal details, because A, nobody wants to get super deep into that, and B, I don't understand it as a journalist, not a lawyer. Part of Sam's defense strategy rested on using his lawyers and the advice that he received from counsel while at FTX to kind of make the point that at least if he didn't have bad counsel, that he at least was following the advice of counsel. And that is a kind of important legal distinction. And they wanted to present essentially this evidence that, right or wrong, he got counsel while he was at FTX and Alameda, and that's what he followed, which led him to think that certain business decisions that the prosecutors say were fraudulent were legal. And the judge, in deciding whether to admit this kind of argument into court, did this weird thing where he dismissed the jury and held a hearing, which essentially was like a mock trial where Sam and his, Sam was questioned by his lawyers. They did their direct, questioning, and focused specifically on these sorts of questions, this weird legal gray area. And then he was also crossed, meaning the prosecutors got to question him as well, not in front of a jury, but he was still under oath. So it's kind of this confusing thing to help the judge ostensibly make a decision on what to admit.
Yeah, and I think the technical name for it is evidentiary hearing. I called it a mock trial because that's more evocative than evidentiary hearing, but we should probably be, slightly more accurate. And after this, the only piece that I believe was admissible from this advice of counsel defense was that Sam Bankman-Fried did receive advice from Daniel Friedberg on document retention, and that part was going to be allowed into the trial. Did I appropriately understand the results of that evidentiary hearing?
Yeah, I think that's a fair summary. I mean, and a key thing backing up from the results is that Sam and his team really kind of threw Dan Friedberg. I mean, whether he threw himself under the bus or, however you want to look at it, he was a huge focus of that section of testimony. And yeah, that might backfire.
It might have backfired for him. I wrote a piece yesterday or whenever when this comes out, it'll be last week. But I wrote a piece saying that this is Sam Bankman-Fried's kamikaze defense, and I think that that's what that evidentiary hearing made me feel, was like, this guy is gonna, and I just want to run through some of the things he said, and these aren't exact ways that he said them, but some of the things he said that I'm like, oh, if regulators or three-letter agencies want to deal with this, there might be something here for them. The first one that springs to mind, he talked about Jane Street, and he said that they typically told employees to delete chats and use Signal.
The New York Times test.
I'm like, okay, well, that's probably not something Jane Street wants in court from someone under oath. Keep in mind that as we're saying here, like this, while there was no jury present, he still couldn't lie. This was essentially to get he
can't legally lie. It's against the law for him to lie, and we know that if anything, Bankman-Fried loves the law.
I mean, he can also forget. He can forget, and he did that a lot.
He's doing a great job of that.
He might remember on Monday, so we'll see.
The other thing I wanted to bring up was that he definitely threw Can-Sun and Friedberg under the bus and tried to make it about them and how they were culpable and he wasn't culpable. They put the contracts in front of him. It wasn't his fault, blah, 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 blah. And then definitely trying to get Caroline, Gary, Nishad, and all of his other coworkers involved in some way, shape, or form. I'm honestly a little surprised he didn't throw his parents under the bus at this point. But it feels like anyone who he's ever known, he's looking to at least implicate them, if not get off because of them, right? Which is just, I don't know, it's wild to see that play out in real life.
And it's a weird needle to thread too, because it's like, hey, it's their fault, but also nothing was wrong. And kind of trying to make both of those things true in a lot of these cases can prove difficult and at least vague and weird from the standpoint of a jury, I'd imagine.
When they brought up Daniel Friedberg, the prosecution took a couple of different tacks in their attempt to suggest he was a less than stellar lawyer when he was hired by FTX. Do you have any thoughts on that particular part?
That's kind of why I mentioned that this could backfire, because prosecutors asked the question, something to the effect of, were you aware that Daniel Friedberg was taking illegal narcotics with employees of Alameda and FTX.
That was fucking
that was
crazy.
like the last question. Yeah, it was wild. I mean, and there's other questions that kind of come up to that line.
I want to add in here that while we're discussing this, the judge admonished Danielle Sassoon for saying that and said was just shocked that she had decided to bring this up. She knew better, essentially. And that clearly, whether or not that's true, which I'm not going to weigh in on, it didn't need to be a part of this trial. So I just want to make sure that the audience understands that that there was pushback on this and it wasn't just allowed to go into evidence or whatever.
Yeah, I mean, I think it was almost like a warning to Sam and the judge. It's like, all right, if you want to kind of bring this in, the gloves are off. And this, I mean, one other thing that they said that was, in my mind, a little bit more substantive was, and this is where the Better Call Saul analogy comes in, is they kind of try to bring up this narrative where Sam was looking for a lawyer who would kind of just give him a green flag for whatever he wanted to do. There were questions like, oh, did you tell such and such that you didn't like lawyers, or that, if you had a lawyer, you wanted one who would, give you, a green light for whatever. And it kind of reminds me of the Breaking Bad thing where it's like, do you want a lawyer or do you want a criminal lawyer? A criminal lawyer or a criminal lawyer? Not saying that's, at all, this is in court. They're trying to make arguments, paint pictures, and not saying that's at all what happened here, but they did kind of invoke a similar sort of a, refrain in that testimony.
Yeah, and they did also take their time during the questioning to mention Daniel Friedberg's previous role at Excapsa, the parent company and software provider for Ultimate Bet, during the entire God Mode scandal where people there could see the cards of people playing in the games, allowing poker players to cheat. For the record, Daniel Friedberg is not the only prominent cryptocurrency lawyer to work at Excapsa during that period, with their chief compliance officer being one Stuart Hogner, who is now the general counsel, of course, for Bitfinex and Tether. Small world. Just wanted that extra bit of context that the prosecutors brought up during that evidentiary hearing mentioned as well in the context of Daniel Friedberg.
Yeah, so anyway, it was crazy. I mean, to sum it up, it didn't go well for Sam, by the way. I don't know if we made that clear enough, but at least in my read.
I think the most stunning part of this, God, even reflecting on this makes me it hurts my brain, is they started a line of questioning and then the defense asked him a question and SBF's lawyer Cohen objected and then the judge said sustained, okay, this is, yeah, the objection is good, don't answer this question, to which Sam then answered the question. And so his own lawyer goes, why did you answer this question? Haven't you been here for 4 weeks?
I should say, no, I should say this is where there is one benefit to being one of the few benefits to waking up early and being in that courtroom is that was kind of a lighter moment. So what you're talking, the question was something to the effect of, did you embezzle money? And, Cohen, Sam's lawyer, objected. The judge said sustained. And Sam was like, no. And everybody laughed. And that was with a smile, Cohen said, hey, you've been here for weeks, you don't have to answer that. And Sam laughed and he was like, yeah, I just kind of thought I should answer that one. And the judge was smiling too. So anyway, but yeah, plays differently.
Sure. And it is also it still is idiotic, right? Because you should be listening to your lawyer. What in God's name are you doing? Holy crap. Which just leads everyone to believe, I think, that Sam Bankman-Fried is absolutely taking the stand against the advice of his lawyers, probably against the advice of his parents, and that he still believes that he can talk his way out of this, or at least, as I pointed out, drag everyone down with him.
On a very basic level, was there anything new that you learned from Bankman-Fried's testimony about how Alameda or FTX worked that you thought was insightful or valuable?
There are some things, and I can't say that they were all brand new to everybody, but at least color for me. So there was some stuff that he brought up around a hack, or it wasn't really a hack, but, this mobile coin exploit where, somebody was essentially able to borrow a ton on margin. And when these token prices shot up, they were essentially able to borrow against worthless tokens and really kind of imperil the site or the platform rather. And so he gave like a bit of a step-by-step that's not worth getting into around that situation. That was at least interesting color. There was also some stuff about the allow negative feature and why they implemented it. We can get to this. I don't know. His timeline did not really square with what we saw in evidence earlier in the trial. But his rationale for why it happened was at least somewhat interesting. But broadly, and I don't want to get anything wrong here, there was no smoking gun, if that's even the word in this context, that was like, hey, you think this, but it's actually this.
I think what you're kind of getting at there, that there wasn't really anything that made his story like a different explanation that reasonably explained how the things happened without implicating him, is kind of the impression I kept getting from his testimony. Like, in the course of it, he repeatedly referred to the margin facility that FTX has, as he did in his media tour pre-arrest. But my understanding was that the analysis done by the people after the fact pointed out that the hole in FTX was larger than like the total amount of funds people had in the margin facility. And so it still seems to me like he's pointing at some level at defenses that have already been blown up and pretending they're still standing. Am I missing something in that?
No, you're not missing. I'd suggest too that people read Liz Lopatto's piece on Friday's testimony in The Verge, because I think she does the best breakdown that I've seen of just like point by point kind of some of these things that you're talking about, Bennett. Broadly, I think what he did on Friday was he just put together different timelines and kind of made himself seem, he painted the picture of this guy who's more of an advisor than he was a boss, a person pulling the strings. None of this was surprising either. This is what he was going to do. But he also, made it look like certain deputies of his were the ones behind not just key decisions, but, actions that at least plausibly, some of it I could understand, where it's like, hey, I told these people to do, one thing, and then they went off and did it in a way that I didn't expect. And
I'm kind of actually fascinated by this because as you keep mentioning, thankfully I'm not the one having to mention Liz Lopatto a bunch this episode. Sam is doing it for me.
Do you do that?
But
do you do that frequently?
She's come up in every single episode that we've done so far. In her piece, she talks about I'm so glad she brought this up, because someone asked Sam Bankman-Fried years ago, or maybe a year or two ago, whatever it was, about why he had chosen the name Alameda Research. And he very explicitly explained that the reason he had chosen the name Alameda Research was because it sounded not like we're trading cryptocurrencies and shitcoins, because banks don't like if you're doing that, and they didn't want to lose their banking. So they were going to make sure that banks thought they were just a research firm. And so that sounds a lot more like bank fraud than what his explanation was. Can you tell me what his explanation was?
I mean, that was in the Lewis book as well, for all that's been said on both ends about that. I think that's kind of the generally accepted history of what went on there. Called it Alameda Research because it sounds more legit and not crypto-y. And, in his telling, it's like, oh, we kind of named it after a town in California. And it was better than the other name, which was like Wireless Mouse, which, it is. Anyway, that's his story. It's much more, it seems a lot less pointed, his choice to rename things. It wasn't all about distancing himself from crypto and hiding what they were doing.
Though he did, even in his telling on the stand, mention, I think he said, we didn't want it to be called Sam's Crypto Trading Firm. We wanted it to be under the radar. So he is still kind of hinting at the same thing, right?
Right. When he said that, it was like with an eye towards competitors, which was interesting, though. Where
Sure.
It wasn't about like banking relationships and so on. At least my recollection was that it was about like competitors and such. But Bennett, correct me.
And that lines up a little bit with kind of Michael Lewis's telling of his leaving of Jane Street, right? He believed that there was this massive inefficiency in the crypto market, and he kind of anticipated, if you take as literal the descriptions in that portion of Lewis's book, he thought he only had perhaps 12 months, perhaps 18 months, something to potentially like take advantage of this inefficiency before other firms started moving in. So that at least fits with what other people have said about him at some level.
I mean, coincidentally, I was actually seated next to Michael Lewis yesterday morning, like during the open of his, Sam's whole, testimony in front of jurors. And at least, Michael Lewis did not seem surprised by anything that Sam said. Which kind of, I should have said that before, which kind of goes to what we're talking about now, but also what you were asking earlier around whether we've learned anything super, super, super new. This is kind of the narrative that he's laid out, with the exception of some of these weird things like this naming of Alameda research, where they're reframed for a jury.
Yeah, it just goes against, hasn't that video actually been entered into evidence of Sam saying what it was actually for, which was essentially bank fraud? Like, I thought that video had been entered into evidence as an exhibit, and if so, it goes, like, if I was a juror, I would be like, which one do I trust? The version of Sam Bankman-Fried that feels like he doesn't have to lie about it and is just talking openly on a podcast, or the one that's here under oath? Like, I know which one I'm going to believe, but I guess I'm not a juror, so luckily.
I guess a more sympathetic to Sam view of this is it wasn't that he directly, I think, disputed that video and why he named things the way he did. It's just that, he might have also chosen Alameda because it was a town in California, and he might have also liked it better than Wireless Mouse. So that's not necessarily a lie as much as it is a very convenient excerpt of the truth.
Fair enough. Yeah. So those, I did want to bring that up just because it seems like untrustworthy witness, and I'm wondering if that is the sense that is felt in the courtroom, maybe just from the journalists. But I assume journalists feel that way just because they remember the apology tour that he did post collapse. But I guess I'm wondering if, like, there's a sense that this is the way it's coming across in court as well.
Everything is going to hinge on the cross, when Danielle Sassoon, the very capable prosecutor who will be asking him questions starting on Monday, has a chance to kind of dig into his testimony. And that's the most important thing. I do think, though, if we're to back up a little bit and just, look at his testimony from Friday, he, in my view, did a pretty good job of explaining things clearly, coming off as sympathetic and like a kind person, if that's even a fair, characterization. But like he was very upbeat. He seemed confident. He seemed poised. He didn't actually seem as scripted as some others, even though he was clearly well prepared. Like, he was coached, but he didn't seem to have his, all of his things like word for word nailed down. I don't think he did a poor job, but it almost doesn't matter because the cross is it's really all of these. And I also don't think, by the way, that the jury is going to pick up on most of these little nuances and distinctions that we've been talking about here, because we've been following this for a year, on top of, really scrutinizing these transcripts in a way that I doubt the jury's able to do.
Were there any differences between Sam Bankman-Fried's testimony and those of other people in the inner circle that you want to highlight or draw attention to?
The first one that was pretty glaringly different from previous testimony centered around the quote unquote special privileges. I don't think that's the word that Sam ever used in his testimony, but that prosecutors used to describe these privileges that Alameda had on the FTX exchange that other market makers and customers, clients of FTX did not have. The key one being this allow negative feature, which altogether kind of allowed Alameda to withdraw infinite money, not get liquidated. I don't know if that was all grouped under this allow negative thing, but it all kind of grew into this like big set of, basket of capabilities for Alameda, Sam's own firm. Briefly, in Nishad and Gary Wang's telling, they in 2019 implemented a version of this allow negative feature. That feature was to kind of accomplish even in their, testimony, more innocuous role of backstopping certain bad bugs or things that could happen with liquidity providers, market makers on FTX. It was like this weird kind of like fix patch sort of a thing. Whether you believe that or whatever is besides the point. But anyway, they say it started in 2019. And then over the years, the capabilities of this function were expanded so much that, Alameda could withdraw infinitely, pull out infinite lines of credit, so on and so forth. But anyway, that's the allow negative feature. In Sam's telling, he instructed Wang and Singh to implement a fix for a bug on the exchange which he expected to be, a sort of flag or something like that would allow Alameda, or rather FTX, to take action if Alameda's balance dropped below zero. So he thought it would be a flag or an alert, he said. But, his deputies went off and implemented this thing that he says is the allow negative feature. But the timeline, this was years after 2019, his timeline.
I'm wondering what you think the explanation is for such a large discrepancy in the timeline, because the timeline differs by like a year plus, right? Like, how is there such a large discrepancy between what Gary Wang and Nishad Singh think and when this happened and these meetings that occurred with Sam versus what Sam recollects as happening way later and with under totally different circumstances?
So he could have misremembered. He could have, which we can probably throw that one out of the way. He could have lied, like outright. He could have instructed, either about the timeline or about his role. He might have directed them to do exactly what the feature ultimately allowed, which was these infinite withdrawals. Or, which is much more sympathetic, but I think is also possible, is like, I don't know. I struggle with whether this makes sense, but I do think it might be possible that there was this kind of allow negative function in the code that they did implement in 2019, which was this more innocuous thing. And that what Sam was talking about on the stand on Friday was the expansion of the capabilities of the allow negative function, not the allow negative function itself. And so there is some, you think they'd be more explicit about that if that was the case, but
I think you are exactly right that there was one version of it and then it got built on to form the other one. And I think that matches up with all of the timelines given so far, except for Sam pretending he didn't know when this feature was implemented. Because when FTX started, Alameda Research was approximately 50% of the total volume, was the backstop liquidity provider for any trades that went wrong. And supposedly, that was Alameda was only supposed to then step in, and it would then be covered by the backstop insurance fund, which, as previously testified about, did not actually exist and was just a random number they were putting in. This functioned for a while until the mobile coin issue, where someone was able to take out this massive position, and Alameda, then as the backstop liquidity provider, had to step in at an unreasonable price when they got liquidated. Sam Bankman-Fried then testified about telling Gary Wang and Nishad Singh to go in and add in additional speed bumps related to erroneous liquidation. So I think what Sam Bankman-Fried is talking about is Alameda Research's exemption from auto liquidation was, I think, added after MobileCoin. But I think the allow negative feature, based on all the testimony so far, predates that and goes back to Alameda's institution as the primary market maker and the backstop liquidity provider for FTX. And so what changed at this point is the exemption from automatic liquidation. And it was important for Alameda Research to be exempted from automatic liquidation because they were still at this point the entire backstop liquidity provider. And so there were cases where if Alameda Research's own position was liquidated, they would end up on the bad side, on both the bad sides of that trade, having to effectively step in to fill their own their own bad liquidation, right? And so by exempting Alameda Research from liquidation, you make it so Alameda Research never has to step in to fill in for Alameda Research's own bad trade. But that means the bad trade can now balloon because you've already implemented this allow negative related to all these other activities Alameda is doing. And then you end up, after a variety of other bad decisions, with an $8 billion hole.
You just did a much more thorough and better job explaining that whole thing that I said was kind of new to me in this testimony, which was explaining the rationale behind this feature. And I actually do find that as a sort of believable thing, whether or not what he knew about things, what he directed or didn't direct, all those elements of his testimony, whether those things are true. But I do think I can see a world where it was a more benign sort of a thing that came about in result, of these problems with how the exchange was architected. Well, I was going to have a bit of a digression about the risk engine. I just think it's interesting, at least we who have been following this know, and been following FTX since before collapse, know that this risk engine, this, cross-margining system was supposed to be this state-of-the-art thing that worked on FTX and for some reason really no other major exchanges. And the fact that that was essentially false advertising, it seems at this point, that thing that you just explained, Bennett, actually undermines other pieces of Sam's case, which is that this was an upright, very straightforward, trustworthy business. Because if that stuff is true, then this system did not work like he advertised it to have worked.
Well, yes, and in that very same vein, in his testimony to Congress when he was effectively advocating for the DCCPA, we can discuss what he was actually doing. He talked about how he specifically said Alameda was not exempted from any of the like normal margin processes on FTX as part of his testimony before the Agricultural Committee or whoever it was at the time. And so like him now saying, oh, I told them to put in speed bumps related to liquidation, that's, I imagine, could come up on cross. And like, I think more directly speaking to it, we're like, there might be more benign explanations for certain decisions made. Like the allow negative could have been a choice made because of legitimate difficulties in moving certain assets, and it may have been made with good intentions. However, my trouble with Sam Bankman-Fried, and whenever he starts trying to make it seem that way, is like often companies that are providing financial services are governed by a set of rules that only very barely touch on what your intentions are when you're doing certain things, and very often describe what actions you're supposed to take. And at a basic level, you know, allowing your company to withdraw more assets than they have, regardless of whether or not you intend to do it or intend to do it a lot, or only intend to do it for a couple days while you send money over to Circle and Tether or whatever, your intent only matters up to a point, especially when there's 8 billion missing.
Absolutely. Also, one thing that I feel like isn't talked about enough, or hasn't been talked about enough since Friday, is we do really need to allow for the possibility or probability that many elements of the testimony that we've heard up to this point from either Gary, Nishad, or Caroline and others has also been either, embellished, manufactured for their own benefit. Like it's not like Sam's the only one who has to testify in a certain way to negate his own role in what happened.
I'd like to push back on that a little bit, because I think the benefit of the arrangement that the government has with those witnesses is in that if they are caught lying, or if they didn't share some information that they should have with the government, they're liable to do a shit ton of prison time, because the government can still get them for any of that. And so it almost makes you go like, well, they're gonna give themselves up for everything that they think they're even possibly close to having committed in terms of crimes. And I think that is where I see it as like, it's hard to suggest that they're as unreliable as Sam Bankman-Fried might.
Well, yeah, and at a very basic level, all of them admit they committed crimes. Like Nishad,
That's
Gary,
true.
Carolyn, Ryan, they all say, I did crimes.
I do want to go back to like something specific though, which is this bug feature, or this, allow negative feature that we're talking about. Let's look at like the kind of like Occam's razor version of this, which is, Sam, Gary, and Nishad in a room talking about things. And I think it does make sense where they all kind of like had this vague sense of like how they were going to fix this bug, or they were like, hey, we need to let them go more negative. Maybe it wasn't Sam who was like, hey, this is the solution. We need to do this thing. But I think it's easy to kind of like construe that conversation, however it went down, as, hey, Sam told us to do a thing. We did exactly that thing. I can't imagine that it's that simple, or maybe, maybe it is, but I guess what I'm saying is it's not about like, it's not, I shouldn't say that they it's likely that anybody outright lied, but I do think that there's like a way to believe and tell this story that does kind of inculcate your own, role in things.
It's Nishad Singh talking about how bad he feels while buying his house, right? It's Carolyn Ellison like being, this was all such a relief to me when I finally got to be honest about all this and all that, right? And it's probably at some level true. They did feel bad or did feel relieved or whatever. But by presenting that story, or in like Carolyn's case, framing her relationship with Sam in certain ways, does, I agree, probably make certain things seem more striking.
Now, just to head back to Sam's testimony and, these, holes that you can kind of poke by looking at past testimony, Sam makes it seem like he didn't know about this hole, or the, in Alameda, and how it was, using essentially FTX customer funds in effect until October of 2022, which was a month before it ultimately collapsed. And that goes, in the telling of all the other witnesses, he had a sense that things were, going in this direction since at least June, as early as at least June of 2022. And that's just, reconciling that statement with what we've heard from past witnesses is probably going to be a key point of focus for prosecutors. The point being, and this is why they needed those charts from Mr. Pimsley that we spoke about earlier, is they kind of want to make, the prosecutors are going to want to show that Sam knew that he was drawing money, he knew about Alameda's finances, and he knew that because of the levels of assets and liabilities that, he had to be in effect drawing from customer funds because Alameda just did not have enough and FTX did not have enough of revenues to cover, what he was drawing.
Yeah, which to me means I expect we'll hear again about Alameda Research using FTX customer funds to buy back FTX equity before the Series B1, before the 42069 round, because that's way before all the other things, and Carolyn already testified that was using FTX customer funds at Sam's explicit request. So I imagine we're going to hear that in the cross.
An issue that I've been coming away with that I've been noticing is that, and you can scroll through the comments section of any of our videos, unfortunately, and see this, is that there's this large swath of the population. I'm not sure how much is actually represented by the kind of weirdos that I interact with on Twitter and on YouTube. There seems to be this belief that because of Sam's donations, because of his wealth, because of his background, because of who his parents are, because of who he knows, he's gonna get off. He's not gonna do any prison time. And it's hard for me to reconcile that perspective with the reality that I'm watching transpire in court. I know that you have to be open to the idea that there's a chance Sam Bankman-Fried doesn't do any prison time. But can you kind of speak to how people feel about those odds in the courtroom and after watching this day in and day out?
Things are not going well for Sam in court. My impression is at least that. I mean, the concern that you hear that maybe they could actually file, for a mistrial because Judge Kaplan, who is overseeing the case and has shot down a bunch of Sam's proposed expert witnesses, frequently admonishes his defense, more so than prosecutors in court. There, people think that if there's any bias, and I'm not backing this on either end, but if there's any bias you hear in the courtroom, it's actually against Sam's team. There's obviously some opaque pieces of our justice system that I can't pretend to understand, but, the Southern District of New York, they are attack dogs. They are known as, some of the best, if not the best, prosecutors in the country. And the fact that they worked so hard to get this case on some, we can argue about whether it even makes sense to be prosecuted in the Southern District of New York. It's kind of a random place. But, the fact that it's being prosecuted there with this judge, with these, assistant AGs, like it's just, that does not square cast with my read. And
to push back on that jurisdictional issue, I do want to bring up the point that we had Cynthia Cooper on the show. I don't know, maybe it was a year ago now. And she was an auditor for the company WorldCom, which collapsed due to fraud. And that was also tried in SDNY from what I can remember. And the reason being money. Like, that's the reason.
I mean, financial crimes are they're the best at this kind of a thing. I'm more just saying that, like, these are the best at prosecuting this kind of a thing. And they didn't put him in some random courtroom somewhere. They, found a way to get him in the best courtroom or the worst, for him.
I mean, it's useful for the Southern District of New York that, like, jurisdictionally at a certain level, such a huge portion of dollar transactions happen to run through banks in their jurisdiction. They end up getting to say, yeah, look, there's our nexus. It's right there to just about anything they want.
The nexus is Wall Street, baby. Are you happy it's coming to an end? Are you sad? Is it a bittersweet moment, or are you done with this?
Yeah, I mean, it's been crazy. It's been a really professionally positive experience for me. I mean, I can't say just meeting all of these, really brilliant people that I've been reading for a long time, working with my great colleagues, seeing our justice system and how it works for an extended period. It's like watching the director's cut too of a movie like that I've seen and know really, really well, and now get to kind of lift the curtain on. So for all those reasons, it's positive, but it is like you take a step back, say what you want about Sam Bankman-Fried. There's a guy's life that's kind of at stake here, or a big part of it. And it feel, the atmosphere around it can feel a little bit odd at times, like, cause it is fun being with your friends at like this kind of a camp sort of setting, almost like as we're waiting every morning. But I'm excited, and seeing his parents, like whatever role they had, like they can't be having a good time. So it's just, it's a lot of people, that one person hurt, or several people hurt a lot of people, but they're getting hurt too, and kind of just seeing it all play out is not really the most uplifting environment. As for articles, please read our coverage. We cover it live every single day on CoinDesk. We have these articles that we just flesh out with as much detail as we can. And then we do a newsletter that you can also subscribe to on our site, where we kind of do some more of like a step back take of what happened and what to expect. I mentioned Liz Lopatto's article. Katie Baker's another awesome reporter who's been covering this every day for The Ringer. There's so many, there's tons of really, really great.
No need to shill for them. They can shill themselves when they come on the podcast.
They were both literally on the podcast. I should probably find other people.
Fingers crossed that we get Liz Lopatto soon. But yes, Katie's been on.
Okay.
And Liz has been on before, just not for the trial.
Yes. Thank you for coming on, Sam. It was a pleasure to have you. And as for I know there's an ongoing case, Castcoin versus the Department of Justice, and I will be taking the stand. The gag order does not apply.
You're suing the Department of Justice?
Sorry. I guess that's how involved in my own case I am right now. I have not taken the advice of my lawyers. She's already spoken against me. Yeah, anyway, thank you, Sam. It's been a pleasure to have you on.
Thank you, guys. This is a lot of fun.
Welcome back, everyone. I am Cass Pianci. I'm joined as usual by my partner in crime. How are you today, Bennett?
I'm doing well. How are you, Cass?
I'm hanging in there. It's a little early for me today, so if I look tired, it's because I am. But we're joined by a super duper special guest today. I believe this is her third time joining us, Molly White. How are you? It's so good to have you back on.
I'm doing well. I'm really excited to be back.
Awesome. Yeah. Well, we're having you on because you've been going to the trial for Sam Bankman-Fried repeatedly and over the course of the past week or so. And like the rest of the journalists that we've had on, we were hoping to discuss what you've seen and how you felt about it and what the kind of pulse of the courtroom has been. We get to discuss with you the very final Sam Bankman-Fried cross-examination and time on the witness stand. So why don't we just jump in? Yeah, like the last day of testimony for Sam Bankman-Fried. How did it go for Sam? What was the tone in the courtroom?
It didn't go great. I will say, I have sort of a habit of covering things that are going just great, and I would say the Sam Bankman-Fried testimony is going just great. He took the witness stand. He first did his direct questioning with his defense team, which went okay. And then he did cross-examination with the assistant U.S. attorney, Danielle Sassoon, which did not go well. And then there was an opportunity after that point to have his defense ask a couple more questions. And, he's clearly a lot more comfortable when he's talking to his own defense team, which is understandable. I mean, that absolutely makes sense. But he is very uncomfortable and evasive when talking to the cross-examiner, and it, I think, does not it doesn't come across well.
I heard Sam Bankman-Fried's memory was a little bit less than stellar, too, once he was in kind of this high-pressure situation.
Well, his memory was fine when he was talking to his defense attorney. I observed, he was recounting events from when he was like an intern at Jane Street, which would have been almost 10 years ago at this point. They were asking him about what he was and was not trained on when he was at Jane Street. And I don't know about you, but corporate training is not the most memorable thing, in my opinion. And so, but he's talking about, we were, it was really important, according to the Jane Street folks, that you don't ever do any front running and all this kind of stuff. And so he's telling his defense attorney about this. And then as soon as he starts talking to the cross-examiner, it's like his memory just goes blank. And he's like, I don't know. And he's talking about events that are significantly more recent. They were, within the last year or two. And they're events that were very important. It's like he thinks his company might collapse, or he's trying to have a conversation with someone to get funding or whatever. And suddenly it's like he can't remember it, even though you would think that might be a very memorable moment.
You actually brought up, I think the line was, and how do you define market manipulation? And he said at Jane Street, it was a bad trade, which I've never heard that definition of market manipulation before.
Yeah. And they had to stop the courtroom for a second to clarify that this was Sam Bankman-Fried's definition of market manipulation. And if at any point the jury needs the more legal definition, that is not what they should be considering, and that the judge will provide that. And this has happened several times at this point, actually, where Sam Bankman-Fried will say something that's legal adjacent. I can't remember what the other thing was, but there was one other thing that this happened with too. And the judge was like, just so we're clear, this is not the legal definition of this term that actually has a specific meaning. This is Sam Bankman-Fried's special interpretation of it.
Why is Sam able to answer these questions from the defense team so readily? Obviously, I think everyone's aware, you're going to be able to answer the defense questions a little bit easier than the prosecution questions. Understandable. But I want to just dissect that a bit, right? Why were the questions from the defense team so much easier? In what ways were they so much easier than the prosecution's questions? Why was he unable to answer the questions appropriately from the prosecution's side?
The questions from the defense attorney to Sam Bankman-Fried have an entirely different purpose than the questions from the cross-examiner. They are imagine the most softball interview you could ever have. They're just teeing him up for these, answers about how he was so busy and he was working so hard and he had so much going on, and boy, he really regrets that he didn't pay more attention to what was happening, and it's very much this opportunity for him to tell the good story and craft the narrative, to what extent there is one, about what happened. And so, they're very friendly questions, and he's had the opportunity to rehearse them with his defense team for months at this point, honestly, because he meets with them most days and has been doing so for a long time.
He meets with them when he's not throwing a temper tantrum in the jail and just refusing to come to the meeting room.
Yes, except for those moments. But every day, I think both maybe before and after court, he has the opportunity to meet with them. And then they're meeting on weekends. They've been prepping for months, before this trial. So this is all very rehearsed. And it honestly comes off that way sometimes. I think he's doing his best to seem natural when he's answering these questions, but there are portions of it where you can tell he's practiced the answer. But that's kind of expected. That's what you're supposed to do. Whereas with the cross-examiner, these are questions that are intended to nail him. They are trying to catch him in a lie or admit to something that is, related to the case. They have all of this evidence to corroborate their questions. So they're asking him questions that they already know the answer to, but they know that he doesn't want to answer them, because if he does, he could implicate himself in some of this wrongdoing. And so he's sitting there trying to not answer their questions while also knowing full well that they're going to say, do you recall saying this, blah, blah, blah. And then when he says no, he doesn't recall, they're immediately going to pull up evidence that he said that very specific thing. There's no winning when you're talking to the cross-examiner. You're not going to answer the question in a way that they're like, oh, you know what? That actually makes sense. They know the answers and they're trying to nail you down. And so it's a very different vibe.
I'm starting to think a 45-day media tour before your arrest can make it more challenging to have an effective criminal defense.
It's starting to look that way. Yeah, I was talking about this a little bit earlier. most people, especially nowadays with social media and, you know, that kind of thing, have some corpus of like past statements that any prosecutor could draw upon. I don't know if anyone has the volume that they were provided so kindly by Sam Bankman-Fried when he went and spoke to all these journalists. He testified that he spoke to something like 50 different journalists during this period in like November to December of 2022, the period between the FTX collapse and when he was arrested. And honestly, I was like, really? Only 50? I feel like that's actually kind of low. But maybe he wasn't counting, you know, the sort of one-off people that he was chatting with or like the Twitter spaces or whatever. So
he doesn't count Twitter spaces where random journalists yell at him about wire fraud. Those don't count.
I was going to bring that up because Molly was in that space as well. The two people who asked the most hard-hitting questions were you and I, Molly, and mine were hard-hitting because I was yelling at him. Yours were hard-hitting because you were asking him good questions. And
I thought yours were good questions too.
I was reflecting on the moments that we got to ask him some questions, and I was thinking, like, this is so interesting to me that he thinks that same tact of like, you know what I'm going to do? I'm going to confuse them and just bog them down in mindless bullshit. So I'm going to force them to not know if I actually answered the question. He seems to think that that's going to work in a court of law with a jury of his peers as well, where I'm like, that is a terrible defense strategy. They don't want you to speak to them like they're idiots. Right?
Right. He has this tactic of, you know, you'll ask a question, he'll just start talking. He'll talk for a minute straight. And by the end of it, you're like, well, that had nothing to do with what I was just asking about. And he'll have gone off on something totally different. And this worked to some extent with journalists, I think. I mean, I think that it was clear when he was being evasive. It's not like people didn't notice he was doing it, but like, he's not under oath. You're not doing a cross-examination. You probably don't have all this evidence just behind you ready to pull up to prove that he's made conflicting statements, and he can leave at any time. Like, he, I think, refused to talk to you at one point. That's not the case during this cross-examination. He is under oath, so anything he says, you know, he could perjure himself. She's got exhibits teed up that she's spent months preparing. And anytime he goes off on this long-winded rant, she can either stop him and say that he's not answering the question, or one thing she's been doing that I think is actually really effective is she'll ask the question, he'll spend a minute yammering, and then at the end of that, he'll stop and she'll ask the question again, like basically in the same words. And sometimes his defense lawyer will object to that, saying he, you know, asked and answered. He already answered this question. And she'll say, no, he didn't. And the judge will say, no, he didn't. And then he'll have to do it again. And so not only is that actually making him answer the question that was asked, it's also demonstrating to the jury, as if they didn't already notice. I mean, this is very clear when he's doing this, but it's very much underscoring to the jury that he is trying to not answer the question, which is not a good impression to leave the jury with.
Yeah, I think it was in Lewis's book, but it might have been in someone else's, where Bankman-Fried talked about how in interviews with journalists, he would always try to answer the question he wished they asked instead of the one they actually asked. And you see him repeatedly kind of do that with the prosecutors and stuff like that in the courtroom. And like you mentioned, Danielle Sassoon and the rest of the prosecutors are like, no, that's not what I said. That was not the question, Sam. No one said net asset value except for you. That's not what we're discussing, Sam.
Yeah.
And so that has been enjoyable to see like these prosecutors really do such a good job of sticking to him as he tries to bullshit.
Right. And he has this other thing that he does too, which has been really common, which is you'll ask him a question, you know, they'll ask him a question like, do you remember saying something to the effect of blah, blah, blah? And he'll say something like, I don't remember anything in that exact phrasing. Or he'll say, I don't remember anything during this time period where I said something like that. And they'll have to come back and say, like, I don't care what words you said. Did you say anything in substance that sounded sort of like this? And also, at least once, he's tried to use that tactic and say, I don't remember anything in those exact words. And then they pull up evidence that he said something in those exact words. So it's like, okay, great. Now you've actually completely contradicted yourself. So his usual tactics, I think, are really falling apart. And I mean, it seems kind of unbelievable that he wouldn't expect that. I think everyone expected that to play out that way, but I think he just doesn't have that level of self-reflection or something where he thought this might actually work.
One of the moments that I keep reflecting on and makes me almost like sick to my stomach to think about if I was a defendant is that they specifically asked him about spending, I believe this was related to Zeke Fox, who is a previous guest of the show. He wrote Number Go Up. It might have been about a different journalist. Either way, the prosecution said something along the lines of like, hey, so did you say this to this journalist? I don't recall. Okay, well, did you more or less say something like this to a journalist? I don't really know. I couldn't tell you. So are you suggesting that the journalist is lying? And he was like, I'm not sure. And it's just like, so really, this is you against the entire world at this point, Sam. Like, you're suggesting that journalists are literally making up quotes. I've never heard of any journalist worth their weight ever doing anything like that. So just moments like that were earth-shattering for me.
Yeah, and I think that really helps to undermine his whole argument, because he's obviously said at several times things that have conflicted with the testimony of various other people, especially including the other executives who have pleaded guilty at this point. And so he's basically saying effectively that they were lying and he was telling the truth. And now he's saying not only were they lying and he was telling the truth, but now journalists were lying and he was telling the truth. And all of these people were lying and he was the only one telling the truth. And it's like the more he does that, the less believable it is that anyone was lying. Because it just sounds like that's the strategy, is he just says, oh, no, everyone was lying. But like, so there was this vast conspiracy between Caroline Ellison, Gary Wang, Nishad Singh, and, this journalist who has probably never spoken to any of those three people. It's just not, it gets less and less credible the more he tries to use that approach.
It's fun to imagine what it would imply if Sam Bankman-Fried was the CEO of FTX, did own this massive portion of Alameda Research, was the director for all of these different entities, signed off on each of these different documents, viewed all these different balance sheets as the metadata shows, and somehow was still not aware of a single crime that happened around him when he was surrounded by these felons engaged in this multi-billion-dollar criminal conspiracy. Like, he's not just naive, apparently. He's just, like, blind. You could just, like, reach across from him and just take his wallet and he'd be like, oh, where'd my wallet go? Apparently, he's just got no clue what's happening around him. Is apparently what he's settled on is his defense.
Yeah, and there's actually two things on that I think that are really relevant. So one is I was basically doing the same exercise, which is that I was trying to imagine, because right at this point, they're basically not trying to present a narrative of their own. They're not trying to say, no, what the defense team is saying or what the prosecution team is saying is wrong. This is what actually happened. They're just trying to say maybe the prosecution isn't right on this. And they're trying to poke holes in things, but they're not trying to explain what actually happened. My little exercise has been to try to piece together what they're doing would imply would have happened, because they're not doing it. And so there are these points where like they're talking about, I think the most memorable one for me is when they were talking about Nishad Singh making these transfers, backdating these transfers to make it appear as though there was $50 million more in revenue than there actually was, because Sam Bankman-Fried desperately wanted the revenue number to be over $1 billion for 2021. And he's saying that he had no knowledge of what Nishad Singh was doing, and Nishad just basically came up to him and was like, fix the revenue problem, boss. And then he was like, cool, sounds good. And that was it. And I'm like imagining what would have been going on in Nishad Singh's head if that was the case. And it's like, okay, so he is committing fraud on behalf of his boss, who is not aware that he has committed fraud and has not asked him to commit fraud for no benefit of his own. Like, what is the story here? That Nishad was like, I just feel like doing fraud today, and I like Sam so much that I'm going to make sure that he gets what he wants. Like, it's just not plausible. And then the second thing on that is, you mentioned that, you know, basically his story is like, I'm a big dumb boy and I didn't realize what was going on around me, and oh no, everyone was doing crime and I only just realized it after the fact. And he definitely was trying to make that argument. And actually, during the charge hearing, I realized why the prosecution has been really pushing on that, where they're saying, like, so your testimony is that you learned about this $8 billion hole or this bug that caused it to appear as though $8 billion was missing, and you didn't ask more questions. You weren't trying to figure out what happened. You just were like, uh-oh, okay, well, I hope it's fixed, and you moved on. They went into like great detail asking about that, and I realized that it was because during the charge conference, they asked and were granted for an instruction to be added to the charge document about conscious avoidance, which is basically like, if you have very good reason to believe that a crime is happening and you just sort of plug your ears and look the other way, that's not really a defense. And so they drew upon this whole thing with the $8 billion bug to say that, like, the fact that he is testifying, at least, that he didn't ask more questions, he didn't dig into that, is, you know, sufficient to add this instruction. They also called back to something during Nishad Singh's testimony where I think this was also related to the bug, and he said something about how he tried to have a meeting with like Caroline and maybe Gary and Sam Bankman-Fried, and he said that Sam Bankman-Fried basically made it up an excuse not to go to the meeting. And so based on those two things, the judge was like, absolutely, let's add this instruction. So the idea that he's just like, you know, covering his ears is really not sufficient.
That's really interesting to me, because the only thing I kept thinking to myself, I didn't realize that was a caveat that was thrown into this, because everything I kept thinking in my mind was, oh, he's going for criminal negligence. They haven't charged him with that, so he's just going to desperately attempt to persuade the jury to believe that this isn't fraud. There was no criminal intent here. He wasn't trying to be a bad guy. He was unaware of all the criminality occurring in FTX and Alameda Research. And I think that what you're describing pretty much negates any reasonable expectation that defense could actually fly, because the only way that he would be able to not see the problems at FTX and Alameda Research is by plugging his ears and closing his eyes. Like there's pretty much no other way that this could work out for him. So yeah, you've just negated the main defense tactic that I've been thinking about this entire time. And now I'm just curious what the hell the plan has been for the entire trial. Now I'm really confused.
I think that's a great question, but I think, you know, I don't think there is much of a plan. I think they're just trying to introduce doubt wherever they can and hope for the best. But like, they really don't have much to work with.
But at least you have to feel bad for the 30-year-old child who just had no idea what was going on around him, right? I mean, all these 30-year-old children being unfairly prosecuted.
But it's funny, his demeanor does come off like a sullen teenager, but not in a way that you're like, oh, maybe he is a big dumb baby. It's like, it's in a way that you're like, oh, so he's a 30-year-old sullen teenager. You know, it doesn't come off well, in my opinion, but there were points during his cross-examination where he looked like he was sulking, and at one point he got almost like sarcastic with Danielle Sassoon, which I don't think is a good strategy. Like, that doesn't win you any points with anyone, especially not the judge. I think he is immature in a lot of ways, and that came through pretty clearly on the stand.
Sarcasm being a bad tactic on the stand is why I personally have never stolen $8 billion.
I need to avoid it myself as well, because I would fall apart up there.
I'm sure that it's not an easy place to be, but I do think that all of us are aware that maybe sarcasm wouldn't be the tactic to go with in terms of trying to garner your freedom. We probably would have all
already pled guilty. So I
think none of us would be there. I mean, I don't think it was an intentional tactic. I think that Daniel Sassoon is very good at like getting under his skin, I think. And he, at one point, basically, it got to him and he snapped. And then he sort of pulled it back after that. I think maybe he realized that like, eesh, shouldn't have done that. And so he sort of recomposed himself. And to be honest, he is more composed than I expected him to be, which is a low bar. I thought it was going to be an absolute shit show up there.
When we had Sam Kessler on, he said something quite surprising that I am going over in my brain, which is that Sam Bankman-Fried came off like likable, kind of. And I was like, that is really, really genuinely difficult for me to believe because of the rounds of interviews, you know, the 50 journalists that he spoke to, the spaces, all of this stuff that he did pre-trial, that I was like, oh, this guy never sounds like a nice guy who you would want to spend time with. But Sam Kessler said when the defense team had him on the stand, he sounded quite likable, which I still don't quite understand that.
Yeah, I think he did to some extent. I mean, it's a little challenging, sort of like you just described, for me to sort of set aside my own opinions here, but there were points at least where he, you know, said something that was kind of funny or, you know, was a little self-deprecating in a way that I think probably did come off well, and which I was also surprised by. Like, that is not historically his strong suit, and I think he often comes off as very arrogant or evasive, like I said. And so there were points where he was able to sort of say something that was funny. Like, they had shown, the prosecution had been really hammering on this point around the extent to which he used private jets. And they, during this line of questioning, showed this photograph of him asleep on a private jet where he looks very disheveled and he's asleep. And yeah, it's like not flattering. The photo is basically like up his nose. You know, it's just like not a good photo. I remember thinking when they showed that, I was like, well, that's just rude. You know, it seemed like unnecessary, but they like to do this. They'll like illustrate the story they're trying to tell. And so when that came back up yesterday on redirect, his lawyer said something like, you recall testifying about private jets, you recall they even showed a photo of you on private jets, and he said something like, yeah, a really flattering one. And like that got a little bit of a laugh, at least in the overflow room where I'm in. There's a very big difference between the vibe in the overflow room and the real courtroom where you're not allowed to laugh. Anyway, so like there were moments like that did come off well, I think. I don't know if on the whole he came off as likable. Like for me, it was like there were moments. It was not overall compelling persona that he was presenting. You know, I think overall it was mostly evasion is what I really came away from it with.
Was there anything content-wise, facts, material he was actually saying that really struck you? Facts that gave you a little bit of a different perspective on how FTX or Alameda was operating, or anything that you felt was important to highlight from the actual content of what he was saying?
This has been a really interesting thing because like I've been following this case so closely that basically nothing that they talked about during any part of his testimony really was a surprise to me. There were a couple things where I learned more, and not in a good way for him. So one thing they gave more detail on was this incident that was in 2021, I believe, where a trader on FTX took positions in MobileCoin and a token called BTMX, and I think maybe some other things that were these very illiquid tokens, and they took this large position. And we'd already heard about this to some extent. Like we knew some details about this, and there had been testimony earlier in the case, I want to say from Gary. I don't remember if it was Gary or Nishad, but one of them testified that basically there was this huge loss that FTX suffered, and they said that Sam Bankman-Fried transferred that position to Alameda Research basically because he wanted to hide it from the balance sheet, because FTX's balance sheets were far more public because of the investment structure there. And so by transferring it to Alameda Research, fewer people would know that there had been this loss, which was in the hundreds of millions of dollars. Well, during Sam Bankman-Fried's testimony, he was asked a little bit more about how this happened. And he basically said that Gary Wang, Nishad Singh, and Ryan Salem learned of this position, told him about it, and for some reason he said, according to him, he said that he was going to take sole responsibility for monitoring this account. And he would make sure that, you know, if they were doing something shady, he would stop it. But if they weren't, he didn't want to like liquidate them when they didn't need to be. And so he was like, don't worry about it. I got this. And then he did not have this. He said basically he dropped the ball. He wasn't paying enough attention. And sure enough, they were able to exploit. He said during cross-examination something about exploiting the risk engine. And I was like, that's interesting. And so when he was talking about that, I was picturing in my head, like, oh, there was some bug in this risk engine. It was some sort of code vulnerability that this person was able to find and exploit. Like, that's interesting because that's kind of what I like to pay attention to. Well, during redirect, and I still have no idea why his own team would bring this up because I feel like this just makes him seem worse. But during redirect, they went back to that story and he testified that it wasn't a code bug. He had basically turned off the automatic risk engine for this account and was manually setting parameters on this account to try to stop them from doing anything that would lose FTX money. And he messed it up so bad that they were able to make off with like $800 million. And I'm like, why would you say that? Like, why wouldn't you just let them think maybe there was a bug in the code or whatever? Because like the cross-examiners didn't try to go there. You just offered this information yourself, you know, like that seems worse. So I thought that was really interesting because it just explains how that exploit happened. And it also just makes no sense to me as far as strategy is concerned.
It does seem strange to highlight that your risk engine you bragged about to Congress was something you would sometimes manually bypass, and in doing so cost almost $1 billion. That
Right.
doesn't seem like, you know, this is the risk engine the CFTC should enshrine as the default for all of crypto. You know, it doesn't seem to mesh perfectly with that when you describe
Right.
it as, I personally set the parameters.
Yeah, my only guess is like that he was trying to say there wasn't an issue with the risk engine, and therefore the fact that I didn't disclose the issue with the risk engine is acceptable because there wasn't one. Because they had tried to ask him a little bit about the degree to which he disclosed the issue that had happened. And so like maybe he was trying to get around something there, but I really don't, I that's as best as I can guess because I really don't understand why he did that.
It might honestly be just that, like, he feels like he knows the technical right answer, and he's like, what you said was technically not right. Let's get the details right here. Here's how I fucked up. We gotta be specific here. I didn't fuck up making the risk engine. I fucked up by exempting a bunch of people from the risk engine and not disclosing it. Let's be clear.
But to be fair, this was during his redirect. His defense attorney could be like, let's stop there and just like make him stop talking, which is probably what they should have done as far as I can tell. And they did not do that.
They
Yeah,
weren't
I don't know.
expecting more confessions while he was on the stand.
That could be, yeah. They just totally caught them by surprise.
That shouldn't catch them by surprise given who their client is. So the other moment that I want to call attention to as we're discussing this kind of craziness in regard to Sam's answering is this moment that Inner City Press posted about. I'm sure it's in the transcripts in a better way, but this is the general summary of what was said. Danielle Sassoon says, "These were your decisions, right?" SBF says, "No, I may have authorized these decisions." To which Sassoon says, "Anthropic, that was you?" And Sam says, "Yes." K5, yes. The $35 million apartment, that was your decision? That particular one was. We're talking about over $1 billion worth of bad decisions when she brings these all up.
Almost 2. 1.1 to Genesis.
She didn't bring up Genesis.
Oh.
She did bring up Genesis, but he sort of didn't acknowledge it. There was actually kind of a weird moment there where I think maybe the prosecution got confused by the fact that there are 2 Genesises. And so there was a little bit of confusion there, and I don't think he ever actually answered that question.
As Bennett's pointed out to me, there's actually like 10 Genesis blocks in the world. There's
Genesis blocks, there's Genesis digital assets, there's Genesis capital, Genesis trading, Genesis lending, Genesis global, Genesis.
Yeah, and there are two that are specifically involved with the FTX trial, which is the Genesis lender, which lent there's three?
Genesis Digital Assets, the Bitcoin miner they invested in, Genesis Block, the over-the-counter trading desk they own in Hong Kong, and Genesis Lending / Genesis. Well, Genesis Trading has come up too because they were engaged in some over-the-counter trades with them.
I consider Genesis Trading and the Genesis Lender to be kind of the same thing. But yeah, I forgot about Genesis Block. But anyway, there was this pie chart and it just said Genesis on it. And he's like, I don't know which Genesis this is. And like that could have done better for sure.
After all of this back and forth about whether or not Sam Bankman-Fried authorized things, whether he was actually in charge, whether the CEO actually had any idea of what was going on at the company, 3 of the largest transactions that they ever made, Danielle Sassoon was like, so was this you? And he's like, yeah, that was me. And you're like, okay, so sorry, what the fuck is your defense again? I'm so confused. Like, you just admitted.
Yeah, it's that same thing where he's just trying to quibble over language. You know, she said something like, did you direct this investment? And he's like, I don't know if I directed it, but I probably authorized it. Or, you know, I was involved in the decision or something. Like he's just trying to get around the whole idea that he directed it, which I don't think is effective. You know, it's like he's trying to be like, well, technically. And that's just not coming across well, especially because often the technical distinctions he's making are not important at all. At one point, he tried to argue with her saying that that Alameda Research spent money. And he said, I don't know if I would put it that way. I think they used money for something. And she's like, they used money to pay the lenders. And he said, yes. It's like, so they spent money to pay it's just like a totally unimportant distinction that he was trying to draw and not useful in any way to his defense.
Sam really just loves to embody the first year philosophy student who doesn't really understand anything but really is loving the thrill of arguing.
Yes.
There's a documentary, if anyone who I got to be in this, it's called Ruin. It's a documentary about FTX by the Bloomberg Originals folks. And there's this moment where they show the George Stephanopoulos interview, and George, I think this was also shown in court.
Can't be loaned out.
What? Oh, yeah, exactly.
And he's whispering,
exactly.
Can't be loaned out,
exactly.
can't be loaned out.
Yeah, to himself, yeah.
He's like, I'm not sure you actually answered my question. And he's like, and you're just like, okay, this guy is hunting desperately to come up with, as I don't know which one of you just said this, but as like a first year philosophy student being like, I've got to figure out a way to steelman this. I don't know what to do here. There's got to be a way for me to negate this argument. And you're like, oh, you're so done. It's over. Has that just been the entire trial, Molly? Is that been it? Is that a good summary of what we've seen?
Just about. Yeah, I would say trying not to answer the questions. And then most of his defense, like the whole defense strategy really has been him going back over things that other witnesses said, events that they recounted, recounting the same events and giving a very different spin on them. And so, there were these very memorable moments in court where like Nishad was testifying about this conversation that they had on this balcony of their penthouse where he was sort of confronting Sam Bankman-Fried about this missing $8 to $10 billion. And it was very dramatic. And Nishad was so upset and worried. And Sam gives his version of events where he was like, we basically just talked about marketing, and so it's like totally different stories coming out on the stand where you're being asked to just totally disbelieve all of these multiple witnesses who have given completely contradictory versions of events. So I would say that's probably the big summary of the defense so far, is just saying like, you just got to believe Sam, everyone else was lying.
Do you think there's any reasonable, any suggestion or room that you've seen for a possible mistrial here?
Yeah, I think so. I mean, there's always that possibility, I think. And I think that might be what he was going for. You know, I think the idea that he would take the stand and suddenly the jury would unanimously find him not guilty of 7 charges is just so divorced from reality that, like, it just doesn't seem remotely plausible. But, you know, I could see them hoping that he is somehow personable enough that one juror is like, well, maybe he didn't do it. Or at least I'm not confident enough that he did that I'm willing to say beyond a reasonable doubt. At which point someone could hang the jury, basically, and then, you know, they might have to retry the case. So I think that's a possibility. But,
Hung
you know,
jury,
besides
to be
that,
clear, hung jury...
I guess you asked about a mistrial,
Yeah.
so that's a separate thing.
Well, I think a hung jury
Yeah, as
is
far as-
much more likely that you can at least get hung up on a few of these counts. I think there's 7 counts in total. Like,
Yeah.
you can get hung up on 1 or 2 of those, maybe. But, like, also a lot of these counts are directly related to one another, right? Like, it's multiple counts of wire fraud. It's multiple counts of bank fraud. Like, I don't think that these jurors are going to be like, well, you are guilty of this count of bank fraud, but these other counts of bank fraud, I don't think so. I just don't see it playing out that way. Maybe anything's possible. Meanwhile, I do think when there's 1 count of money laundering or something, maybe they get hung up on that. That's possible. But from what I can tell, in terms of a mistrial, in terms of anything...
Yeah, sorry, I did the Sam Bankman-Fried thing where I answered the question I wanted to hear.
And a hung jury, to be clear, is a type of mistrial that can result in a retrial on the charges they're hung on. Just for any
for sure.
technical people watching,
Any
we should
legal
be clear.
people watching,
Any lawyers.
yeah.
None of us are lawyers. We just all like to commentate on things.
Sam Bankman-Fried also at one point said on the stand that he's not a lawyer, in case anyone was wondering that. That was very funny.
I think we all understood that when the objection sustained moment happened and he decided to answer the question anyway. I think everyone was well aware that he is not a lawyer.
Or when he tried to say that maybe his answer wasn't admissible and the judge was like, let me worry about that.
He is maybe a banker, though. If not a lawyer, he's a banker at least, though, right? He ran
Well,
a
I
bank.
heard there was a bank run, so FTX must have been a bank, I guess. Yeah, so I don't know about like a mistrial that would like basically prevent the case from being retried. I don't really know. I don't know if I know enough about the specifics of how that would happen to really opine on that.
Yeah, I mean, as far as I know, and I also am not a lawyer, but as far as I know, you need something
Not
pretty
legal advice,
egregious,
not
right?
financial advice.
Right. But as far as I know, you need something very egregious. You need a defense team that is utterly incompetent. You need evidence that hasn't actually been given to the defense team, or you need like things that are very egregious to occur where there's a mistrial and they're like, oh my gosh, we have to throw the whole case out. Like that, the chances that's going to happen here are so minuscule. It's hard to imagine. As you said, a hung jury, far different, because we would have to know what's going on in the heads of all of these jurors, and we can't.
Yeah, I mean, I think that, you know, everyone involved in this case from a legal perspective has been very careful about sort of crossing their T's and dotting their I's. There's been a lot of procedural stuff that looks very intended for that purpose. I think some people have spoken about incompetent defense just in the sense that some people, you know, really are having trouble, myself included, honestly, understanding what his defense team's strategy is. It seems like it's been very haphazard. They are just sort of throwing stuff out there. You know, they, during a lot of their cross-examination, they would do stuff where they would begin to ask questions and it would look like they were getting somewhere, and then they would just sort of abandon that train of thought before they got anywhere with it. So some people have, you know, been saying that like the defense team is doing such a bad job that he could get this incompetent defense mistrial, which I think is really not the case. Like, you have to have a really egregiously incompetent defense, I think, for that to fly. And this is just that, like, there isn't a good defense to offer, and they're doing the best they can with what they have. But that's not incompetence. You know, that's just, you can't, it's hard to defend someone who doesn't have a strong case, you know?
And somebody who went out and did a media tour and did, you know, like all this stuff that Sam Bankman-Fried did really hurt his own ability to defend himself, and for any lawyer team to defend him. So yeah, I agree with you there in general. The last bit I want to bring up is that
The other conspiracy theory still getting thrown around is this idea that there's going to be a presidential pardon for Sam Bankman-Fried. Well, why would there be a presidential pardon for Sam Bankman-Fried? I'm just going to run through the conspiracy theorist line of thinking here for anyone who's listening. Why would he do that? Well, Sam Bankman-Fried was like one of the top, I don't know if it was the number one or the top two donors, the second biggest donor to the Democratic Party and Joe Biden in the presidential run-up. He's donated to all kinds of Democrats. He's donated to all kinds of Democratic causes. Oh, well, isn't that reason enough to grant him a presidential pardon? So, Molly, can you tell me why that's not necessarily the brightest line of thinking?
I think that is so out there. I mean, that's like flat earther type of conspiracy theory. That's not like, I mean, that's so, I think, detached from reality. It's true that Sam Bankman-Fried made a lot of donations to the Democrats. He also made a lot of donations to Republicans. He was making a lot of donations to causes he thought, or to, politicians he thought would benefit him. He was mostly just donating to crypto politicians is sort of what it came down to. He was doing this strategic thing where he wanted to try to make sure he was supporting people on both sides that were friendly to crypto. And, he definitely did make large donations to Democrats, but I think it's being overstated a little bit because his public donations were the ones to Democrats and his dark donations are the ones that came out later. And those were a little bit more bipartisan, let's just say. So I think the whole idea that he spent a lot of money, he basically bought himself a pardon is really just not plausible. There are a lot of people who have donated a lot of money to causes and still are charged with crimes. I think it's reasonable to say that money definitely buys you an advantage when it comes to the legal system. You might be less likely to be charged in the first place or, all these different things like that. But once there is this strong case against you, which the government has pretty much nailed you on, the idea that you're just going to have this get out of jail free card that you can pull out of your back pocket because of past donations, I think is just really quite unreasonable.
I think it was really valuable there that you highlighted that Sam Bankman-Fried explicitly talked about how his goal was to give as much to Republicans as to Democrats, and that he was really just trying to buy influence. And I think the other dynamic that Cass and I have talked about on here that is regularly forgotten is that at a certain level, those donations mean that politicians are now in a position where they cannot easily show deference towards Sam Bankman-Fried because the attention is on them now. If Biden, whoever, were to try to show some amount of seeming preference towards Joe Biden after these donations, you're giving away multiple news cycles for that decision. And in exchange, you get a broke fraudster who's been separated from most of his centers of power, influence, and wealth, right? It's not a trade that makes sense politically, even if you assume every political actor is like a craven EV maximizer.
I think that's actually the most important part that you bring up right there, Bennett, is that if SBF leaves jail tomorrow, he leaves jail a broke kind of pariah. Nobody wants anything to do with Sam Bankman-Fried. No one wants to work with him. He doesn't have a bunch of money. He doesn't have a bunch of sideline cash that he can give to politicians again to be like, thank you so much for giving me this presidential pardon. There are examples in the past of politicians like Bill Clinton giving
Mark Rich,
presidential pardons to people like Mark Rich, where it pretty much was bribery. I mean, it's hard to look at it as anything else, where you have a top donor to the Democrats and Bill Clinton, and then he gets a presidential pardon right before Bill Clinton gets out of office. And then he gets to be a billionaire, a free billionaire who can still donate freely to the Clintons and to the Democratic Party. So there are past examples, but the requirement there is that Mark Rich left prison a rich man still, a rich and influential man, whereas Sam Bankman-Fried has nothing. So there's no good reason to pardon this guy.
Well, and even in the Mark Rich example, 3 months after the pardon, Bill Clinton was quoted as saying, yeah, that really wasn't worth the headache for me or the party. This was a dumb choice. And we can debate whether or not Bill Clinton's statements to newspapers and in public are an accurate representation of what he thinks and believes. But even there, in that case where this person he was releasing was still powerful, there was a huge amount of blowback that had significant costs.
Yeah, and I was just going to say also, with a presidential campaign coming up, if Biden just jumped out and pardoned Sam Bankman-Fried right now, the degree of scandal that he would be inviting in doing so before a presidential campaign is like, it makes no sense. There's absolutely no, yeah. I think this is just like so far-fetched that it's almost like not even worth discussing.
I know. I'm sorry. It's
No, I get it. I get so many people like in my Twitter replies that are like, he's gonna get off on all these counts, or he's gonna, just like all this stuff like that. And I think people are really jaded about the justice system for very good reason, and especially when it comes to people who have money. But I also think that, the likelihood of him just suddenly being found not guilty on all 7 counts after that strong of a case and that weak of a defense, it's just unreasonable, I think.
100% agree with you on that. And yes, there's reason to be cynical about the U.S. justice system,
right,
if that's the discussion we're having. But on that note, I do want to say a couple things. One, Molly White does Web3 is going great. So we haven't plugged her website yet. Web3 is going just great. It is a beautiful resource for anyone who wants to just check on all the craziness that is constantly going on in cryptocurrency and Web3 and whatever you want to call it. So that's a fabulous resource for anyone out there. But also, Molly, you've been doing these really wonderful live streams. I don't know if that's only for the court case or if this is something you're going to keep doing where it'll be like weekly or something like that. Either way, I have very much enjoyed those. They've been super insightful. If anyone wants to just hear someone recap their time every day after the court cases, highly recommend checking out Molly White's YouTube channel. So we'll link to that too in our show notes. Is there anything you want to shill, I guess, without being so crass?
Yeah, so I also write a newsletter. That's newsletter.mollywhite.net, which is more frequent update on things in a little bit of a longer format than Web3 is going just great. The live streams have mostly just been for the trial because after I get out of the courthouse after 8 hours, it's like my brain just is melting out of my ears. And so it's easier for me to just talk rather than try to write something coherent at that point. But I might try to do some more stuff like that. So yeah, stay tuned.
Awesome. Okay, great. Well, that was fantastic. Thank you for joining us, Molly. We have one more guest coming. I'm just going to mention it because we've mentioned her in this is the only episode where we didn't mention her. Next episode covering the trial, we will be having Elizabeth Lopatto on. So please, everyone, tune in for that because she is, honest to God, probably my favorite journalist in the whole world. So please, she's going to have a lot to say about it, and she's always insightful and wonderful. Welcome back, everyone. I am Cass Pianci. I'm joined as usual by my partner in crime, Mr. Bennett Tomlin. How are you today?
I'm doing well. How are you, Cass?
I'm doing great. We're joined by a very special guest, someone we've been building up to over many, many podcasts now. Elizabeth Lopatto from The Verge. How are you today?
I'm doing well. How are you guys? I've finally got some sleep.
Yeah, you were in New York the whole time, so you just got back to the West Coast. We haven't been struggling and waking up very early in the morning to cover this like you have, which according to some reports, you were out there at like 1 a.m. or midnight sometimes to get ready to get into the courtroom.
It was an embarrassing hour.
We talked to Molly last time and we hadn't gotten the verdict yet. I think everyone's probably aware that I'm not spoiling anything. He was guilty on all counts. But can you walk us through kind of the pulse of the courtroom as they built up to the verdict in the day or so before that?
So this was actually part of the reason I was getting up so early. I really wanted to see what things were like in the courtroom. I think Sam Kessler talked about this a little bit on a previous episode, but things often played differently in the courtroom than they did in Overflow or on crypto Twitter. So there were these moments that felt different. But I have to say, sort of starting with the recording of Caroline and building up to the cross of Sam Bankman-Fried, it felt like the jury was pretty fed up with him. And, there were moments during the cross where I could see the jurors like making eye contact with each other. Like, when you're on the subway and somebody's misbehaving and you just make eye contact with a stranger, like, do you see that shit? It was very that. That was kind of the mood building up to it. We had the charge conference, which was, Judge Lewis Kaplan reading aloud 60 pages of how to think about these charges to the jury. And that was a little boring, but we did it. And then they were dismissed to go ponder their verdict. And while they were deliberating, the overflow rooms were closed, and so everybody came into the main courtroom. And then after about 4.5 hours, we got a verdict. And so all the lawyers came in, Sam's parents came in. You know, shit gets real at the verdict. It was very solemn. 4 women stood, and Sam stood. Court clerk Andy, who is sort of a recurring character throughout this. I'm not sure anybody necessarily wrote about him, but he was a minor character that we all pretty fond of in the room. You know, he went through and read the charges. How do you find? It was guilty, 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 guilty. And after that first or second guilty, Joseph Bankman, you know, doubled over. And Barbara Fried, you know, she kind of like put her hands over her face. And I saw the court sketch artist turn around and start sketching them. And there was just something really primal, I guess, about watching that specific kind of parental pain, which if you've ever witnessed it, you know what I'm talking about. It's not something that you forget easily. You know, these people were anguished and there was no privacy for them. And I know they benefited from Sam's fraud at FTX and may or may not have known what was going on, may or may not have been involved. There's certainly some indication that some of the campaign finance stuff Barbara Fried had been giving advice on. And, you know, Joe Bankman sat in some of those Signal chats. So, you know, it's possible they may have known more, but it was still like undeniable that these people were in a lot of pain, and also that they were like totally surrounded by reporters. The judge thanked the jury and dismissed them. And, you know, we took care of a couple of other matters about like when sentencing was going to be and so on. And then he got off the bench and the parents came up, and there was sort of a border, like a little wooden, like waist-high border between the court itself and the gallery. And so they stood at the border waiting for Sam to turn around. And he didn't. He was talking to his lawyers, maybe because he didn't want us to see him. And then he started walking off, and he glanced back at his mother, and she crumpled. And it was, the two of them were like holding each other up. And that was sort of the end of the case. You know, there was a press conference afterwards, but for me, that was really the end of the thing. And it felt like we had sort of gone from like, you know, circus clown music to like a funeral dirge really abruptly. And so there was something like very solemn about it. And that was what I went home and wrote about. Because one of the things that I've been thinking about throughout this trial is why are we here? Like, literally, why are we here? There's so much evidence, and even without the co-conspirators talking about, you know, Sam giving them direction, there's so much of the money flowing specifically to benefit Sam that I don't know how you could come to any other conclusion. Like, why would Caroline and Gary and Nishad just do this stuff? Because he's so nice? Like, come on. You know, I just remember thinking like Bernie Madoff just like turned himself in and was like, yeah, I'm guilty. You got me. And may have spared his family some, you know, public humiliation. And Sam certainly did not. And that really stuck with me.
You wrote an article, which we're obviously going to link to. Sam Bankman-Fried gambled on a trial and his parents lost is the title. And I had tweeted about this today, just saying that I appreciated your take. And I think part of why I appreciate it is because, especially considering that Bennett and I, like, our only, like, most of our beat is just fraud and baddies. Sometimes, I don't know, you hear about this with like police officers and stuff where it's just they lose the empathy at some point. They stop feeling bad about the people that they're putting into prison. But I think it's super important to remember that these are actually just people. And speaking as somebody who's been to jail before and had to tell my parents, I fucked up, like someone else has said publicly. I understand that it is a really tough moment for any parent, or as you said, like regardless of whether they're involved, which I think Bennett and I have both kind of discussed that to us, it certainly feels like they played a pretty pivotal role in all of this and deserve to be scrutinized. But that doesn't take away from them being parents and seeing their son do something undeniably horrible at this point. Like, it is pretty much undeniable now what happened, and that he was at the heart of it, and that it's like, that's awful. And I think it's just very reasonable to point that out. And I had to push back some people on this, but I actually do just really appreciate you bringing a little bit of empathy to the court case, because it's been so obvious, as you said, from the very beginning, where it's like, it's pretty clear cut that Sam Bankman-Fried did this.
I mean, for me, one of the things that's been really riveting about this trial is the absolute scale of destruction here. So, $8 billion is a lot of money. I don't think anybody was like, oh, gee whiz, he put it in his other pair of pants. It's a mistake. And, all of those customers are now tied up in the bankruptcy proceedings. And that includes FTX employees who I think were especially betrayed here because they believed it was real. Like, they believed they were working on something good, and they found out that was not the case. And I think that's pretty horrible. But the trial itself made it clear that this was unusual, because usually when you have something like Enron or you have a WorldCom or something, it's not your closest friends in the world who are taking the stand against you. You know what I mean? And you had Adam Yedidia, who was not involved in the conspiracy, but who testified against Sam and was one of his closest friends from college and was his roommate for many years. You had Gary Wang, who was also friend from college, roommate. Nishad Singh, who's known the family since high school. Like, these are not casual acquaintances. Like, this is your inner circle. These are the people you know best in the world, and they're taking the stand against you. Like, that is a level of like Shakespearean personal destruction almost. So there was that to me was really something astonishing to watch.
What's interesting to me is that, like, in many senses, this trial shouldn't have happened. Almost anyone with white-collar charges and SDNY going after them will find some kind of plea deal, because they recognize even if the deal isn't great, the outcome after trial is likely to be worse. But through and through, and I think we've re-emphasized this over and over, Cass in almost every episode has talked about how he expected that Sam was going to take the stand for the same reason he took this to trial, because it was a gamble. There was still a chance. And even like the way you described it, you go from like the happy clown music to suddenly the funeral dirge is like the story of gamblers all over. You stay in the glitz and glam until like the very last moment when there is nothing left. There's no more chance. You've got nothing left for one more roll. And so I think like the ending of this tragedy has been written for a long time. We've kind of seen where Sam Bankman-Fried has been going, but he has insisted until the very last time to keep stepping up and giving that wheel one more spin. And that's what got us here. And that's what's going to put him away for likely a very long time.
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, there was definitely a quality of like, when the gambler has lost everything and he takes his wedding ring off and he's like, I'm going to win it back, and it doesn't happen. There was that kind of quality to it. But one of the things that I think is maybe underappreciated about how disastrous that cross-examination was is that Lewis Kaplan is the sentencing judge. Mm-hmm. And there were a couple of points where it felt like Sam was lying directly to the judge. And again, forget making a deal. Assume no deal is on the table. Just assume it, right? Assume he's not offered a deal. Just pleading guilty and saying you're sorry is going to help in terms of sentencing. You show repentance, you make it clear that you're taking responsibility for your actions. Those are things that judges take into account when they think about sentencing. And so if you're up on the stand, not only saying, I didn't do it, and if I did it, it was fine, and I didn't mean it, and also I don't recall anything I said in the last year and a half, and I am going to try to weasel my way out of all of these questions, and I'm going to answer the questions that I feel like answering and not the questions I'm being asked. Like, this sort of thing, it doesn't win over a judge. It doesn't suggest that you're really taking responsibility for your actions, and it suggests a worse sentence. And that, I think... I'm going to be back in New York for the sentencing, so we'll see what it is. But that, I think, is an underappreciated aspect of why this was such a bad gamble.
Well, So to be fair, yes, I agree. But to be fair, I think part of why Sam would argue the gamble isn't over yet, right? Like, he's still going to appeal. He's still going to try to do a bunch of who knows what to try to figure a way out of this. First, we should talk about sentencing, which is supposed to happen in March. Odds for everyone are at least 20 years. That's what I'm hearing. I'm not a lawyer. None of us are lawyers here.
What's the Vegas line?
What are we thinking is going to happen here? As you said, he basically lied to the judge's face, and he's shown no remorse, is how it certainly feels. I guess remorse insofar as like a teenage boy sulking and saying like, I didn't mean to do that or whatever, but no real like, I'm actually genuinely sorry for my transgressions kind of stuff. Do you expect that to play a role in the sentencing? He's also a 31-year-old who has never committed a crime.
$8 billion is a lot of money. I mean, it's a lot of money. This is one of the biggest financial crimes of all time. Straight up. And then again, there's this lack of remorse. So I think Kaplan is going to throw the book. Maybe one thing to keep in mind is that Kaplan is not often overturned on appeal. That's pretty rare, actually. This is as far as picks of judges go, this is like maybe one of the worst picks you can get. I would be very surprised if he gets less than 20. And I would not be entirely surprised if he got more than 20. Whether that's an appropriate sentence, I think, is a separate question. I think most nonviolent criminals in America get sentences that are way too long. But I can't imagine this is going to be something where Kaplan's like, oh yeah, 2 years home confinement, that's enough.
Sure. Also, to be fair, I don't think 2 years home confinement would be fair. Like, I do think there should be an actual level of punishment here. I think we're all probably on the same side where we go like, life sentence wouldn't be right and wouldn't feel fair. It's certainly possible. As you said, over 20 also seems very possible right now. And if you think about it, as a 31-year-old man, if he has to go to federal prison for 25 years, I mean, that is what are you going to do after that? I don't know. Like, that's pretty much it. There's better ways to try to get some sort of retribution out of this, as opposed to like straight up revenge. Though it seems like people are pretty bloodthirsty on this one, which brings me to another point. Jesse Eisinger specifically had said that he would prefer that these sentences be lighter for criminals like this. I think it makes sense for someone like Bernie Madoff, like him never getting out of prison kind of makes sense to me, just based on the scale and his age, versus this is a 31-year-old who, even if he just gets a minimum wage job or something when he's 45. And also people have said recidivism rates are like high for fraud. Like, how is Sam Bankman-Fried going to commit more fraud when he gets out of prison? I don't know how.
Is that a challenge?
Well, I guess we'll see. We'll find out.
I don't claim to be an expert in the American prison system or in sentencing. I think for most nonviolent crimes, you don't need to put people in for the very long. As for recidivism, yeah, I mean, maybe he'll do another one. And I imagine there are going to be a lot of people very closely watching every single one of his moves, because this was such an enormous scandal, really. One of the things that I keep thinking about, separately from whatever the criminal justice system will provide, is I keep going back to how thoroughly this guy has exploded his entire life. All of his friends have testified against him. Like, imagine, like, hold together those people, the equivalent of those people in your mind. Because after Adam Yedidia's testimony, I texted my best friend, who I've known since college, and was just like, dude, if you're ever testifying against me, I am so fucked. This is his inner circle. These are the people he knows best in the world. Like, separately from whatever job he's going to get next, like, who is going to want to spend time with him?
Here's a question for you. Pre-trial, I think the way most people were beginning to think about Sam Bankman-Fried was that he was kind of a narcissistic sociopath. Do you think he still gave off that energy during the trial?
I'm not qualified to diagnose anybody, but I do think arrogance was a huge part of this. I think he thought he knew better than everybody at every single stage of this business, starting with Alameda and like the big schism that happened where half the company left because they didn't trust him. And continuing on throughout FTX and continuing on throughout the post FTX collapse media tour, where just if your lawyer ever tells you to shut up, shut up.
That Tiffany Fong clip is crazy, where he's like, I told them to go fuck themselves. Never tell your lawyer to go fuck themselves. That seems pretty obvious. And he comes from a law family. The whole thing is wild when it comes to that. I guess I asked that question because I'm like, okay, you're talking about your friend. If they ever testified against you, you'd be screwed. And sure, me too. And Bennett probably also, like all of us, right? But is that the case for Sam Bankman-Fried? From the testimony, I'm just like, how many friends does this guy actually have? Like, at least Bernie Madoff came across as kind of charismatic. Like, say what you will about the guy and how horrible he was, but during interviews and stuff, he at least comes off like a human being and a man who's accepting his responsibility and stuff. Sam Bankman-Fried doesn't give off any of that energy whatsoever. And I'm just, again, it goes back to this like gambling thing where I just go like, it seems like the whole world is a game. The next moves he's trying to think about, as opposed to thinking about what he's losing right now, like his family and his friends and his job and everything.
I think that Sam Bankman-Fried has been pretty delusional for a pretty long time. And this is an ugly way to wake up from that kind of delusion. But I think that is part of what we were seeing in court. You know, there were moments of the old charming Sam that we saw on direct, but that didn't really help him because he pivoted so quickly into just being the sullen child on cross that it came off as being fake. And the thing is, he can be charming in a sort of nerdy way that I can certainly see why people might, for instance, have warmed to him. I could see why Michael Lewis could have warmed to him if he's able to keep that up. But it didn't feel real when we got to the cross and he couldn't remember anything and he was sullen and sort of seemed to be pretty resentful of Danielle Sassoon's entire existence. It was really something to watch. And like, I couldn't help but notice that he and the other co-conspirators seemed really young for their age. And I say this because, like, you know, a number of the CoinDesk folks who were doing really excellent work during this trial are younger than they are and definitely seemed older and more mature in comparison. You know, these were adults who were like still younger than the co-conspirators, who were, for whatever reason, sort of giving off like math camp forever vibes. So I just, you know, I do wonder how much he's actually encountered reality and how aware he is of reality. And, you know, there are moments like I was a philosophy major. I'm sorry. I know we're annoying. But there were moments where he was like, kind of like trying to rephrase questions or, you know, play with the rules a little. And I've been in rooms where that plays, like, obviously, but this is not something that you can really do in normal conversation and have people be sympathetic to you. This is not how people talk. This is not something that's going to make the jury like you. And I don't know that he knew that. Like, he was just trying to win the argument by like redefining the terms. And it turns out there are situations in which you cannot do that.
What's interesting to me is, for better or worse, the first 4 chapters of Michael Lewis's book are basically a telling of Sam Bankman-Fried regularly being kind of disconnected from reality. Like, in terms of understanding the importance of various things that everyone around him seemed to understand. And in terms of, you mentioned, like, we get to the point early in Alameda's history where a huge amount of their money is missing, a huge portion of their loans have been called in, and the rest of the executives are leaving the firm because they recognize that Sam Bankman-Fried is not this trustworthy person. And still, in, like, Sam Bankman-Fried, he doesn't seem to note that any of these things are occurring, like not at a level where he perceives it as a serious consequence or issue. And he goes out and recruits Carolyn, and even Carolyn says she didn't really have a full picture of like the extent of that when she agreed to join. And so like there is just year after year from early on until the 7 verdicts were read, he has kind of existed in this state where he's been so divorced from that reality that like this was some kind of fantastic conclusion was inevitable in his story. And maybe the coin flips came up and there ended up being like 10,000 Earths, all with perfect effective altruism on them or something. But this time that did not happen.
You know, it's funny. I know the Michael Lewis book was really divisive. I understand Cass did not care for it.
No.
I really loved it. I really thoroughly enjoyed that book. It was not at all the book that Michael Lewis thought he wrote. And like, I have been thinking about it ever since I read it. Like the difference between the book that I read and the book that Michael Lewis thinks he wrote. Like, I'm going to be thinking about this for a long time, because the portrait you get of Sam in this book is like this guy who like sucks. You know, there are all these moments, whether it's, you know, the bet with Asher where he's like humiliating his fellow intern at Jane Street, or later on, I think it was Serum, where like he reneged on some deal and like locked Serum because he was worried his executives wouldn't work hard enough if he actually rewarded them.
Yeah.
Like there are all these moments where he's just like, yeah, and fuck you. And like Michael Lewis is like, but he's going to do wonderful things for the world. And I'm like, how?
To be fair, I think part of why I really didn't like it, perhaps part of why you enjoyed it so much, is I had seen over and over again for years and years on cryptocurrency Twitter what an enormous asshole Sam Bankman-Fried was to everyone. So like these revelations that Sam Bankman-Fried is an enormous asshole was like, but like, yes, of course, there's like the Jane Street stories and these little things that give you insight into who he is. But I still think like for most people who were witnessing it, for most people, the book is probably fantastic and Michael Lewis is a fun writer. But yeah, for me, that was certainly not the case.
It does make it kind of interesting how effective being like this disaffective, delusional asshole worked for Sam Bankman-Fried, right? Like, he humiliated his coworkers at Jane Street, but that didn't stop them from letting him put on a bet that ended up losing them $300 million, right? And like, even in his pitch meetings with Sequoia and stuff, you've talked about this before, Cass, he's not paying attention to the meeting. He's not paying attention to the people offering him millions of dollars. He's playing Storybook Brawl or whatever and not actually engaging with it. Like, him maintaining that has, at some level, I think he started to believe that like his own delusion was part of the secret to his success.
Most definitely.
I think that's right. I have to say, one of the things that I was thinking about as a member of the press corps is he had talked a lot about in the book and elsewhere about you know, Shakespeare. How could Shakespeare be the best writer of all time? That's really stuck with me, and I want to unpack it for a hot second, because first of all, I really like Shakespeare, but second of all, I think it shows you a little bit about how this guy thinks. You know, leave aside the Bayesian whatever, you don't need to know what that means. And, you know, leave aside also that we quote Shakespeare quite unknowingly all the time because he's provided so much language and so many sort of images that we use on a day-to-day basis, so many things that are now cliche. Like, forget that. People don't read Shakespeare. People see Shakespeare performed. You did not have to be literate to see Shakespeare. That has never been the case. It has literally never been the case. Granted, I went to school, rural Iowa, public school. So maybe I didn't get the best instruction, but my first encounter with Romeo and Juliet was a movie played by my teacher who put a manila folder over the racy parts. It's not like you read Shakespeare. That's not how you encounter him. And so the whole premise of this argument that how could Shakespeare be the best writer of all time when people can't read was ridiculous. And if you think about it for even a second, outside of the premises that he set up, it's obviously ridiculous. But there's this inability to sort of step outside and see these other sort of contextual things. And I kept thinking all of these people in the press corps, we are the people that he holds in contempt, because we are the people who are who care about these things, who like Shakespeare and who think about things like food and sweaters and whatever else. There's a certain irony there that we're the peanut gallery. We're like witnessing this.
I think that like one of the most interesting things for me was the DMs between Sam Bankman-Fried and Kelsey Piper, because it was him kind of going completely mask off and talking about how many of these things he just truly doesn't care about, right? He doesn't care about the regulators. He doesn't even really care about like most of the effective altruists or a lot of that things. He doesn't care about the rules. He doesn't really care about the philanthropy. He doesn't care about the politicians. And like in this example with the Shakespeare that you're talking about, he doesn't care about art. He doesn't want to engage with any of these things on any level. It is an abstraction. Shakespeare exists as a number on a timeline, and he knows numerically people have written a lot of something since then, and surely something must be better than that thing. And like, I don't think many people who seriously think about art are regularly going around contending William Shakespeare is the greatest writer who ever lived or will ever live. I think most people who are seriously engaging with it want to look at like Shakespeare's position and influence and like what his writing meant in its time and how it's affected our time and all these other things. But for him, it's just, is it the best?
Well, it's a game. It's gamified, right? I mean, this is the perfect example of him turning literally everything into gambling, where it's like numerically you can't suggest that he's the best just based on how many sheer numbers of writers there have been and there will be. Sure, I get, like, I don't even know how to address that, but it's the same as you mentioned the we're talking about the Shakespeare thing, but remember he literally said when they were like getting into NFTs that he was like, I don't understand, like, I literally do not understand art at all. It is not something I have any way to conceptualize, which is like, what does that even mean? Like, I might not be an art expert, but I can look at a painting and know whether I like it or not. So it's pretty hard for me to imagine being like, I look at every painting and they all look exactly the same. But that's what this guy was doing. And then figuring out numbers about which then therefore is the greatest artist or writer or whatever. But that all goes back into how he ran and operated a multi-billion-dollar business, which seems to all be on a coin flip.
There is one other thing that I just want to think about here. And again, this is in Michael Lewis's book, which I have just like, I cannot stop thinking about this book. It is one of the most interesting failures I think I've ever read. But there's this thing where he brings forward the idea of Bob, right? Your friend Bob has been at a dinner party and somebody has turned up dead. And what is the probability that your friend Bob is a murderer? And he just sort of like works it out, like, you know, if there are 100 people at the dinner party, then it's 1 in 100. And like, I that's not at all how I think about friendship. Like, because first of all, if that's my friend Bob, that's my friend Bob. And if I am a loyal friend, I am probably going to stick with Bob, even if Bob has done something terrible. And furthermore, even if Bob is a murderer, and let's say he is, it is unlikely that he's going to murder, like, let's say me, because people are selective about who they kill. Like, there's just like a whole bunch of like psychology that goes into this rather than statistics. And while statistics are an important part of psychology, as any psych professor can tell you, it suggests an incomplete grasp on human behavior, this particular anecdote.
He's a gambler. At the end of the day, that's like, we can go into all these other things, but he saw each and every interaction, every transaction, every single thing he did as a gamble in which he was trying to maximize some value, either financial value for himself or perhaps, maybe if we want to give him the benefit of the doubt, some moral value and some hypothetical weighing machine.
Yeah, I mean, this is, I think, one of the things that is a problem with utilitarianism, because you wind up starting to view people as means to an end, and I find that morally repugnant. And, you know, it seems like Sam's going to have an awful lot of free time on his hands to look into virtue ethics, and I suggest he do that.
We did an episode on effective altruism, and William McCaskill, after this all came down, of course, had to come out with a statement, and part of it was like, we in the effective altruism have always been against ends justify the means morality. I'm just like, have you though? Is that, I know how you're technically going to justify that stance, Will, but I mean.
Again, there's a difference between like, well, technically and like the reality of what people can perceive.
You also, I figure while we're here, we can bring this up because last time we had you on, we discussed Elizabeth Holmes, which you were also present for the trial of. And one of the things I was thinking about as this trial came to an end was how I brought this trial up as well a few times, but I was alive for the O.J. Simpson trial. My mom listened to it every single day, and I still remember those radio segments. I still remember hearing about O.J. Simpson every single day. The Holmes trial, I have some memories of as well, and also the build up to that. You know, the stories coming out were so important, and John Carreyrou and all of that was such a big, important part of the actual story itself. To me, I guess I'm coming in with the bias of, to me, it kind of feels like this one isn't that important compared to Holmes, OJ, these other massive trials that we've seen in the past years, even Madoff, simply admitting to being guilty. Do you disagree with me there? Do you think that this is a very important trial and will be remembered that way?
I don't know how people are going to remember this. I do know that there was a surprising amount of interest in it, among our readers at least, more than I thought there would be. I think that to the degree that it was sort of more muted than Holmes or OJ. I think that kind of has to do with how obviously guilty he was. I think we all kind of figured out what was going on a year ago. So I think that there is some degree of that happening. But the other thing that I think is maybe worth mentioning, this was a very quick rise and fall. And it was also not a very visual rise and fall. Like if you think about making a documentary about cryptocurrency, you have to think about what are you going to show visibly, because watching people click on things on a computer is not all that interesting. And so in terms of broadcast media, I don't know how much you can really make this into a visual story. So I think that was also part of it, but I don't know. I mean, I don't know how people are going to remember this. This is obviously an enormous scale of fraud. And I think for that reason alone, there are going to be people who remember it. And also just the absolute clown shoes aspect of how they were doing the fraud. Because for me, I would come into the courtroom every day and there would be a new crime. There were days where we casually talked about the Chinese bribe or the Thai prostitutes, which were brought up for a split second and never again. And I maybe almost died of curiosity about that. But there were all of these moments where it was oh yeah, and we were backdating transactions to get to $1 billion. Oh yeah, and we were backdating our stock options. Oh yeah, and we were just doing some classic old embezzlement. There was just there was so much there.
It's kind of fascinating to me that when we reflect on history, when we look back at the biggest frauds, right? Bernie Madoff has gone down because he was and continues to be the largest fraud in history. And then there's other massive frauds. So Enron, pretty well remembered. I think people much younger than us don't really know what Enron is. But I think WorldCom, even less so. And then things like long-term capital management or, these other Ponzi schemes that were enormous at the time, whether it be the 80s, early 90s, whatever. They're completely forgotten. And I think that's fascinating to me. I don't know what makes a compelling fraud, but I know that this one doesn't feel like it has all the ingredients necessary. Whereas I look at the Elizabeth Holmes fraud and you go okay, you have a young, brilliant, attractive woman who lied about health care related blood stuff. That's crazy. That has all the perfect ingredients for people to be obsessed with that forever. Bernie Madoff, insider, everyone knew him, New York, smartass and brash and well-known, all the right stuff for a crazy story. Then you look at WorldCom and it's like an overweight phys ed teacher accidentally stumbles into telecom and a brilliant auditor catches him red-handed. That doesn't have the same, you know, there's no like, oh, this is crazy. It's just like, oh, they had a big fraud and everyone forgets it. And I'm just like, I can't help but think, I'm not sure in 30 years if anyone will really remember FTX that much. It'll be a footnote, you know? And it's crazy to me because it's such a massive, massive fraud. And obvious, like you said.
I definitely think there's just such a clown shoes aspect to it. I mean, there it's the farther you get into this, the funnier it gets in a way. Like, it's very dark, but it's also like, this was like a very obvious fraud. This was not like, you know, you think about like WorldCom or Enron, there was like actually kind of some sophisticated stuff going on in terms of balance sheets or whatever. And this was like 7 alternate Excel spreadsheets and you can pick your favorite. Like, I think that in and of itself is just like crazy enough.
It also hurts the SBF case in that, to me, the people involved in FTX and Alameda research, generalizing here, but 25-year-old dudes who think they're good at trading versus when we reflect on Bernie Madoff or Enron, it's like there were pension funds involved. There are old people who had their money in these funds hoping that they could retire on it. Like, it's not the same.
I think there was a pension fund involved. It was like the Ontario teachers something or other who were investors.
That was Celsius, wasn't it?
No, Ontario was involved in FTX. They invested in the 42069.
Quebec was involved.
Believe it or not.
Quebec was involved in Celsius, and Ontario was involved.
You know, and like, just to be clear, like the people who, like the VCs are middlemen, you know, the people whose money they're managing are like family offices and pension funds and endowments and all of that. So like, you know, yeah, it's embarrassing for Sequoia, but who are their clientele?
Well, they won't tell you that. I think that this is going to be memorable because it was the first like crypto fraud to really fully pierce the public consciousness. And I think all of Sam Bankman-Fried's efforts to attract attention leading up to the public becoming aware of his crimes are going to amplify that, right? Like, it's easy for documentaries to allude to the Super Bowl, point to the stadium, run those kind of pictures, and like in the screenplays it's easy to run shots of them in their apartment, whatever, trying to build this up and all the drama and like the secret messages between them. And I think there's enough like catch there that it's going to become kind of a touchstone as the way many people remember crypto. I think for many people, Sam Bankman-Fried will serve as kind of one of the last times they think about cryptocurrency. And maybe I'm wrong about that. Maybe I'll be embarrassed in 2 years when Bitcoin is $500,000 or whatever Plan B says it's supposed to be. But like, I think that the increasing regulatory pressure with this many like large scale failures has burned a lot of people. And so this will kind of be the moment that people point to for that.
I think that's right. And, you know, again, like listen, it's totally possible that there will be some big crypto run like 2 to 5 years from now and I'll look stupid, which is fine. It wouldn't be the first time I've looked stupid. But, you know, talking to normal people and like, I mean, just like people who are not online all day, people who are not necessarily involved in finance, you know, like the people I run into my yoga classes, my friends who are school teachers, like normal people, like they're all aware of FTX. And there is going to be, I think, this sort of lingering pall from it, because if you think about what Sam was saying publicly, he was saying all of the right things. He was saying, we want regulation, we want to do it the right way, we want to be the good guys. And so how much can you trust the next time somebody comes forward and says, hey, we want regulation, we want to do it the right way, we want to be the good guys? And like, I'll grant you, you know, there are varying levels of how much you can trust people in this industry. And there are certainly people who do, you know, public audits of their work or who are disclosing what wallets they're using. There are more and less trustworthy people in the crypto space. But for the average person who doesn't actually know any of that, I think this is a very big moment. I think this is the sort of thing that can be really defining for people. And if you think about like the commercials, you have, I think it was the Steph Curry commercial where he's like, I don't know anything about crypto, but I don't have to because I have FTX. And like, if that's who got on FTX and this was the experience they had, they're probably not coming back to this asset class.
Especially since now Steph Curry fans can, just do all their gambling on FanDuel and the, legalized sports gambling sites.
I know that the end of this trial was a bit of a somber affair, and I know it probably was pretty lame for you to end up having to part ways with so many of these different journalists that you were able to spend time with over there in New York City. The part I'm going to miss about this trial is basically reading all of the different perspectives that I've been able to get constantly and consistently, oftentimes from people who aren't necessarily covering cryptocurrency, which has been really nice as well. But I think the main sense that I got the day that the trial ended was overwhelming relief. Like, we're done with this now. Did you feel that at all at the end of this trial, or was it pretty much just somber and sad to be parting ways with the other journalists?
I was pretty excited to sleep is the main emotion I was experiencing. I was like, yes, I'm gonna get some sleep. No, I met a lot of people whose work I really admire, from a wide variety of outlets, and that was a pleasure. One of the things that I like about stuff like this is because there are so many of us covering the same thing, if you are reading the other coverage, you can actually really improve your craft by seeing how other people are approaching it. And so that, from a creative perspective was pretty great. And then there was also, I think Katie Baker talked about this, watching the way that the prosecution used storytelling. And the way that they paced their witnesses and thought about, how to sort of create these narrative peaks and valleys. That was really interesting too. So there were, on that level, there were a lot of really interesting things that I'm probably going to be sorting through for a while. Not least because it was just a really intense experience. Like I kind of got shot out of a cannon, I didn't do anything other than this for a month of my life. I would, go stand outside the courtroom, and then I would sit in court all day, and then I would go home and write and edit and put things in layout and put it up on the site and then immediately go to bed. There is a kind of relief to have a life again. Very excited to, go back to be home, first of all, and have a kitchen that is not the size of a postage stamp. It was just a lot of emotions at once in a very intense way that I probably will be thinking about for a while.
Bennett, you done? You good? No more questions?
I've got no more questions. I did find out betonline.ag has the over-under for Sam Bankman-Fried's sentence at 80.5.
They think he's going to get 80 years?
I think it's a very poorly set line, but hey, I'm not offering gambling advice on this podcast.
Holy shit, we got to start gambling in these markets, Bennett. What the hell? Anyway, Castcoin is fine.